Audio check.
Audio check.
All right. All right. Excuse me. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to RPG Nights. We are back again, once again, with Demon's Souls, the OG PS3 game. Tonight, we are going to be... Revolution's here. Hello, Revolution. I like that cute emote. Looks like he's waving. How are you doing tonight? But tonight in Demon's Souls, we're going to start New Game Plus Plus. We only have 2 playthroughs to go, and we'll have the Platinum Trophy. This playthrough, we are definitely getting at least 1 trophy. I think it's going to be the trophy for collecting all of our unique weapons. Though we won't be getting that tonight. That'll be next Thursday. We only need 1 weapon left to collect them all, and that's the lava bow. And we have to craft that from the armor spider's soul. We might also get a trophy this playthrough from learning all the spells, but I'm not sure yet. But we'll see, we'll get there. But tonight's plan is very simple. We're going to start the game. We are going to beat Phalanx. Then we'll get to readjust some of our spells. We left things a bit wonky at the end of our other playthrough due to the Mephistopheles quest. We'll level up again, provided we don't die, because we did get soul sucked by the false King Alot, and we got the souls back, but we were not able to level up before the end of the game. So we have to wait until we beat Phalanx in this playthrough to do that. And maybe we'll get to level up twice. We'll see. Then we're going to slay the Red Dragon. Then we are going to topple the Tower Knight. And finally, we are going to rescue Yuria the Witch. So tonight will just be bosses and activities through the Archstone of the Small King. And the plan is every Thursday, we're going to knock out an entire Archstone after tonight. So, yeah, good stuff going forward. I love Demon's Souls. I'm really hyped on it. I have been thinking about doing something. But let's get into the opening, and actually let's get to stream chat first. Then I'll get to the opening announcements, and then I'll fly an idea past chat, see what you think, and then we'll dive into the game and go from there. So Revolution says, it's Bub from Bubble Bobble. I thought I recognized that. I think of Bubble Bobble. Bubble Bobble. I feel like I've played Bubble Bobble, but maybe like only once or twice. But it looks like a cute game. And Creepy is here. Hello, Creepy. Creepy has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome, Creepy, to our stream for the very first time. Again, how are you doing tonight? Creepy asks, have you enjoyed Initial D? Not initially, no. But we have not started Initial D yet for Anime Afternoons, Creepy. This coming Wednesday, so Wednesday of next week, we will finally be finishing up Konosuba. We have the last half of the movie to go, which is it's called The Legend of Crimson. It's like an hour and a half. We watched the first 45 minutes. We got like another 45 minutes left to go. And then The week after that, we'll finally be starting the Initial D anime, Season 1, Episodes 1 through 2. So, I'm looking forward to checking it out. And Creepy has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers to you, Creepy. Oh, you've got a little dancing emote too, Revolution. That's cute. Oh, and so is Creepy. Rev says it's a fun game. I recommend. You recommend Bubble Bobble? Okay. Creepy asks, oh, Season 2. I forgot that was a thing. Season 2 of what? Konosuba or Initial D? Okay. Let's get on to our opening announcements, then we'll jump back to stream chat. So for everyone else just tuning in, and for everyone seeing this on YouTube, who for some reason are watching these out of order, excuse me, hiccups. Welcome to the stream. I am your host, excuse me, I am your host, Lord Orpheo. I stream 6 nights a week from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock at night. Note the end time to each of my streams can always be extended. It really just depends upon my personal energy level, the level of enthusiasm we have for whatever it is I happen to be streaming that night, and the amount of content there is to be streamed. Also note that I stream something a little different each and every night of the week. Mondays, I stream games that are unique, that are not part of a series. Tuesdays, I stream retro games. Wednesdays, in the Discord at 6 p.m., we watch anime together. And then afterwards, at 8 p.m. on Twitch, we have a Just Chatting stream going through community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. Thursdays is dedicated to role-playing games, which is what we're doing tonight. Friday is the opposite of Monday. It is dedicated to games that are part of a series. Saturday is dedicated to spooky games. And Sundays, I take off. So if any of those stream themes are of interest to you, then I encourage you to drop me a follow, and I hope to see you sometime during the week. And with our opening announcements now out of the way, let us return to the stream of the day and stream chat. Let's see. Creepy says Konosuba. Initial D has 3 seasons, I think. No. So yes, Konosuba has 2 seasons. It does have a 3rd season that's being worked on, but that's not coming out till next year. It also had a few episodes that were never localized, and I found out that's because they were rather lewd, but we watched them in stream chat anyway, or in a Discord anyway. And it had a full 1.5 hour long movie. So quite a bit of Konosuba content there. There's also another Konosuba movie being worked on, but that also doesn't drop till next year. So we will eventually return to Konosuba, just not till sometime next year. Initial D seems to have more than 3 seasons. I feel like it has like 7. I could be wrong about that. Maybe I was just looking at some Initial D movies grouped in with the different seasons. But I know I went to that website, the same one that I used to watch Konosuba, and it pulled up a lot of stuff for Initial D. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I am looking forward to it. Initial D has 3, I think. There are a few movies. Okay. At least I've only seen 3. I got you. All right. Ghost in the Shell. You could add that to our list. You could put that in the Discord as a suggestion. I have more of my delicious Dunkin' Donuts pumpkin spice coffee. I'm kind of confused on, I think I've mentioned this before, I'm kind of confused on Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I've been to Dunkin' Donuts, I've had their coffee, and I didn't really care for it too much. But bought a pack of coffee, or got a pack of coffee, and brewed it up in my coffee machine, and it tastes fantastic. So, that's weird. But anyway, I'm glad it tastes good. Kirby says, Sack. The movie before Sack was awful. So awful the author retconned the entire thing. The movie's just called Sack, S-A-C. For Ghost in the Shell? Okay. So getting back to the game. Yes, we are here for RPG Nights, a stream day dedicated to role-playing games. And as I mentioned earlier, we are continuing with Demon's Souls. We are starting New Game Plus tonight. We are going to defeat the Phalanx, slay the Red Dragon, hopefully level up along the way, topple the Tower Knight, and rescue Yuria the Witch. And we're also going to start down the path to, what's his name? To rescuing Ostrava of Boletaria. So, let's pop in our earbuds, and we will launch into the game. Also, we are playing this online. Hopefully we don't get invaded, like last time. But I'm you know, kind of used to playing online now in Demon's Souls, and I really like it. So, you know, I'm going to sort of put up with the invasions, and we are going to make our way through. But it's fun seeing the bloodstains and everything, and it's fun seeing messages on the ground. Let's see. Creepy says no. Ghost in the Shell is a movie. Standalone Comples is the anime. Is it called Standalone Complex or Standalone Comples? I think it's Complex. The S key is close to the X key, I noticed on the keyboard. Complex, not Comples. Okay, yeah. I totally lost myself in stream chat. Where is it? Where are we? Okay, here we go. Ghost in the Shell is a movie, yeah. Standalone Complex is the anime. There was a movie, 2 seasons of the anime, then another movie, then the live action. Okay. Rev says, the online aspect of Souls games is really neat and unique. I agree. You were hooked on PvP for a while. In Demon's Souls, or just in Souls games in general? Welcome to the Archstones, PS3 online play. Current popular areas in North America, we have one person located at 2-2 that is the through the Archstone of the Burrow King, and that would be, oh, I think that would be around the Magma area where we meet Patches the first time. There's one person in 3-2 Towers 1, that's, let's see, 3-2. That's Upper Lothria. And then 1-2, battling the Tower Knight. Very cool. There's the announcement that the RPCS3 now has its own servers. Okay. And let us launch in. There we go. Welcome back to the Nexus. We are at soul level 200. I thought we were actually soul level 199 now. We've put in 380 hours and 47 minutes into this game. That is crazy. Rev says Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so not Demon's Souls. Creepy says the first movie was bad enough that the entire thing got retconned. Oof. Revolution says, I didn't like the idea of a level 300 invading my Demon's Souls game, but it actually seems very chill. Yeah, most people don't do that. The only time that kind of thing happens is if someone like really, really wants the hat that I'm wearing, the old monk hat, and oh, they fell. And they've probably gone through a playthrough or two, and maybe they want to become a stronger mage, and they're like, well, I guess I gotta go just hover around the old monk boss area, and then they typically run into someone who's playing for the very first time, and that's typically how like a higher level player tends to invade a lower level player in this game. But otherwise, I haven't really noticed any kind of griefing going on, so that's really cool. Might also have to do with the fact it's a private server, and or I guess you could say a fan server. I mean, it's not really like a truly private thing where you have to be invited or anything, but and I guess not too many people are still playing the PS3 version, and of those who are, not too many people are actually playing it online. So yeah, there's not too big a community on here, so the odds you run into a griefer are probably pretty few and far between. Good lord, that hat, yes! Isn't it marvelous, Creepy? It's like a golden crown of cloth. I like to think of it as my bugle potato chip hat. Bladestone. Yes, the Bladestone. I agree. It is all about the Bladestone. Okay, here we go. Let's talk to some people. I haven't talked to anyone yet in this playthrough.
Well, you slipped through the fissure too, did you? You came for demon souls? Or to set this land and be remembered as a hero?
Demon souls.
Sing for demons? Try what the arch does. Now go. That is why you came, is it? To this accursed Boletaria?
It is.
You came for demon souls? Or to save this land and be remembered as a hero? It's all the same. You're just another prisoner of the Nexus. We're welcome here, as long as we keep slashing demons. You came for demon soul? We're welcome.
I love the story in this game and the character interactions. Revolution says all the tryhards, trolls, and malicious players are likely on Elden Ring at this point. Probably. Which makes me feel good, because then that means when I start playing through the Dark Souls games, and I believe their servers are still online, at least the remakes on PS4, hopefully there'll be less griefing there, because I do intend to play those online as well. Creepy says it's good if you run out of TP in the can. Oh, toilet patch true? I would not dare wipe my bum on such a beautiful headdress.
I'm Stockpile Thomas. When the scourge came, I didn't know what hit me. When I came to, I found myself here, in the Nexus. My wife and daughter fell victim to the demons. But I would be worthless in battle. At the very least, lend my assistance to you brave slayers of demons. I would be happy to lighten your load and look after any excess baggage.
Alright, I think we might have some spare stuff we can drop off. Oh, there we go. The Beast Demon Soul. Soul of the Demon, the Old One. That's from the bad ending. I think it's kind of a missed opportunity that if you get the good ending to this game, then you get the Soul of the Maid in Black, which can be exchanged with Yuria the Witch to learn the one-hit KO spell, which is pretty cool. But if you get the bad ending and you get the Beast Demon Soul, you can't do anything with it. It doesn't have any purpose other than supposedly you consuming it for 200,000 souls. Which at my point in the game, 200,000 souls is not even a full level. That's a good chunk of a level, but it's not even a full level. So it's like, I wish they would have done something more creative with it. Like turn it into like maybe like a super great club. Or, I don't know, do something funny with it. Turn it into like a spooky set of tree armor or something. Even if it's not any stronger than regular armor, if it just looks funny. Like, I'll take that. That would be cool. But, no, never. And we once again have the Soul Bronze Sword. And I'm going to organize a lot of this off stream.
Rest assured, your goods are safe and sound with me. Best of luck to
We
you.
haven't really had a chance to, or I haven't had a chance to organize anything because I wanted to not talk to anyone until this playthrough. Oh, and also let's give some shout-outs. Rev says PC is back online too. Oh. Hopefully the remote code execution flaw is all fixed. I hope so too. Hello, Jamera, how are you doing? Alright. First one in gets the first shout out. Shout out to Revolution. Last casting Phantasy Star Online version 2 from the Sega Dreamcast. Actually, I'm not sure if that was original hardware, the emulator, but the game is originally for the Sega Dreamcast. Cheers to Jamera. So Revolution, for those who do not know, really enjoys playing retro games. As do I. I play retro games every Tuesday. And so if you are, if you share a passion for retro games, then definitely check out Revolution. And also, shout out to Creepy, last casting Apex Legends. Creepy is a variety streamer. He likes some multiplayer games like Apex Legends, and he's also played Dead by Daylight. He likes science fiction games, Phoenix Wright, and long strolls through the park at dusk with a cup of hot butter tea. So definitely check out his channel. And then, yes, thank you, Creepy, for shouting out Jamera. Yes, Jamera was last casting Borderlands 3. Jamera also does some multiplayer stuff. He's done Paladins, he's done Overwatch 2, and he's highly knowledgeable about the Borderlands franchise. So if you have any questions about any of those games, but especially the Borderlands series, then check out Jamera. Okay, let's talk to Stockpile Thomas some more and then move on.
When the Scourge came, I abandoned my wife and daughter and fled like a madman. When I came to, I was in the Nexus. I haven't dared venture outside these walls since. I wish I could do more, but I am ignorant of the world beyond these walls. That Candle Maiden cared for me during my first days in the Nexus. She says very little, but has a kind heart. She's just the age my young daughter would have been. The poor, poor girl, trapped here with her eyes occluded by wax. If only something could be done to help her. Best of luck to you.
Alright, let's see if anything needs to be fixed while we're here.
You new here? You here for my services? My name's Baldwin. Just an ordinary blacksmith. It's simple. Just bring me all the souls you can. In trade, I'll give you weapons, or forge ones you already have. With your souls, I can eke out a living. And with my weapons, you can go on living. Not a bad deal, huh?
We do need some stuff repaired. It's 8 souls, 24. Oh, that's it, just our weapons. Do we have to buy any items? No, we're following the basics. That's fine. I also would have liked to see in New Game Plus more unique stuff sold. Again, even if it's not that much stronger than what you already have or what was offered at the beginning of the game, just for it to look different, just to have something cosmetically different. I mean, maybe that's something that they would have added, who knows? I mean, they never did finish another major part of the game, which was the Archstone of the North. So maybe if they had more time, they would have done something fancier like that. But I would have liked to see more suits of armor and more creative weapon designs and maybe even different kinds of spells. So.
Perhaps you've already heard, but there's another blacksmith at the entrance of Stonefang Mine. He's an eccentric old man, but he knows his trade well. He's the only sane one left in a town of soul-starved men. If you do meet him... yeah, well, forget it. That stubborn old near to annoy you.
Ah, Indy's here. Hello, Indy. Oh, and thank you for shouting me out, Creepy. Indy asks, 4th playthrough? 2nd time with the head wrap. To answer your question, Indy, this is my 3rd playthrough. But yes, you're right, this is my 2nd time with the head wrap. We got the head wrap about halfway through our last playthrough, and so this playthrough, we are doing the head wrap the entire time. And yes, thank you for shouting out Indy, Creepy. Indy was last casting Apex Legends, and Indy is known for many competitive multiplayer games. He's done Rogue Company, he's done Call of Duty, he's done Fortnite, he's done Apex Legends, as you can see. He's done Valorant. So if you are looking for some competitive first-person or third-person shooter gameplay, check out Indy. And I think he mentioned that on Fridays he's looking to branch out into something else as well, but I don't remember what that is right now. If you want to remind us what that is, Indy, you're welcome to. Creepy says, favorite part about Halloween? Oh, Creepy's answering the question of the week. What's your favorite thing about Halloween? Creepy says, favorite part about Halloween is that no one gets upset when I go out without the meat suit on. Oh, okay. Well, that's good, Creepy. I don't know. I think I said last time it was the candy. But then it got me to thinking, like, I also really like the spooky movies that come on around this time of the year, especially the old classic black and white horror movies. And some of the, like, the late 1980s stuff. But I like the people dressing up in costumes. I like the feel and the vibe of Halloween, the atmosphere. I don't know. I guess maybe the atmosphere is really what I'm going for. Like, it's hard for me to pick any one thing. I like all of it. I like the seasonal foods that certain restaurants start to carry because I love pumpkin. And so pumpkin spice stuff, like the pumpkin spice coffee I'm drinking, is absolutely delicious. And I love pumpkin donuts. And donut places only seem to carry pumpkin donuts around Halloween and a bit through November, about just through Thanksgiving. So yeah, I love the whole season. Creepy says, any other time of the year, it's always, a skeleton, kill it. Or, a skeleton, call a priest. Understandably, yes. People tend to have a bone to pick with skeletons just walking around. Oh, get it? Bone to pick.
There aren't enough blacksmiths in this temple to handle all the work. Only certain ores can be used to forge weapons, but you'll just have to make do. And be thankful that I'm still of good health. And be thankful that I'm still of good health. Do come back alive. I need your business.
Okay. I think that's it. I don't think there's anyone else in the temple right now. I know there's no merchants. Not yet. Yeah, no one on this side. I'll try the other side. That woman might be here. I forget what her title is. I think... Oh, she is here. Okay. I think she's called the Disciple of God?
You there? I can sense it. You the voice of God. And you are battling those terrible demons. Our merciful God has sent you here to protect us. I will share with you everything I have. May the heavens gaze favorably upon you. Umbasa.
Umbasa. Oh, nice. She gives it to me again. So if your faith is level 20 or higher, then when you speak to her, she'll always give you a couple stones of ephemeral eyes and her pure faint stone, which if you continue to talk to her every time you encounter her, she talks about her, I think it's either her father or her grandfather, left her a keepsake that was very precious to her, and that keepsake is the pure faint stone. And the only guaranteed way in the whole game to get a pure faint stone is from her if your faith is level 20. But if you talk to her too many times after you save Saint Urbane, she actually gives him the pure faint stone. And so that means you have to play through the game all over again just to get the pure faint stone. So we got one last time, and we used that to craft, I think it was a holy mace. But now we just have a spare one, so that's pretty cool. I'm glad you found that. Humorous. Oh, good one, creepy.
May the heavens gaze favorably upon you. Umbasa.
Umbasa. Anyone else? Nope, she's the only one that was here. The answer is within you. Alright, let's head on to the first Archstone here. Archstone of the Small King. Umbasa. Boletarian Palace. A huge stone castle in the heart of the northern kingdom of Boletaria. Hungry soldiers whose souls have been stolen by demons attack trespassers, and terrible dragons nest there. To me, from this conceptual artwork, it looks like Mephistopheles is a guy, but the quest NPC is a woman. I don't remember my controller shaking so violently from that scene. And we're back. Did that tickle your ribs? Oh, it did. It poked my funny bone. Alright, so here are our stats. Soul level 200. All of the stats I did bump up are Vitality at 36, Intelligence at 73, Strength and Dexterity are both at 16, Magic at 98, that was 99, but then we got soul sucked by the False King a lot. So hopefully, once we beat Phalanx and return to the Nexus, we'll be able to level up and reinvest that point into capping our magic stat again. And we also brought up our Faith to level 20. HP is at 1239, we are in body form. MP is at 392, Stamina is at 91, and the rings we're wearing spell capacity up, so we have 7 spell slots and magic power up, which is the Ring of Magical Sharpness, Once we get to the boss, or just before we encounter the boss, I am going to take off the Ring of Magical Sharpness. And, actually, what I probably... No, I won't do that. I'll take off the Ring of Magical Sharpness and, slide on the Ring of Avarice to make sure we get some bonus souls from the boss fight. Alright. For our tendencies, our character is not quite at pure black anymore. We were at pure black, but then we had an invader close to the end of our last playthrough. We defeated him, we defended our realm, and so that lightened our character tendency a bit, but the world tendency for each of the realms has been left in pure white, so that should make our playthrough a bit easier. You can see our gear. We still have our Wooden Catalyst, our Insanity Catalyst, the Crisp Blade +5 to attack and power up our spells. We also have the Phosphorescent Pole +5 for mana regen, and it also packs a harder hit physically than the Crisp Blade, which is interesting, but I just don't really enjoy fighting with the staff. We have some low-level heals, some mana stuff, we have some cures for bleeding, poison, and plague. I already mentioned the rings, and we have our golden robe hat, which increases our magic damage, and we have the Venerable Sage's gear, which is basically the wizard's suit of armor that you start the game with, but it's a bit heavier, but it's a bit more durable, and it gives you a bit more bonuses to resists. So it's just like the better version of the wizard gear. Alright. Let's get back into it. And he asks, oh, prepping for a boss fight? Yes, we are going to have a boss fight before heading back to the Nexus, I believe. We have been standing still for a while, yes. I sometimes do ramble on, indeed. Just sometimes, though. Oh, wait. That's right. Since we are here again for the very first time, that means there should be other items scattered about. Actually, I'm not even sure I can pick these items up, though. I think this is a Crescent Moongrass. Yeah, it is. That's probably going to happen a few times as we play. I'm going to forget what's what. Be wary of the enemy's cuteness. I don't think any of the enemies here are cute. They have I mean, to each their own. To each their own, I guess. Welcome! Thank you. Oh, here we go. Here's the welcoming committee. How you doing? Oh, naughty, naughty. Ho ho! Thanks be to the iframes. Yes! Give me all of your souls. 39 souls per kill, that's a lot for this area. In new game, you get like 3. That's more Crescent Moongrass. This gate should also be open. Yep, nice. Beginners should go here first. Oh, you are so evil. Well, no, that doesn't really make sense. I was gonna say that's kind of evil. This whole area here is really low. Oh! Hello there. I did not know he was even there. I guess he saw me up the stairs and he ran down. I'm lucky I panned the camera behind me. Oh my gosh. Indy needs to teach me some of his pro Apex skills. So maybe two can play together. But I was saying that this message is kind of dirty, because if someone doesn't know any better, like this whole area here is for a beginner, but this area down those stairs, that is not a beginner-friendly area. That is some hard stuff. So, And I think we'll wait on venturing over there. Should we, though? We could go over there. No, we'll hold off. We'll wait. We'll do that last. unknown soldier's soul. Am I getting everything? Okay. And how did you die? Oh, they were a member of royalty. You can tell by the gear they had there. Looks like they just got attacked too many times by the enemies here at the beginning. There we go. I was going to say, you can see me. That was my fault. I couldn't see his body animation, so I was just watching his shadow because the hat gets in the way. Okay. I thought I could get him in time. Okay. Ho ho! Good try, good try. Actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and eat it. There we go. Now I can pick it up. I told you so. Gotcha. Oh, got both of them. Very nice. I think that... I don't know who that was. I was going to say maybe it was a knight, but they were wearing cloth clothing. Maybe it was a wanderer? No. It's probably someone who came this way... Maybe who came back this way to farm grass and they died. That build wasn't standard for any starting class. Looked like they were using a longsword. Well, let's get back some mana real quick. You can summon here. Yes, I'm not going to though. And why not, since we're standing here? Let's throw on the Regenerator's Ring. Get back our health at the same time. Oh sure, hat gets in the way, he says. Wait till you're on the toilet and realize a little too late that there's no paper. Maybe that will enhance my magic. Maybe if I unroll it and wipe myself and then roll it back up in a hat form and wrap it around my face to cast spells, it will enchant my character so that all of my spells and my physical attacks deal stinky damage. Doesn't decrease the enemy's HP at all, but they just try to avoid me because I smell like poop. That'd be cool. I'd take it. Alright, back at full health and full MP. Oh, there she goes. I'm gonna guess that she fell down the hole. Hello, good archer. How are you doing? Oh, that was a nice. There we go. Ooh. Oh, did I miss something? I did miss something. No, I didn't. Okay, never mind. Now I was thinking about a location further up. I thought I missed some fire bombs. It'll enhance something, all right. Enhance the gag reflex. Beware of the floor ahead. That's a knight. Oh, he fell down the hole. That's sad. Oh, hello there. Will you fall down the hole if I stand here? I don't think he's that dumb. No, he isn't. I was right. You know, I saw in the PS5 remake that if you stand on this side, I've seen someone do it, though it could have just been an anomaly, that the other enemies tried to come after the player and they just walked right down into the hole and died. And I've never been able to do that in the PS3 version. So I thought that was weird. Like I said, it could have been an anomaly, but maybe all the AI wasn't exactly carried over from the PS3 to the PS5 remake. Maybe there were some alterations done. That must be more Crescent Moon grass. There are demons nearby. And walk in. And hop out. Ho ho! I remember you. One more on the left. Hello there. Well, look at that, my hat almost touches the ceiling. Another on the right. Naughty, naughty. Oh! I almost forgot the idea that I wanted to float past everyone. So, when it comes to RPG nights, I was thinking about setting up a poll, or maybe even just asking on stream, I'm not sure yet, about maybe starting not for all game nights, but for some game nights, setting up a vote to see which game you'd rather see me play first. And so once we get through Demon Souls, once we get the Platinum Trophy, we could do as planned and roll directly into Dark Souls Remastered, or the other RPG I'm thinking of playing is Xenosaga Episode 1 for the PlayStation 2. And so we could set up something like that. And part of the reason I'm doing that is I'm not really sure if playing through Demon Souls, as much as I love Demon Souls, once we finally get the Platinum Trophy and I kind of feel that achievement and, you know, having to work through such a challenging game and finally reach the end goal, I'm not sure if I'm going to like want to so hastily jump into Dark Souls. I might just want to keep doing this. But possibly to keep from getting burnt out, we could try a different kind of RPG and then come back to the Soul series. So I'm not really sure. I feel like right now it could go either way. And so that's why I was thinking about asking for input from stream, and probably whichever route you all decide is the route that I'll go. Kirby says, I've had the Taurus demon in Dark Souls 1 just throw himself off the bridge. Hat almost touches the ceiling. Good for cleaning up those stubborn, hard-to-reach cobwebs. I agree. There's our 5 fire bombs. That's what I was thinking of before. There's messages ahead. I would assume there's a lot of messages ahead everywhere. Oh, where are you going? I wonder why he ran that way. I guess he opened the shortcut already and he was farming. Alright, the first encounter with the human soldiers. Hello, you two. Hello, you one. I think you I will kill legitimately with a blade. Oh! Oh! I didn't expect that. I got a little cocky there. He was able to successfully flank me there. Hello. Goodbye. Beware of a fall ahead. There's no fall ahead. Oh, unless they mean like up further. Like quite a bit further. An unknown soldier's soul. This should be another mail breaker. This is no time to read messages. It would have also been nice when, with each playthrough of Demon Souls, when you find weapons that you know you would normally find in the game, like the Mailbreaker, with each playthrough, I feel that the weapons should have been stronger, up to whatever their max level is. So, like, this is my 3rd playthrough. So, finding that Mailbreaker, I feel like it should be a Mailbreaker plus 3. And it doesn't have to be like, they don't have to make it, like, special in a way that it does like bleed damage or poison damage or anything beyond what it normally does. They could just make it just the base, because you can take a weapon, you can upgrade it in a multitude of ways, but they could just have it be the simplest form of that upgrade. And I think that would be cool. That would have been nice. It would have made people feel like, oh well, you know, I probably won't ever upgrade this weapon, like maybe no one will ever really get around to upgrading the Mailbreaker in their playthrough. But if they really enjoy Demon Souls and they play it over and over again, just playing it over and over again, they'll get a stronger version of that weapon just by playing the game multiple times. I think that would have been a cool touch. That would, that would have added to replay value. No, must be more Crescent Moon grass there. I'm trying not to run through. I'm trying to avoid that temptation, because when I run, I tend to make mistakes, and that leads to dying, and I don't want to die, especially not holding over 500,000 souls. Hello there. Oh, naughty. Naughty soldier, naughty. get back some magic. Oh, I never noticed that before. If you look up from here, you can see like the objects that are up there, the box and the barrels and the soldier. That's pretty cool. He says, I had someone tell me you can't eat bacon out of the package. I replied, you can if it's smoked bacon. And they said smoking isn't cooking. I feel like I need to change their mind. Do it, Creepy. Do it. There she goes. And she dies. Avoid the firebomb. There we go. Oh, he stayed up there. Those could be firebombs. That's fine, we'll come back. Aw, he fell up there too. I don't even know if I can get up there. Well, yeah, I can. And there's the bastard sword. Actually, you know what? Let's try it. Oh. I just needed 2 hits. I've never tried to fight with this physically before. Now what about... Ooh, that's a fun one. Okay. A barbarian. Why would you do that? Why would you... You know what it probably was? She probably ran up the wood, and then she saw that guard there, got freaked out, and tried to run away, and messed up and just ran off the side. That's probably what it was. You know, Creepy, to this day, some of the tastiest bacon I've ever cooked. In fact, I think it was the tastiest bacon I've ever cooked, though to be fair, I haven't cooked that much bacon. Was bacon I made in the microwave. You ever cook bacon in the microwave? You don't like bacon? How do you not like bacon? Beware of a trap ahead. Spoilers! The way I made it was I took it out of the package and I of course made sure my hands and fingers were thoroughly washed. And then I got some barbecue sauce and I like rubbed it into the bacon. And then I flipped it over and I rubbed it into the other side. And then I put it in a bowl and I cooked it that way. And when you cook it that way, it stays very soft. It doesn't get hard or crispy, but it does cook. And it tasted really, really good. So barbecue bacon. Definitely something to try if you did like bacon. But yeah, put it on a plate between 2 sheets of paper towel and microwave for 2 minutes. Crispy. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, oh, oh. You naughty boy. There we go. Our new bastard sword. Alright, back up we go. And we're at full mana again. Nice. We'll be dropping down there in time. You know what? Let's pop the souls now. Why not? Unknown Soldier's Soul. Another 200. And another 200. There we go. And run out to avoid the arrow. There we go. Now I'm coming for you, Archer. Come here. Are they still called archers? If they don't use standard bows and arrows, they use crossbows. I'm pretty sure that makes them crossbowmen, but are crossbowmen also archers? Beware of a trap ahead. There are no traps ahead. There's the Red-Eyed Knight. You could look at that as a trap. Marksman? Okay. Go get him. Oh. That was a magician. She was doing some fancy footwork there. Alright, let's wait for him to fire one more arrow. And then we'll come out from around this catapult and kill the pikeman with some magic. And then we'll... Oh! Oh, he came early. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, I got stuck there. Oh, that's kind of embarrassing right there. I forgot to lock on. Can't carry any more. Just to be thorough, we are going to kill the Red Knight. Beginners should try this area later. No, they should try this area first. Oh, that reminds me of the earlier message where, like, I was talking about the bridge is the beginner area and down the steps through the gate is the advanced area. So if beginners went there, they would really be in for a hurting. Nasty guy. But if it's someone's first playthrough, they can't get in there anyway because they don't have either the pure black or the pure white tendency to get through there. So it's not really that big an issue. A hunter. In the next Soul, well, not the next, but in a future Souls game that I play, so whenever the next Souls game comes out after Elden Ring, I've already decided my next class. If it's in there, and it's going to be a hunter, I want to play as someone using an axe as their main weapon. Beware of the dangerous foe ahead. Yes, we're going to cheese the Red-Eyed Knight for his souls. Can't carry anymore. He says, I feel like I've eaten everything in existence, and I ate half a bowl of pasta. I almost misread that. I thought that said, like, I also ate half a bowl of paste. I was like, alright, well. Some people eat paste. Your hat is clipping through the roof, it was. Bandit? What about a bandit? Blue-eyed Knight. Bandit is a strength class that uses an axe. Oh, I see. Nice. Look at that. Even in New Game Plus, we're still one-shotting enemies. This is a beautiful thing. And that was a knight. He's a bit of a stronger fellow there. Oh, dual wielding. Can't carry anymore. Write more messages. Try falling through. Actually, that's a good idea. Let's do that. If it'll let us do that. There we go. Whee! That was more fall damage than I remember. A light crossbow and 16 wooden bolts. And now from here, we can walk back outside. And we're right next to the soldier who is throwing firebombs at us. For a soldier shield. That's cool. I think that's the first time I ever got a soldier shield from here. Now from here, I don't actually remember how to get down safely. I feel like if I fall this way, I don't think I'll die. I hope I won't die. Oh my gosh. Oh, that would have killed me. That definitely would have killed me. I almost walked right off the edge right there. Look at that. Look how far down that is. That was death right there. That was death. There we go. Alright, we got full HP. Switch back to our other ring. And let's continue. Can I read that from down here? I can't. I'm not gonna even try. But it doesn't look like we can get up there. Actually, no, we can. Because it slopes down here. I guess I just try to pick that up, but I'm already full on items. That's probably what it was. And I so love the fact that as you continue to run through the level, you can always see where you came from. So like we can see all the way over there, that circle where the archstone is, where you started the level. And yeah, so long as we're close enough to see it, so long as nothing is blocking our view, you can always see where you came from. That is so awesome. I really love that about Demon's Souls. And Brandon is here. Hello, Brandon. Heyo, Orpheus in chat. How's everyone doing? Doing well, Brandon. Doing well. How about you? And Brandon has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers to you, Brandon. And let's see if we can give Brandon a shout out. Shout out to Brandon, last casting Borderlands 3. Like Jamera, Brandon is a big fan of the Borderlands franchise. And so if you are into Borderlands yourself, definitely check out Brandon. Oh, that's right, we saw her already. I still don't know how she died. Oh, maybe. No, I don't know. There's no one over here to shoot her. It looked like maybe she actually parried the Blue Knight, stabbed him down into the ground, and then just stood here waiting for him to get up to like try to fight fair. I wouldn't have done that. I would have attacked that Blue Knight as much as I could while he was on the ground. But I congratulate her for her code of honor if that's what she was trying to do. If I were playing as a knight, I may have done the same. But as a magic user, or as a rogue, I do not care about honor. Half a dozen firebombs. Nice. Oh, what was that message? What did someone leave in the corner here? I'm lost. Aw. Creepy says, I had to do work things. I had that half typed. Ah, the shout out? I see. Well, thank you for the effort, Creepy. Oh, he made it around! Ah! Usually they both die right there. Well, that's kind of cool he made it around the barrels. After attacking, ooh, the War Scythe. What I find very interesting about the PlayStation 3 version of Demon's Souls is that when I touch Bloodstains, or when I happen touching Bloodstains in it, a lot of the players in this game use that weapon. They use the War Scythe. And I've never seen anyone, like, ever, well, maybe one person, but I barely see anyone ever use the War Scythe in the PS5 remake. And I don't know why. I mean, I can't say whether or not it's a really good weapon or a really bad weapon because I've never used it. But it's weird to me that so many people in the PlayStation 3 version seem to be using that weapon, yet no one in the... Uh-oh. Ah, he still caught me. Yet no one in the PS5 version uses that weapon. And I just got my full HP back. Indeed, he set you on fire. He also set you on fire, yes. Attack! All the killer tomatoes. I missed that show. That was a good cartoon. Alright. We'll pick those up once we open the shortcut. Ooh. See, this is why I don't run. I thought those were stairs for a moment. I was just going to walk right off the edge. I would have died right there. Oh. Slow and steady wins the race. At least for me it does. Where are you going? Well, I guess he already opened the show? Ooh, that stinks. I guess he already opened the shortcut and he was just running back upstairs. And he meant to run further back and up those stairs, but he turned too early and just fell right off. That's horrible. That stinks. He's like, yeah, I did open the shortcut. All right, let's go back. Oh, no! And then he dies and he has to repeat everything all over again. At least he opened the shortcut, though. That's good. Is it just me, or does the hat look like a salsa bowl? There are specific bowls just for salsa? I never knew such a thing existed. Like you're the waiter at a strange approximation of a Mexican restaurant. Ah. So this is just like a golden robe sombrero? My heart's breaking. Oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. That was close. Good try. Good try. They almost blew themselves up right there. Best of luck to you. You know what? Thank you. Now, how did you die all the way down here? Oh. He got set on fire from those two. He probably dropped off the stairs here, and he didn't notice them, and then they came around and killed him. Hurrah! Our first shortcut is open, and we obtain another Kling Ring. Alright, back up we go. Now, just because we can, we are going to kill the Red Knight, the Red-Eyed Knight. And we're going to kill him not legitimately, because this is our first run-through, and I want to be as cheap as possible in our first clearing of the castle, especially since we're holding so many souls. So we're going to cheese him. Now, we don't have to kill him, but I'm a bit of a completionist, and so I want to kill him. And so let's see if we can do that. This is either going to work, or it is not. Hopefully it will work. Less sombrera, more salsa dish. Just fill it with salsa and let the demons bring their own tortilla chips. We're going to kill him with cheese. Smothered with cheese, preferably mozzarella. There he is. All right. Now we shall duel. And we shall do that by me first approaching him, and then, once I get close enough and he begins chasing, we'll turn around and run away with our tail between our legs. Is he still following? Yes, he is. Good, good. How about now? Yep. Keep coming. And park right here. Roar! Oh, I wasn't able to switch over in time. I made a mistake. I should have put on the Ring of Avarice. Oh well. And that is how you cheese the Red-Eyed Knight. Since he is a pike knight, once he gets within range of you, he lowers his pike and tries to charge. But his AI is a bit off. So he wants to make a straight line to you. He doesn't... If he rushes you, he wants to make a straight line. So if you just pause here, then he's close enough once he gets down the stairs to try charging at you, and he just falls to his death. And even though you get a lot of souls for killing the Red-Eyed Knight that way, unless you really have a lot of time on your hands, it's not worth it to farm him. Because you still have to fight your way through this whole tower, and then you have to clear out everything on top, all the other soldiers, and then you gotta lure him over here, and then you gotta kill him. And it's not really worth it. Oh, there's something else there. What is that? No, I guess he was holding two different kinds of grass? Wait, what's my item limit? My carry capacity? Item burden. Oh, I can pick I can pick up more stuff. Okay. Sometimes if your item capacity is full, it'll say like you have too many of these items. You can't pick up anymore. And you might think, oh, it's like a healing item because I have a full stack of healing items, but it is not a full stack of healing items. I forgot something. It might be something unique, and you miss it because your item inventory is full. So that's something to remember. I forgot to go through here and pick up the items from the corpses. There we go. The full old ragged robe set, and you can't carry any more of these. I think that was some healing items there, some grass. And the jade hair ornament. Alright, now back up we go. Really clog his arteries. They found his corpse sprinkled with Parmesan. And that's when they knew he was slain by cheese. Well, there are worse ways to go. Death by cheese sounds kinda Gouda in comparison to other forms of death. All right, top of the castle is cleared. This is going very well so far. Oh, and something else I just remembered. Actually, I'm not really sure. But once we get to the hillside, around the back of this area where the red and blue dragons should be, they will not be there. And that's because if you get to this part of the game, in pure White World Tendency, the red and blue dragons are gone, which is really cool. Though once you get to the Lord's Path, we have to run across that long bridge, the red dragon will be back. Do I have the right rings on? I do, okay. I'm just making sure. Take a step forward. Oh, I know what they're getting at. Be aware of fire ahead. Oh. Goes another knight with a spear. Oh, he probably died from the fire. He's probably the one that left the message. So yeah, I can jump over this wall here and save him, but I'm not going to do that right now because he'll get into all kinds of trouble once he starts wandering around down there. So we'll eventually save him, just not right now. Oh, it went through the wood? I didn't know it was going to go through the wood. I mean, it is Soul Ray. It's supposed to have piercing, so I guess that makes sense. I am a magician god. No one can stop. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Rah. That was kind of close, though. Any items out here? No? Okay. I didn't remember.
Good idea. Care to look over my wares? Mostly stolen, but who's telling ye? Be a brave knight or depraved slave. The demons will snatch your soul, and you'll go mad. And those who dare cling to their humanity are hunted down. It is the end of Great Boletaria as we know it. But hell, at least the demons send us to our deaths in battle.
And J-Dog is here. Hello, J-Dog. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing okay. Creepy says, you make puns at a time like this? That knight is dead. You're a monster. That's true. I apologize, Creepy, for my poor humor. He was a nameless knight. One who fell while trying to simply do his duty. We shall honor him by calling him Jack. Pepper Jack. That is how he shall be remembered.
There's this skinny fella, clad in fabulous armor, who's always mumbling about some mission. He's another one who's managed to stay sane like yourself. Probably some pampered son by the looks of his attire. I'd give an arm just for the buttons off his shirt. It is the end of great, but hell.
Alright, what do you got? I forget he sells firebombs. Part of me wants to just get like a full stack of firebombs just to have them. We'll get more Half Moon Grass some other way eventually. I always like to have full stacks of everything. Longsword, club, short spear, light crossbow, wooden shield, soldier shield, slave shield, wooden bolts. The plate gear, that's the soldier's armor set.
Go ahead, take your time. I'm not going anywhere.
He lies. Once we kill Phalanx, he leaves. Hi. Bren says, yeah, there's a trophy in Asterigos where I have to complete round 1, playthrough 1, on level 20 or lower. And in order to do that, I need an amulet that stops me from getting XP as soon as I get to level 20. And if I don't get it then, I have to start all over again. Oh, that's rough, Brandon. Creepy says, giving him his fondues. Oh, good one, Creepy, good one. Hello, Soul4. Welcome, welcome. You got me back to 2009, man. The remake is okay, but man, this is different. Yeah, the remake is gorgeous. I've watched a lot of, ever since this, I started playing Demon's Souls, I've gotten really into watching other Souls streamers. And I like seeing how they approach the challenges in the game that I've already tackled. And now that I've beaten the game, this is my 3rd playthrough now, this is New Game Plus. I really like going through and seeing their first playthroughs, or seeing how they just tackle different situations and get around things. And it's pretty cool, it's pretty fun. And welcome to our Magic Menagerie, Soul4. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? There we go. Hey guys, thank you, Orfeo. You played the classic back in the day? No. I have not, Soul4. I plan to play through most of the Souls games. I'm still not sure whether or not I want to get through Sekiro or play Sekiro, because it is very different from what I've heard from a lot of the other Souls games. But I do want to play through all of the Souls games, and I figured I'd start here at Demon's Souls. And so I've had this game for quite some time. I am playing on original hardware. This is the game case here. And I don't remember if I just bought this a long time ago, or if my cousin bought this, because he played this a long time ago on PlayStation 3. and then he was raving about how good the game was, and maybe he just gave me the game, I don't remember. But I've had this for quite some time, and I just never played it. And part of me thought I would never play through the Souls games, and I'd ask what your Souls history is yourself, Soul. But I started following 3 different streamers, and when I followed these 3 different streamers, they weren't streaming Souls games, they were streaming something else. And so there's Mrs. Brookie Kazooie. I think she was streaming a Nintendo game. There's Mr. Charles Q. Banks. He was streaming... oh, what was it? Oh, I forget what it is now, but it's one of my favorite games, sadly, and I can't remember the title. But it is a third-person shooter. It was meant to be like a competitor to Destiny. Oh, Anthem. That's the name of the game. He was streaming that. And then the last one was Life of Pri. And I met her streaming Doki Doki Literature Club. And yeah, I started following each of those streamers, but what I didn't know at the time is that each of those streamers is actually a Souls streamer. They just happen to be playing something different at the time. And I had heard before I started watching them, the Souls series was really, really rough. And I'm all for a challenging game, that's fine. But I'm very hesitant to play anything that's hard simply for the sake of being hard. I want the difficulty to like really matter. I want it to be like a legitimate challenge. Oh dear. That I don't remember. And so I wasn't really sure if I would ever get into the Souls series. Oh, Lorelei! Hello, Lorelei. Welcome, welcome. Lorelei has subscribed for 3 months now. Thank you for the support, Lorelei. How are you doing tonight? Shout out to Lorelei, another variety streamer, last casting LA Noir. She's also been streaming Resident Evil 6, which is appropriate around this time of year, and she's quite good at Call of Duty. So if you're interested in any of those games, check her out. But yeah, I was never really sure I'd get into the Souls series. I just did that. Oh, thank you, Creepy. Well, now she has 2 shoutouts. But when I saw the other streamers that I had come to follow streaming these games, and they were having, or it looked like they were having, a lot of fun, I said to myself, you know what? I'll give it a try. I'll see what it's like. And I'm really glad I did. I started playing Demon's Souls. Like I said, I had this copy for a long time. I just never got around to it. Popped it into the system, started playing it, and I completely fell in love with Demon's Souls. And I was rather nervous about it. Especially before this, I played another game that was supposed to be a Souls-like game called Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. Excuse me. And I wasn't a big fan of that one. And so I wasn't sure if I'd like Demon's Souls. And yeah, I completely fell in love with Demon's Souls. My original plan was to dive in and do like a one and done. I would play it, enjoy it, enjoy it for what it is, squeeze as much value out of it as possible, and then I would move on to the next game. But something unexpected happened, and that is that I completely fell in love with the game. I love the combat. It has a good challenge, but it never feels cheap. Sometimes it takes some funny shots at you, like you'll walk through a doorway and there'll be an enemy right behind the wall ready to attack you. But even then, there's usually a slight delay between the enemy actually attacking you. So it gives you a bit of a chance. If you walk in and you sort of pan the camera out, there's a chance you'll see them and be able to bunny hop out of the way in time. And I like the enemy designs, I like the story, I like the characters, I like the weapons, I like the spells, I like everything about Demon's Souls. The setting, the graphics, the soundtrack. I've just completely fallen in love with the game. And multiple people have told me that Demon's Souls is perhaps one of the the less enjoyable games within the Souls series. And that actually makes me quite excited for the rest of the games in the Souls series, because like I said, I totally fell in love with Demon's Souls. And now I'm actually planning to go for the Platinum Trophy. And in order to do that, I have to beat the game 4 times. And like I said, this is the beginning of my 3rd playthrough. And, beware of the enemy sneak attack. And, yeah, I would never have started these games had it not been for those other streamers. And, yeah, I would have never gotten into this amazing series. So I'm very happy about that. Now, what happened to you? Oh, there you go. Oh, the Blue Knight killed you, didn't he? Yep. Let me catch up a stream chat here. Creepy says, I didn't like Sekiro much. Soul says, you have a beautiful journey ahead of you. Thank you, Soul. I am looking forward to it. Creepy says, you loved Anthem. Yes, I did. Anthem got a lot of negative press, but I put in over 900 hours into Anthem. I really, really loved it. I just wish it had more content. But yeah, I really love that game. It's in my top 10 games of all time. Soul says, I play this series since Demon Souls came out. My uncle's son suggested it to me as a challenge if I could beat it, and I got deep into Souls after that. Very cool. Creepy says, they got good stories. They do. Creepy says, RE6 is bad. One of the worst Resident Evil games. Well, maybe it was Lorelai's first playthrough, or maybe she just likes RE6. People will like what they like. Soul says, yeah, it is. It's very buggy. SOP. Yeah, it's unique. I hope you've never got spoiled, especially with Dark Souls 1. No, I don't really know too much about any of the Souls games. I know that the only thing I kind of know, but it's not really clear, is that the games are sort of connected, but they're not direct sequels of one another. And I'm not sure if they exactly take place within the same... if they kind of take place within the same world, or not exactly. But I am looking forward to finding out. Oh, naughty, naughty, naughty. Aha! And that's cool. Lorelai says, I played RE6 on the Xbox 360. Ah, cool. Kirby says, I think the worst Resident Evil game is the on-rails shooter one. Then Orc. I don't know what Orc is. Then 6, then Outbreak. On rails. Yeah, we're actually planning to play the on-rails one soon. Both of them. Okay, this is RE6 turns survival horror into action shooter. Wouldn't have that been RE5? RE5 seemed a lot more action-oriented than RE4. Like, RE4 was kind of more action-oriented with the over-the-shoulder camera, but it was still quite kind of spooky. RE5 seems a bit more like an action game with, like, horror elements in it. Soul says, yeah, you'll see when the time comes. Okay. Operation Raccoon Shooter. Hi. But I've also decided, Soul, and that's cool. So I'm guessing you've played all the Souls games then, Soul? Since you said you got really deep into the series? But, I have decided that I'm only going to play through each Soul game all plat. That's impressive. That's very impressive. I don't know if I'm going to go for the platinum in all of the Souls games. Demon Souls I will, because like I said, I fell in love with it. But we'll see on a game-by-game basis. So I might wind up platining them all, but I don't know yet. I've decided that I'm only going to play through each Souls game with a single class, even if I play it multiple times like I'm doing now at Demon Souls. But I do want to experience multiple classes in the Souls series. And so I have decided that I'm going to play as a different class in every Souls game to make things more interesting and sort of force myself to get used to a different play style. And so in Demon Souls, you can see that I am a magician. Well, you could probably guess that. I mean, I could have started as royalty, but no, I started as a magician. And after this, we're probably going to get into Dark Souls Remastered. And I'm planning to play as a knight. And I want to tech in some faith to sort of make a Temple Knight build. It's a little weird to me that some of the classes don't carry over from Souls game to Souls game. Like, it seems like Demon Souls is the only Souls game where you can create a Temple Knight. But that's fine. Like I said, I can just make a knight and then tech in some faith. And, oh, he's not... There he is. He just popped in. In Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, I'm going to play as a whip-wielding adventurer. So I think that's going to be fun, a character that kind of focuses more on items at the beginning of the game. And I want to try and, if I can, use only a whip in Dark Souls 2 as my main weapon. Sort of an homage to both Indiana Jones and Castlevania. And on Tuesdays, we've been playing some Castlevania. Well, we used to play some Castlevania. We'll get back to it eventually. We've sort of sidetracked to Quake for a bit. And Dark Souls 3, I'm planning to play as a cleric, which I think is cool. My three favorite classes in RPGs are Spellcaster, like whatever the most damaging Spellcaster is, a tank, and a healer. And so I would have played through those classes in just Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2, but there's no Adventurer class in Dark Souls 3. So that's why I'm playing through Dark Souls 2 as an Adventurer. But yeah, in Dark Souls 3, I'm going to play as a Cleric, and I've heard that Faith as an offensive stat gets worse the further into the Souls series that you get. But I still want to play as a cleric, and so Dark Souls 3 will be a cleric playthrough. From there, we're going to go into Bloodborne, and I'm planning to be a military veteran, which someone told me is akin to the warrior class from Souls. And then from there, Elden Ring. And in Elden Ring, I'm planning to be a bandit. So I find that kind of a little homage to Lord of the Rings. I am a thief going after the One Ring. So. lots of fun planned ahead. That was some good Souls right there. Creepy says RE6 was basically Call of Duty. Oh, and there were some bioweapons. Soul says, yeah, it depends. If it's not heavy, then you have a reason to get the plat to play more. Yeah, for me it has a lot to do with the fun factor. Like, if I play a game and I beat it and I really love it and I just want to play it more, but there's like no DLC, or maybe I play through the DLC and I still want to keep playing it, then I sort of look to trophies to give me an excuse to play the game again. And yeah, if I enjoy the game enough, then I'll just go for platinum just because I don't want to stop playing the game. So that's a good enough reason for me. Oh, what are you doing? Looks like you got killed by the Blue Knight. Soul says the magician is a bit OP, but don't worry about that if it's enjoyable for you. Well, like I said, my favorite class in RPGs is the spellcaster, whatever the most damaging spellcaster is. And so, because it's my favorite class, and because Demon's Souls happens to be the first game in the series, that's why I chose it. But I did want to go with Magician over Royalty. And that was more so due to the story background. Like, the story background of Royalty is you were sort of raised in sort of this noble estate, and you got the benefit of learning magic and swordplay early, and you have the rapier, and you have some other cool stuff like the silver coronet to expand your mana capacity, and you have the fragrant ring to give you early mana regen. And while that's all cool, I like the story background of the magician. The magician's just a commoner. He's just a commoner who happened to, like a town magician who just happened to learn magic. And I like that. I like that you're just like a normal person who just happened to stumble across, well, maybe not stumble across, but you happen to sort of learn magic that way rather than being like formally taught. And that's why I chose Magician. But I'm really, really enjoying it. Creepy says, Rondo of Blood was a good Castlevania game. We will get to that, Creepy. That is on our list. Soul says, yeah, I got you. I enjoy usually as a knight, but I always make a different character to try all builds. Cool, cool. Creepy says, I usually go for the strength and dex hybrids. Get him! Get him! Yeah! Oh! Oh! Ah! Didn't work out for you. Good attempt, though. Good attempt. Hello. Oh, naughty. Naughty Axeman. Beware the sounds ahead. I don't remember if there's a third person in here just waiting to throw a firebomb at us. I always forget. Let me see. Nope, guess not. Okay. I died that way twice, I think, in my first playthrough. I don't remember if it was a firebomb or he just attacked me with a weapon. But, like, I walked in and he was just standing right here looking this way. And I think it was the Axeman, and he killed me because I had taken some damage from battling the Blue Knight. And I was short on grass. So there's Ostrava. We're not going to save him yet. We're going to clear out some more enemies, so when he does start wandering around, he doesn't get himself killed. You there! I'm coming for you. Ooh, that was a bit close. Yes! But what would you say is your favorite Souls... Oh, you're leaving. I need to go, guys. See you soon. Thanks, Orfeo. You're welcome, Soul. I look forward to talking with you more about the Souls series. Getting your take on how you compare Demon's Souls to the other Souls games. And how you compare them in terms of difficulty. And which one might be your favorite? Your fave is Dark Souls 1. Cool. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say Dark Souls 1 is the favorite. Lorelei says, so I'm guessing you're not a huge fan of RE6, Creepy? He says it's alright as a game, but a terrible Resident Evil. Alright. Dark Souls 1 is Creepy's favorite as well. That's cool. Dark Souls 1 has amazing world level and boss design. No worries, I'll be here with you the whole series, so I'm looking forward to that. Oh, thank you, Soul, thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Let's go for you first. Yes! Oh, closer. There we go. No! Ah! The ground is stopping me! The ground is my true enemy. Uh-oh. Ooh! Hooray for iframes! Oh no. Oh no! There we go. Oh boy. You're next. Yes! No one can stop me. I am Orfeo, master of the mad magic. Oh, wait. I'm forgetting something. I think I'm forgetting something. Oh, no, I got it. Okay, never mind. Ooh, did you get caught back here? You did get caught back here. Aww. I missed something. It just occurred to me. By seeing her die, I think she was using the scimitar. And I missed picking that up out here. The shield she was using looked like a buckler shield, which means that she was a member of royalty. But she wasn't using a rapier. There we go. I'm really starting to run low on magic. There we go. Are there any still alive down there? Yes, there are. Okay. Watch yourself. Got them both. Yes. Ah. 3 shards of hardstone and 3 shards of sharpstone. Okay. See you guys. I need to go. Thank you, you too. Alright, Soul. Thank you again. And Fusion is here. Hello, Fusion. How are you doing tonight? Fusion has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome, Fusion, to our stream for the very first time. Again. And Fusion has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers to you, Fusion. Oh, more backwards writing. Let's see if we can decipher it. In as few errors as possible. Fusion says, I is here. Orfeo is still on probably the same playthrough. No, this is a new playthrough. This is our 3rd playthrough. I assume the 2nd, 3rd now. Well, let's see if he can push through tonight. Possible 8-hour stream incoming. No. We have a set plan. I don't think it's going to take 8 hours. Though it could. Drink up. Oh, I did it. Ah, yes, welcome, Fusion, welcome. I enjoy the effort you put into having me decipher the backwards messages. But yes, this is the very beginning of our 3rd playthrough. This is New Game Plus Plus. And how are you doing tonight, Fusion? We are going for the Platinum Trophy. We have to beat this game 4 times. So we're halfway through now. And, oh, I missed this too. And, Unknown Soldier's Soul. Is that everything? That's everything. I guess we can go this way. And this, yes, is the very beginning of our third playthrough. And tonight's plan is pretty simple. We are running around through the Archstone of the Small King. This is Boletaria Palace. And at the end of last playthrough, we beat the final boss. But he did soul suck us, and that killed us. Luckily, we fought him again right after that, and we were able to beat him. And so we got all of our souls back, which is why I'm holding over 500,000 souls. But you can't level up at the very end of the game. So I have to hold on to all of these souls and not die until I beat the boss at the in this level, basically. So we have to play through the very beginning of the game flawlessly, or at least without dying, and kill the first boss. Then I can return to the Nexus, and then I can level up again, get my level back that was stolen from me. So that is what we're trying to do. After that, we're going to rearrange some of our spells, we're going to level up, and then we're going to return to the Boletarian Palace and slay the Red Dragon. Then we're going to topple the Tower Knight, and then we are going to rescue Yuria the Witch, and that will be our stream for the night. So we have quite a few objectives in there. Fusion says, good, just got home a bit ago from work. Nice.
Please, help me. I am trapped, surrounded by Dreglings.
I will try. Fusion has redeemed highlight my message. Ooh, I got 3 in one show, in one shot. I got 2 right there. Nice. Fusion says, don't spend souls until you hit 1 million or you lose the challenge. No way. Some turpentine. I am not that confident in myself, Fusion, to hold that many souls. Also, we are playing online. Now, we have connected to the fan server, and that is how we are going to finish playing through our Demon Souls playthroughs. And that also means, unknown soldier soul, that also means we can be invaded. And if we are invaded and killed, we lose everything. So that sort of heightens things up even more. That makes things more unpredictable. And yes, I'm not brave enough to undertake that kind of challenge.
My thanks for your brave rescue. I am Ostrava of Boletaria. Accept this as a token of my gratitude.
It says brass telescope, but he doesn't actually give you the brass telescope, which is kind of cool. If I go into my inventory, it's... Oh, it is here! That's interesting. In our second playthrough, it wasn't there anymore. I wonder if I still have it in my bank.
Now I must go. There is something for me to take care of.
The voice actor sounds a lot different between the PS3 original and the PS5 remake for Ostrava.
No matter how far I venture, only the Soul Staff remain. Is there a single sane person left in Boletaria? No matter how far, is there a...
Okay. Now he should be safe. We've killed everyone that could kill him. I just remembered that we did miss something else. And so for completionist's sake, we will backtrack a bit to get it. And that is the Thief's Ring that was on the platform that Ostrava was standing on. There we go. Fusion says, that's why losing 0.5 mil to 1 mil souls is content. Living life on the edge. That's a little too edgy for me. I have seen some people do soul level 1 playthroughs. I always think that's impressive. Just a moment. Oh wow, a lot of stuff. Hold on. Okay. Revolution says you can still get very good damage at soul level 1 with one of the basic weapons. Yeah. In the Demon Souls Discord that I'm a member of, they actually do that. They do multiple soul level 1 runs, and they do crazy soul level 1 runs. Like, they'll post videos of them beating a boss at soul level 1, with no rolls, no item usage, no blocking, no parrying, and they'll do it. They'll pull it off. Oh geez, no rolls? Yeah. The true Demon Soul starts here. The Thief's Ring. So there are some people who get like really, really into this. Oh, that was close. I almost fell in the fire. There are some people who get like really, really good at this, and I really find that level of skill quite admirable. But that is not a level of mash. Oh, I got so scared right there for a moment. I saw him glowing gold. I'm like, whoa, is this like a new game plus boss I didn't know about, or a mini boss or something? But that is not a level of mastery I plan on attaining. I was saying earlier how I am playing this, or rather replaying this, mainly because I find it fun. And that's why I'm going for Platinum. And such a daunting challenge I would not find fun. I think I would find that too stressful to be fun. Oh, wrong way. Don't bother with nothing. I never understand what that message is supposed to mean. Alright, we should have all of our HP back. There we go. Let's continue. Okay. Oh. He released the boulders here and they crushed him. Attack! The next enemy's weakness is you. I think the next enemy's weakness are these boulders. one survived. He's a hardy crossbowman there. Good on you. Good on you. Wait, is that two? That's two. Two of them survived. And now two of them died. Oh, the soldier's lotus. Nice. Now I've done it. This next part to me was a very hard challenge in New Game. The two pikemen hiding around the corner on the left. Very, very hard. I think they killed me once or twice in New Game. And they killed him too. They deal so much damage and they're so fast. Supposedly, they're very easy to parry, but I'm not good at parrying, and I actually stopped playing with a sword quite a while ago in Demon Souls. So, I mean, I can parry with my what is it called? With my catalyst. Like that I could do, but... Wait, can I do that? No, I can't. I don't think I can. No, you can't. I can whack them with my catalyst. I'm in trouble. Please recommend this message. No. Safe place. Usually parries are reserved for small to medium shields. Yeah. Use bows on the next enemy. And there they are. Or rather, there they aren't. Since this is pure White World tendency, the dragons are not here. So we can take our time and loot everything. And there's the Lord's Path, the long winding bridge leading to the next boss. The Tower Knight. And that, I think, is the first time we're going to run into the Red Dragon is running across that bridge. There's treasure ahead. Ooh. Two shards of Archstone. Two Full Moon Grass. Try falling through. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Did this person actually try it? Oh no. Oh. You poor soul. And he says, that looks like an umbrella in your right hand. I guess it looks a little like an umbrella. That's the rough PS3 graphics right there, though FromSoft has never been known for their graphics. If you have White Soul tendency, you can proceed. Actually, even if you have Neutral Soul tendency, you can proceed. It just gets a lot trickier in that case. Can't carry any more of these. Where's my limit at? What's my item carry capacity? Okay, my item burden is still kind of low. I should still be able to pick stuff up at some point. Valuable item. The Purple Flame Shield. Nice. Renowned Soldier Soul. Another Renowned Soldier Soul. Ring of Flame Resistance. Ring of Great Strength. Oh. I think he was probably killed by the Blue Dragon's Tail Whip. What about you? Nope. killed by the red dragon's fire for that one. Yes, but it is supposed to be a sword. And it is a very unique sword. You can only get one of them in the game, and you don't buy it, you have to find it. Though it's not very well hidden. All right, so we cleaned out that entire area. Now we're almost to the boss. All we have to do is make it across this bridge, pull the lever, then make it downstairs, and that's it. We've made it. We made it to the first boss. And using the Soul Ray spell, the first boss should be very, very easy. Watch out. Whoa, that was close. The first boss is weak to fire, but it's kind of hard to damage the boss with fire. I thought I was safe there. It's kind of hard to damage the boss with fire because it's wearing a shield over its face, and so it actually blocks. Uh-oh. It actually blocks a lot. Oh! He got me. But it actually blocks a large amount of fire damage. If you're using fire magic, you actually have to hit one of the Hippolyte demons that envelop the Phalanx boss twice. But if you're using the weakest spell in the whole game, Soul Arrow, the magic of the Soul Arrow just passes right through the Hippolyte demon's face shield like it doesn't even exist. And the Soul Ray, being an upgraded version of the Soul Arrow, does the same thing. But the Soul Ray also has piercing damage. And the reason why that's good is because the Hippolyte demons, which act as armor for the Phalanx boss, can't protect the Phalanx boss. So I can just run up to it, cast Soul Ray, it'll hit the Hippolyte demon, pass through it, and then hit the Phalanx boss. And so I'm going to annihilate that Phalanx boss really, really quickly. Unless the Hippolyte demons just destroy me with their spears. We'll see. I am just annihilating everyone here. Wait, there wasn't any items over here, was there? Oh, I heard it. I heard him fire the arrow. Can't carry any more of those. Naughty, naughty archers. One left. Coming for you. Yes! Alright, what's this? Can't carry anymore. Did I get everything? Yeah, okay. Hi. Hello there. Now there's an item down here. Unknown Soldier Soul. And let's pop them just for fun. 2 Renowned Soldier Souls. Worth 800 souls apiece. Wow. I didn't know they were worth that much. And an Unknown Hero Soul. 400. And 4 Unknown Soldier Souls. 200 apiece. I like how in the remake, you can just say, I want to use all of these souls or pop all of these souls of a given type at the same time, and it lets you do that, whereas in the PS3 original, you have to pop them one by one. Okay. Shortcut number 2. And the opening to the boss arena. Dark Souls 1 Remake lets you do that as well. Nice. OG Dark Souls 1 did not. Well, we will be playing the remake. Left. Oh, there's someone else here. Oh, he doesn't even see me. That's weird. He says, "Where are you going? Hold on. Wait, come back." That was kind of a waste. I could have just snuck up on him and backstabbed him. Slave shield. Let's get back some of our mana. And let's also heal up a bit. There we go. Four little pots of turpentine. The first time I ever came up here and did this, I had 2 pikemen rush me. And that's never happened again. I don't know if it's just something that only happens in the first playthrough of this game, or how they heard me. I don't know what happened exactly, but yeah, it's never happened since then, and I don't know why. Alright, we're back at full HP. Put the Ring of Magical Sharpness back on. We're almost at 600,000 souls. I think after we beat the first boss, we're going to be able to level up twice. That's going to be pretty awesome. We're going to hit our cap again for magic, and then we're going to throw the other point into intelligence. Maybe by the time we get the Platinum Trophy, we can also max out our intelligence. So we can have a ridiculously high mana bar. We got 2 back there. I thought there were 3 though. Oh, there's the 3rd one. He's hiding. All right. I missed all 3. That's pretty bad. All right, there's one down. Come on. Stop throwing fire bombs. Come out here and face me. Because I don't want to go in there and face you. Can I peek inside there? Where are you? Oh, there's one of them. Hello. Ah! I thought the doorway was right there. I was going to run back outside and lure him out. Well, that didn't work out too well. I'm a bit surprised that I didn't take more damage from that, though. I'm not really wearing any heavy armor. This is just, it's all cloth. Maybe it was just like a glancing blow. Maybe that's what it was. right. Let's get that ring back on. All right. Now, as we descend these stairs, this is the first time we begin to encounter the Hippolyte demons. I like how the game sort of introduces you to the Hippolyte demons before you actually get to fight the Phalanx boss, so it's not a complete surprise. Well, unless you open the gate and then you die, and then you respawn back at the beginning of the level via the Archstone. That happens to some people, and then they just are like, I'm not going to continue run through all the level just to get back to where I died, and they're like, they don't really care about their souls. They just run straight into the boss room, and it's a pretty big shock for them. Okay. Moment here. All right. I feel this is a bit risky, but I do have to use the restroom, and so I am going to step away, and I will be back in probably in a couple of minutes. My coffee cup is also empty, so I'm going to refill that. I say it's a bit risky because I'm in body form. In this area, the boss is still alive, so I could potentially be invaded and killed before I even get back. Hopefully that doesn't happen, though. So we will see. Yeah, I'll chance it. All right, BRB. All right. I am back. Hello, everyone. Sorry I stepped away to use the restroom and get some more delicious coffee. Let's get the webcam back on. Here we are. All right. Hello, everyone. Oh, we have some new visitors. Let me scroll up, see what I missed. Ah, Charles is raiding. Hello, Charles. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How went your stream, my friend? Oops. There we go. Shout out to Charles. Let's see what you were playing. Ah, just chatting. What were you just chatting about? Hello, simp for the devil. Huzzah! Huzzah indeed. Greetings and salutations. Every time I read that, I can hear Charles' voice in my head. Feels pumpkin, man. I'm actually drinking pumpkin spice coffee. It's quite good. Charles says, I do believe Lord Orpheus was taking a break, but we raid anyway. Yes, yes indeed. Sorry about that. I had to empty my bladder and fill my coffee cup. There seems to be a hodgepodge on his cranium. I think of it as a very large bugle potato chip. My fave thing about Halloween is the fact I can dress up without people thinking I'm odd, says Charles. Ah. That is a good one, Charles. That is a good one. Yes, that is the question of the week for all those who are curious. Charles says, and you are right. His head is wrapped in an enchanted blanket. Yes. It was crafted probably by a fan of Linus from Peanuts, if you're familiar with that series. He always walks around with his blankie. And hello, Adam, for Christ. Welcome, welcome. All streamers are entitled to their breaks. Thank you for your understanding. I want an enchanted blanket. Yes. Having it blanket. It's enchanted with my body heat. That works. Hello, Legend of Jesus World Waker. All I have are disenchanted sweaty socks. Oh. Well, they're sort of enchanted with your sweat and your scent. All right, I must away, but blessings be upon Lord Orfeo. I hath dumped my catch of fine fish a-poke upon thee, with only the most magnanimous intent. Lurk. Very well, Charles. Thank you for the raid. Enjoy your lurk. I hope your rest goes well. He says restrooms are for rich people. Sleep well, Charles. Indeed, this is one of my first just chatting streams. I was feeling ill, so we just chatted. And then later in the day, we watched Dead Poets Society in the Discord. Oh, good movie, good movie. That is one of my favorite Robin Williams films. He was such a good actor. It was beautiful, it was. Enchanting to contain all that Souls lore. Adam says, I like all the horror movies that come out and are shown on TV during this time of year. I agree, Adam. Also, the creepy games people play here on Twitch. Ditto. Oh, I was looking for my controller. It's in my lap. Yes, what are your favorite spooky movies, Adam? I am very fond of the old black and white classics. The Nosferatu, the Vampire, Night of the Living Dead. And I'm also a fan of the late 1980s horror movies as well, like Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th. Did I take off my HP regen ring? Let me see. I did not. Okay. I was thinking on that question earlier And I'm not entirely sure what the answer is, to be honest. If I were to pick anything, it might honestly be just the atmosphere of Halloween. How people are excited for candy, and yes, the movies and games people play, and people dressing up and sort of cosplaying. I don't know if that's really the right word to use for Halloween. The candy is always nice. Use two-handed attacks on the next enemy. Oh, that would have been a good idea. I never tried that before. Oh, how did you die? I am curious. Oh, you were fighting with a club. Oh no! It looks like he wasn't getting very far. And so he tried to retreat back up the stairs, but messed up and fell. That's sad. Funny, but sad. Shard of Sharpstone. Well, for those just getting here from the raid, and those who are still here, welcome, welcome. My name is Lord Orfeo. I first encountered Charles when he was streaming Anthem, which was, at the time, a game that I was still playing, and it is actually one of my favorite games of all time. It is in my top 10. And he gave the game a very fair shake. Not a lot of reviewers do, and I was really pleased about that. And then I later saw Charles start to stream Souls games. And once I did, he, along with two others, I would say I give credit for, started me down the path of the Souls series. They looked like a lot of fun to play. I heard before that the Souls series was very hard, very challenging, and I do like a good challenge, but I don't want to play a game just because it's hard. But seeing Charles play through it, the various games in the Souls series, and having so much fun, I wanted to give it a shot. And so I've owned the PS3 copy of Demon's Souls, that's what this is, for a long time, but I never played it, and so I popped it into the system, gave it a go, and I'm so glad I did, because I have totally fallen in love with Demon's Souls. And in fact, I enjoy it so much that I have decided to go for the Platinum Trophy. And in order to do that, I have to beat the game 4 times. And I'm committed to it. This is the very beginning of our third... Oh, I forgot about that one. This is the very beginning of our third playthrough. And things are going pretty smoothly so far. So if you are into the Souls series, large Sharpstone shard. Nice. Then you are welcome to stick around and keep me company. If Souls aren't exactly your thing, can't care anymore. What does this say? Poor guy. Yes, poor guy. Then do know that I am a variety streamer. I stream a little something different for each and every night of the week. Mondays, I do unique games, games that are not part of a series. Usually they're indie games, but not always. Currently we're streaming through Dante's Inferno on Mondays. That's been pretty wild. We made it all the way around. Good, good. Tuesdays, I do retro games, or contemporary games done in the retro style. And right now we're trying to get through Quake Remastered. We're playing through the, I think we're about halfway through the Dimension of the Past expansion. Morning, morning, Ratika, how are you doing? Worldwaker says, as long as it's a tame, almost kid-friendly kind of spooky. I like that atmosphere as well. I see. Like the Zombie Town thread, like the Zombie Town thread in Earthbound comes to mind. Feels good, man. I see, I see. I played a little bit of Earthbound. I didn't get too far in it. Ratika says, tired. Just going to work. Oh, you're on your way to work. Well, thank you for stopping in, Ratika. I hope you are... Hope your work shift goes easily for you. Shout out to Ratika, another variety streamer friend, last casting Medieval. Ratika's actually going for the Platinum Trophy in Medieval. Excuse me. And so we wish him well with that. But he tends to play pretty much everything. And he also got the Platinum Trophy in Elden Ring, if you are interested. So yes, if you're looking for another variety streamer to follow, he is an interesting one. Use flame weapons on the next enemy. No. Alright, here we go. First boss fight. Oh, I almost made a mistake. Let's take this off, and we're going to replace this with... Oh, there it is. The Ring of Avarice for more souls. Here we go. The boss known as Phalanx. We should be able... Oh my gosh! Well, that was some cockiness on my part, wasn't it? I'm like, oh, we're just gonna make quick work of this boss. Did he just jump? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Gotta get a clear shot here. There we go. That's what I needed. What do you want? What? Huh? What are you doing? Look how much damage I'm dealing without my bonus damage ring. Are you gonna come at me? Come at me. Come on. I don't care. I got this. I hope I got this. I think I got this. I think we're... Yeah, one more hit, we're good. Got him. Yes! 57-15, but then the bonus because of the Ring of Avarice. Do we get more? We do get more. 13,869 souls. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Ring of Avarice. Alright. Let's get our normal ring back on. There we go. Ring of Magical Sharpness, and collect some goodies. Let's see. Rentika says, yeah, I bought Rise of Iron DLC for Destiny 1. Nice. So I've got everything ready to start my Destiny 1 journey. Just need to finish up the medieval plat. I looked and I had level 36 character. That's pretty crappy weapons, and I've got no clue what I did last time on it. So I'll just delete it. Oh, okay. So you were playing it before, you got rid of it, and you're just going to make a new character. That's fine. That's fun. Oh, but we just got a raid, and I was... Shard of Sharpstone. I was going through my schedule for those who are interested. On Wednesdays, beware of the enemy's ambush. In the Discord, we watch anime together. This coming Wednesday, we'll be finishing the Konosuba movie, Legend of Crimson. And then afterwards, on Twitch, we are going to have a Just Chatting stream. We have one every Wednesday, going over stream and community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. Thursday is dedicated to role-playing games, and so that is what we're doing tonight with Demon Souls on New Game Plus Plus. Lead Demon Soul. Fridays are the opposite of Mondays. On Fridays, we play games that are part of a series. And right now, we're making our way through the Borderlands franchise. And tomorrow night, we'll be playing through episode 4 of Tales from the Borderlands. And Saturdays, we do spooky games. And we are playing through the Resurrection of Evil DLC for Doom 3. So, if any of those stream themes are of interest to you, then I encourage you to drop me a follow, and perhaps I will see you on some other day during the week. Alright, let's return to the Nexus. Tonight's stream plan is we are going to beat the Phalanx boss, which we have done, and oh, cutscene. Then we're going to level up. At the end,
Welcome back. The monumental awaits the above.
At the end of our last playthrough, or towards the end of our last playthrough, for those of you who know about Demon Souls, we fought a boss, the False King Allant, and he has a special move whereby he can drain your soul level, and he used that move to kill us.
The monumental will explain the nexus to thee.
We then ran all the way back to the boss and killed it, and we got all our souls back. But at that point in the game, you can't level up anymore. So we've had to hold on to over 500,000 souls through the very beginning of this playthrough, beat the first boss, and then return to the Nexus to gain that stolen level back. And we might even be able to gain an additional level from that. We'll see. But after we level up, after we talk to everyone here again, and reset our spells, we shall be returning through the Archstone of the Small King to the Boletarian Palace, and we will be slaying the Red Dragon. Then we shall be toppling the Tower Knight, and then rescuing Yuria the Witch. And that will be the night's stream. So we still have a fair bit of content left to go for the night. Ratika says, yeah, I'm going to make one of every class. That's what I did, Ratika. Destiny 1, I had an Exo Titan, a Human Hunter, and a Awoken Warlock. All three were really fun. Jameer says, why not regen some health and mana while grabbing your well-earned loot? Well, that's because as soon as I hop through the Archstone to return to the Nexus, I get all of my health and all of my mana back immediately. So that's why I didn't bother with it. Ratika says, I might have accidentally bought some Sword Art Online games. Accidentally? Kirby says, accept me. You see me basically every day of the week, even if you don't know it. Ooh, Creepy likes to creep around in the stream. Seems appropriate, considering he's named Creepy. And General Organa is here and has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers to you, General Organa. Creepy says, I lurk. Ah, I see, I see. Oh, I was just about to do that. Thank you for shouting out General Organa, Creepy. Yes. General Organa is somewhat new to the streaming world still. She is a variety streamer and last cast, as you can see, Lego Marvel Superheroes. She's done some other things as well. So if you want to give a follow to, like I said, a relatively new streamer, check her out. How are you doing tonight, General Organa?
The monumental awaits the above. The monumental will explain the nexus to thee.
Is it all she says until I speak to the monumental?
The monumental awaits the above. The monumental will explain the nexus to thee.
Okay.
Slive, I am impressed.
Thank you.
This is something that might interest you. The Black-robed Maiden of the Nexus looks after the flames. She's a ghost type, with eyes occluded by wax. She can control souls like no other. Bring her the souls of men and demons, and she will embolden your flesh and blood with their power. But beware. Do not devolve into a foul beast.
We certainly shall. Our first playthrough, we were more of a morally upright character, I guess you could call it. And we got the good ending. Our last playthrough, which was our second playthrough, we got the bad ending. And I actually want to get the bad ending one more time in this playthrough. And then we'll wrap things up on a positive note with the good ending on our fourth and final playthrough.
What's happened? Lost your nerve? No matter. Have a seat. We can sit here forever. At least we will be safe.
Alright. Creepy says, I believe there were also streaming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. That's right, Creepy, she was. Organa says, doing good tonight. That's good, Organa. Organa says, I just bought Lego Hobbit, so I might stream that as well. I was interested in Lego Hobbit. I wasn't sure if I'd get into it. I played the demo of Lego Lord of... I think it was Lego Lord of the Rings. And I didn't really care for it. But I've also seen some footage of Lego the Hobbit, and it looks fun. So I'll wait for your review. He says I got Lego Lord of the Rings. Thought I'd play it with nephew, but he didn't want to. Aww. Ratika says I got many Lego games, because PS Plus Premium. Good for you, Ratika. Good for you. Alright, we're going to give this away. Jade hair ornament. A simple jade hair ornament. Could it belong to a poor little girl?
That hairpin, that belongs to my daughter. Then she didn't make it after all. My dearest little baby. She rests in peace. May I ask you a favor? Would you mind giving that hairpin? I'd like to have it in memory of my daughter.
Aww. Sure.
You're a saint. Thank you so much. Oh, I mustn't forget. It's not much, but please accept this as thanks. I'm a bit ashamed to say, but I found it one day, discarded on the main road. But it seems to possess a strange power. Anyway, I feel that you should have it. It will be happier in your hands.
Thank you, Thomas. Ring of Herculean Strength.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch on your belongings, rest assured.
Alright, let's get rid of some of the stuff we picked up along the way here. Oh, a couple stones of ephemeral eyes. What else? 2 shards of archstone. 5 pots of turpentine. In the remake, I believe they're called pine resin. Saint Orfeo. Eh. I suppose. Ratika says, I think my favorite Lego game is Lego Indiana Jones 2. I'm eventually looking forward to getting into the Lego games. I'm not sure which one I'll start with, though. Maybe... no, I'll probably save Lego Worlds for last. 11 firebombs. The brass telescope. Oh, I didn't realize I had another unknown hero soul. We will deposit the lead demon soul. Add that to our soul collection. The pure faint stone. Large sharpstone shard. 7 shards of sharpstone. 3 shards of hard stone. Anything else? The bastard sword. Scimitar. Mail breaker. Light crossbow. Slave's shield. Soldier's shield. Purple flame shield. Wooden bolts. Old ragged robes. Old ragged gloves. Old ragged boots. And let's put away our non-essential rings. Ring of flame resistance. Cling ring. Thief's ring. Ring of great strength. Ring of Herculean strength. Alright. Good. Back down to our bare minimum here.
If only something could be done to help him. You have a heart of gold. Don't let them take it from you. I'll
try not to, Thomas. I'll try not to. Let's pop the Unknown Hero soul for 400 souls. Alright. Back to the blacksmith.
Oh, good day to you. I can forge weapons for you. Fair price.
See if we can fix anything. Yes. Crisp Blade +5. Phosphorescent Pole +5. Monk's head wrappings. Oops. Venerable Sage's robe. Gloves. Boots. There we go.
And be thankful that I'm still in good health. Do come back alive. I need your business.
Alright. See if we can talk to everyone else here before progressing on to the monumental.
May the heavens gaze favorably upon you, Umbasa.
Umbasa. Morgana says, Lego Jurassic World is my favorite so far, with the Star Wars and Harry Potter games tied for second place. Ratika says, I might get a tattoo in December. Ooh, a tattoo of what, Ratika? I'm not sure I'll get into the Lego Star Wars games just because I'm not a big fan of Star Wars, but I'm definitely planning to play through all of the Lego Harry Potter games. A weak guy lies in wait ahead. Oh, that's not nice.
I have sinned. I swore allegiance to Saint Urbain, but was of no use to him. And now I have run away and abandoned.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
O Lord, punish me, for I have not the strength to punish myself. O Honorable One, I hesitate to imagine your present state. Deep within the darkness, where no light shall shine. Will you continue to pray, even in such misery?
We shall. Always. Organa says, my son's favorites are the Lego Marvel games. Oh, cool. Ortica says, Brand of Sacrifice from Berserk, or something Dark Souls related. Interesting, interesting.
Oh, you must be another disciple of God. I too am on a quest to fight the demons in the Nord. May I share God's power with you? Do not be bashful. We are both cut from the same cloth.
Just don't cut the cloth on my head. Oh, we've learned all his miracles already.
A miracle is a heavenly act, but spells are the acts of demons, the work of soul arts. They have similar effects, and yet one is clearly evil, and the other is clearly good. Magicians, in the end, are mere servants of the demons.
That's not polite. That's what our class is. We're a magician.
A miracle.
Yes,
they
yes,
have
yes.
magician.
Okay.
I see. You wish to train yourself in stoicism. Very well. I pray we meet again.
We may. I've thought of getting a tattoo myself, but I really can't think of anything that I would put on myself and always be happy that it's there. And that's kind of what's kept me from getting one. Like, the closest thing I would consider, or I have considered, of getting a tattoo of was, what was it? There are demons nearby. Oh, I forgot what it's called. It's a symbol. The Caduceus. Though I could be mispronouncing that. It's spelled Actually, I'm not even sure if I'm going to spell it right. Yeah, I think I did it. That's it right there. It is the symbol of Orfeo and Eurydice entwined around Hermes' staff. And you can probably guess how much I enjoy the tale of Orfeo, considering that is my stream name. And it's a very romantic symbol as well. And I am a romantic. So it kind of fits. But even then, I'm not sure that's something I would necessarily want on myself all the time.
Are you here to face the demons?
I am.
If so, please free Sage Frake the Visionary from the Dungeon of Latria. I will help you however I can teach you elementary spells. Sage Frake is a gleaming hope for humankind, but I have not the power to save him alone.
Learn spell. We've learned all his spells too. We are on our way. It's working out pretty well. Oh, I start to remember spell. Now we can finally reset all of our spells. Okay, good. Okay, what do we want? We're gonna go after the Red Dragon next. And we're probably gonna push on through to the Tower Knight at the same time. So yeah, let's get Soul Arrow. We want Soul Ray, we want Fireball, and we want... I guess we can do... Yeah, let's do that. Oh, I think I passed it. There we go. Homing Soul Arrow. Alright.
Frake is a great sage who systemized the magic of the soul arts to make it possible for humanization. By observing the state of Boletaria and the demons within it, he's likely to pave the way for greater things. All the more reason that I must meet Frake as soon as possible. All the more reason that I must...
Yes.
Be careful how you use it. Normally, it would not be granted to one such as yourself. I had to make an exception for the Sage Frake.
He's a little uppity, isn't he? Caduceus? Oh, you're touching... Okay, you're teaching me how to pronounce it. Thank you, Creepy. Caduceus. Caduceus? No, I think you would have separated the E in that case. Caduceus. Okay, Caduceus. Thank you, Creepy. Alright, let's see here. Since we freed up a spell slot, we no longer need to wear the Ring of Magical Nature, which gives us a 7th slot, so we can replace that with the Ring of Avarice. So that means on our way through killing the Red Dragon and the Tower Knight, we should be getting a lot more experience points, which is awesome! And who knows, maybe once we kill those next 2 bosses, we'll be able to level up a 3rd time. That would be pretty awesome. Alright, yeah, I think that's everyone down here. Let's make our way up the stairs and go speak to the Monumental. I remember the first time I did this, it took me like 15 minutes to find the Monumental. And I think it's pretty much like that with everybody. Because the screen, when it pans up, never shows you who or what the Monumental is. You just see the screen pan up and show you a statue. So you're like, oh, I guess the Monumental is a statue. The word monumental means big. So I guess it's this thing here, and some people just keep trying to talk to it. And they're like, I don't know what to do. I don't understand what's going on. Coward. Oh, I like that. Someone's making fun of the fact that people die here on purpose, so that they don't risk getting invaded in body form or lowering their world tendency. There it is again, the War Scythe. We talked about that earlier. A lot of people seem to use that in the PS3 version. This is it. The reason why I play mostly in body form is I knew about the strategy early on in Demon Souls, where people kill themselves intentionally so they don't lower their world tendency. But I wanted to play the game as if I didn't know that. And so I just played in body form. And I'm glad I did that, because I kind of got used to being cautious. And I do enjoy the greater HP of body form. And yeah, once you get kind of used to it, it's not bad. I mean, it's kind of bad if you get invaded, but as long as you don't get invaded, it's not bad at all. And so now I just always play this game in body form. And there's the Monumental. You know, I was always curious, and I think we'll try at the end of this playthrough, if you can fight the Monumental, if you can actually kill him. So far as I know, the only unkillable NPC in the game is the Maiden Block. But I don't know about the Monumental. I don't even know if we will try to attack you. But like I said, end of this playthrough, we'll give it a C.
We have long awaited you, Slayer of Demons. I am one of the Monumentals. We preserve the fabric of reality. There is something found us to know.
Okay.
Once, we too, a scourge of demons faced.
Tell me about it.
In the distant past, under a benevolent rule, the world was united, owing to all arts. Until a lust for power caused the awakening of the Old One. Across the land stood a colorless, deep fog, and the world faced extinction at the hands of the demons. Thanks be, we were able to lull the Old One back to slumber, yet only after the loss of innumerable souls, and half the world lost, erased by the fog. In order to mend the fabric of what land still remained, we entrusted 6 elders with 6 precious archstones. 1 to the king of a small yet distant land. 1 to the king of the burrowers underground. 1 to the wise queen of the great ivory tower. 1 to the chieftain of lost and ill-fortuned souls. 1 the shaman of the tempest-worshipping shadowmen. And the last to the great giants of the northern lands. The archstones were placed at nodes across the earth. They contained the Old One inside this nexus and banned the soul arts. Finally, we became monumentals, half-living sentinels of the fabric of reality. Alas, the other monumentals have perished, and only I remain.
By the power...
Now it is your turn. You must lull the Old One back to its slumber, and seal it away for all eternity.
By the power of...
If not, the deep fog will absorb all that
I don't like interrupting you.
Have you the strength to accept this mission?
By the power of the Monumentals, the 4 sealed archstones have been released. Now, I've seen a lot of people not know about this. Actually, some people don't even wait for him to finish speaking. They just wander off, and so they miss it. But if you stay here and you hear him speak and he gives you this prompt, you can choose yes or no, and this actually holds weight. And I think that's cool. It's such a simple decision right at the beginning of the game. But if you say yes, I accept the mission, And during your playthrough, so long as one boss is left alive in the whole game, if you achieve pure white world tendency, I'm sorry, not pure white world, if you achieve pure white character tendency, and then you come back and speak to the Monumental again, he will give you the Friend's Ring, or the Friend Ring. And the Friend Ring makes you stronger. I think it boosts your damage output by 40%, which is awesome. But it only does so when you're in soul form, and it only does so when you're helping another player. So you have to assume soul form and then join them in their world. Then you can have the Friend Ring on, and you get a huge damage bonus to all of your damage, whether it's a spell, a miracle, a melee attack, and there's no drawbacks. So that is something that's really, really cool. But you have to say, yes, I accept the mission. If you say no, then even if you get pure white character tendency and you come back, he won't give you the ring. So it's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. I'm going to say no, because when you say no, he says something kind of creepy.
Yes, I see. That is unfortunate. You should know that you will be imprisoned in the Nexus forever. Just like the poor Candle Maiden.
The fact that he, like, laughs at the end is very creepy to me.
You must destroy all the demons if you wish to be freed from the curse of the Nexus. The Old One, without the demons to feed its souls, will seek a new servant and lure you to its bosom. You must lull the Old One back to slumber, for your own sake as well as for ours. You must lull the...
Okay. Yeah, how did you die? Oh, you ran back? And you fell. Okay. There's some items up here. There's actually 2 items up here I never knew about. It wasn't until I was just browsing through random YouTube videos, and I found out that 2 items I thought were exclusive to the PS5 remake are also in the PS3 version. And they're items... Not that one. But they're items... I don't even know if you can see them from here, really, because I never saw them. But they're items... There's one right there. See that character laying down on the left-hand side of the screen? There's one, and then there's one other someplace else. And if you just try to drop from here and get them, you'll die from the fall, and you won't be able to scoop them up. But those items are in the PS5 remake, and they're also in the PS3 original. I never knew that. I thought they were exclusive to the PS5 remake. So it's really cool that they exist here. And I totally forgot to pick them up. I didn't know about them at all in my first playthrough. In the second playthrough, towards the end, I forgot to pick them up. Stone of Ephemeral Eyes. But we will eventually try to collect those. Maybe closer to the end of our playthrough. Since I mostly play in body form, I'm kind of hesitant to try, because if I mess up, then I will have to... well, I mean, I have plenty of Stones of Ephemeral Eyes. I just don't like dying, I guess you could say. That's the reason why. Alright. Before we head back down, we are going to go further up. Now, if you're playing this offline, you're not going to get to do this. But if you're playing this online, and since I'm connected to the private server, we can do that. You get to explore an additional area of the Nexus that you normally would not be able to. The Pantheon. And the Pantheon just has different records of different players. Uniter of the world. And I think this is like maybe the first person called Ghost of Arcade to have beaten Demon Souls. Maybe? 30 trophies, 69 deaths. Played for 21 hours, 42 minutes, 2 seconds his first time through. Nice. That's the old Sage gear. That's what I'm wearing. I'm guessing it's Crescent Falchion he has. That scales with magic. And the Dark Silver Shield, which is arguably the best shield in the game. It stops 100% of physical damage and 100% of magic damage. And you can actually see all of his stats, exactly what gear he uses. I was right, Crescent Falchion +4. Oh, and he has Crisp Blade +5. Wow. What's that? He actually set the Nexial Binding as an item. I've never seen anyone do that before. Interesting. But I find this kind of stuff to be pretty cool. Uniter of the World Local. I'm not really sure what that means. But yeah, you can look at all these different images. I'm not going to do that. You can actually look at the statues of the Nexus. You can actually see some of the characters and some of the souls down there that we can still collect from all the way up here. That's pretty neat. But if you come over here and then you run all the way over here on the left, I have learned that there is one more Stone of Ephemeral Eyes. There we go. Alright, we'll head back downstairs. We shall give these to Thomas. And then we'll speak to the Maiden in Black again and level up. We'll finally get our max magic stat back from having its soul sucked out of us at the end of our last playthrough. Oh. But the reason I chose to talk to the Monumental and reject his offer is because at the end of my first playthrough I had built up pure white character tendency, and so I got the friend ring. And then during our second playthrough, before I became a naughty boy and darkened my soul to pitch black, at the very beginning I still had pure white character tendency at the very beginning of the second playthrough. And so when I spoke to the Monumental again, when I was forced to speak to the Monumental just like I was now, he also gave me the friend ring. So I already have 2 friend rings. And at the end of our second playthrough, like I said, we became a pure black character tendency, and we unlocked and completed the Mephistopheles quest, and that got us the Foes ring. And I kind of want to obtain one more Foes ring, that way I have 2 friend, 2 foe rings. No real reason for that. You don't get a trophy or anything. You can't wear them both at the same time. Well, you can't wear like 2 friend rings at the same time or 2 foe rings at the same time. But I just want to have them, just to have like 2 sets. And so I know I'm not going to get the friends ring again this playthrough, so I just rejected the offer just to hear his eerie dialogue. Alright, let's go to Thomas first.
Thank goodness you're safe. I was worried sick about you.
Thomas always worries so. There we go. That's everything, right? Yeah, we dropped everything else off. Okay.
We are indebted to you, for you fight on our behalf.
That's true. And my behalf.
Brave soul, who fears not death, prithee, lull the old one back to its ancient slumber.
Now it's neat. Some people even don't know how to level when they first play this game, because they're like, I talked to everyone in the Nexus, I don't know how to level up. And if they're on stream, people are like, no, just go back and talk to her again. But what's cool and what is something that I did not know about is that if you tell her no, if you reject her offer of learning, well, not learning, but of using souls to level up, she'll excuse herself, like she'll apologize to you, and she actually gives you a little bit of extra unique lore or story that you didn't know about. And then you can talk to her again, and then you can eventually accept to use souls, and then she'll just let you level up. But I think that's pretty neat that that happens. Just a moment here. Okay. Alright, there we go. For those who don't know what I'm doing when I kind of like look to the side, I'm like addicted to this game now. There's another game I started playing, and I'm kind of wondering if I could actually stream it on the side. I don't know if that's possible from a mobile phone. But this game is called Evony, E-V-O-N-Y, and there we go. That's the game screen right there. I'm leveling up my art hall, and I thought it was like a simple puzzle game. I just wanted something to play when I'm not streaming, something simple, and it looked like a simple puzzle game. And then after you solve so many puzzles, and it's free by the way, after you solve so many puzzles, the game's like, okay, you can't solve anymore. You have to level up your city first. And it's like, your city? You have to do building stuff? I don't want to do building stuff. But I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's not going to be so bad. I'll just push through it just so I can play more of the puzzles. And so I started doing that, and I actually got like super into the city building stuff. And then later on, you find there's more than just city building and puzzles. There's also battles you can take place in, and you can go and you can mine and you can farm and you can do other things, and you can join alliances and you can team up to take down large bosses. And it's like, this game has a lot of stuff in it. And yes, it does have microtransactions that arguably do make the game pay to win, but I am not doing that. I feel like sometimes it's tempting to like plop down $5 and get like a ridiculous amount of supplies, but I feel like doing that would cheapen the game experience for me. I want to sort of beat the game for free as much as possible. I guess Radio, some of you may know who I'm talking about, another variety streamer, she kind of feels the same way about Genshin Impact. And yeah, free-to-play games can be really fun, but sometimes if you spend money on something, it seems like it takes away some of the excitement, some of the enjoyment away. And so I'm really enjoying my time with Ebony. This is like the 4th day I've been playing it, and whenever I'm not streaming, I'm playing it. And now, like, whenever I am streaming, if I can find time to like just rest and talk to stream, it's like right here next to me, and I'm just like doing stuff on the side. But the stuff I'm doing now is like, it's minor. It's like I have to build a building, and in real world time, to improve this building takes 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 35 more seconds. And I can't really do anything else. So it's like, I may as well just click on it, say upgrade, then put it down and just focus on stream again, you know, until like another hour or so goes by, and then I can look at it and do something else. But if anyone is looking for a mobile game recommendation from me, Evony is a lot of fun. Let me type that into the stream chat. There we go. I know it's on Android. I'm playing it on Android. It's probably also on iOS. All right, let's get back to Demon Souls.
What is it? Dost thou see soul power?
No.
I understand. Pray, forgive me. Perhaps my opinion of you was wrong. I'm sorry.
She apologizes like so politely. And some people, when they do select it, they freak out because they don't know, like, that was who you're supposed to talk to level up. I'm like, no! Am I stuck now? Can I not level up for the rest of the game? Do I have to restart the whole game in order to level up? And that's not the case.
I have always been here in this Nexus. I was here when the Old One awakened, and I will be here when it rests once again.
That's the part of the story right there that you never get to hear if you just select, yeah, I want to level up, give me soul power. So if you're looking at lore in this game, that's pretty cool. When the Old One was first awakened, she was already here at the Nexus. And then when it went into slumber, she'll still be here and she'll always be here. So it kind of makes you wonder what her role is really in the grand scheme of things. At one point she was a demon and she acted on the behalf of the Old One. And from what I gather of the lore of Demon Souls, it was the Old One, the first demon, who created a lot of the other demons. But she says she was here since the beginning. So does that mean that she was the first demon to be created by the Old One? Or does that mean the creator created her and the Old One? I don't know. Maybe the Old One made her first. That would be interesting. That would make her incredibly powerful. That would also explain how she's able to lull the Old One back to sleep. Actually, if I think of the lore, if I logically try to deduce this, she probably is the first demon who was made by the Old One. Because the Old One was made by the Creator, and it's supposed to be such a powerful demon that you can't kill it. You can lull it to sleep, and you can imprison it, but you can't ever kill it. And even at the end of the game, when she has your help, you still don't kill the Old One. You can only put it back to sleep. And so, if she was created at the same time as the Old One, granted they could have just been created at the same time but at different power levels, but I would think if she's as old as the Old One, that maybe she would be on its power level and she could just kill it with your help. But that's pretty cool. Maybe she was like the very first demon. That is pretty neat. Anyway, let's get up to leveling up here.
What is it? Dost thou seek soul power?
We do now. Yes.
So it. After all, thou requirest strength. Go forth, touch the demon inside me. Let these ownerless souls become thine own. As for me, I am to tend to the flames. I keep the candles lit and serve the brave demon slayers who are trapped here.
I think that's all she ever says.
I keep the candles lit and serve the brave demon slayers who are trapped here.
Pretty much. We're still going to talk to everyone every time we kill a boss, though. Oh, well, every time we kill a main boss, I should say. Alright, seek soul power.
Soul mind key to life's ether. Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
So the world might be mended. Magic power increases from 9800 to 9900. We are back at our magic cap. Okay. Yay! Little dash marks after it. That's awesome. We can't level up anymore. We can't level up magic anymore, I should say. Alright, let's get our calculator here, so we can keep track of how many more souls we need to level up. And there we go. Okay, so we need 310,145 souls to level up. And we have 306,776. So that's not a lot. That's like another That's less than 4,000, so that's like 3,000, like 3,500 souls. That's almost nothing. Okay. Let's begin our trek. And you know what? I think we're actually going to go slay the Red Dragon. Instead of continuing all the way through to the Tower Knight, we're just going to slay the Red Dragon, turn around and come right back and level up again. Then we're going to go after the Tower Knight. But it feels good to have gained our magic back, our max magic stat back.
Art thou done? May thine strength help the world be mended.
Alright. First mandatory boss, Phalanx. Defeated. Next, the first optional boss, the Red Dragon. Phalanx Archstone. Past the huge Boletarian castle gates lies the Cliff Pathway, now a feeding ground for dragons, which leads to the inner ward where the knights live. I still had a grip on my coffee mug when I set it down the desk. I almost pulled it off. Alright. Oh, there wasn't anything on the sides of this arena, were there? I don't remember there being anything. Let's check the other side real quick. I don't want to leave anything behind. No. No, okay. It's nice having all my regular spells back, too. I always have 4 spells on my character. The first spell I have is always a low-tier spell. It's either Soul Arrow or Flame Toss, depending upon the enemies that I fight against. If they're... Oh, you can hear the dragon already. If they're strong... Wait a second, we missed something. If they're resistant to fire or strong against fire, then I use Soul Arrow. If they're weak to fire, then I bring Flame Toss with me. I want to check something real quick. We missed an NPC, and I'm wondering whether or not we missed the NPC because I just didn't see him, or because he's not here. If he's not here, that's a bit confusing. Actually, it may not be confusing. We'll see. No, he's not here. Okay. I was looking for Ostrava. If you rescue him, and I think if you just turn around and run back to the Archstone and return to the Nexus, he's sitting up there, and you can speak to him. But I think once you beat the boss, then instead of returning to the Nexus, he just moves along to his next trap that he gets caught up in. Okay. Oh, but the spells. Yes, the spells. So yeah, for mana efficiency, Soul Arrow and... I was going to show you, but I don't have it on me. And Flame Toss are actually the 2 most mana efficient spells in the entire game. Meaning, if you break down how much damage you get per spell versus how much mana it costs to cast that spell, the mana to damage ratio is the highest, with Soul Arrow for being first and Flame Toss being second, unless an enemy is weak to fire, then it's first. So just to help save on mana, you always want one of the lowest tier spells. I like Soul Arrow here because at times you can still fight these things, and like I said before, they are resistant to fire. At least their shield faceplate is resistant to fire, but magic just goes right through them. And so the cheapest spell in the game, Soul Arrow, can one-shot them. At least it can with how I have my character equipped, which is pretty awesome. The second spell that I always like to carry, actually the second and third spell, are spells that I always like to keep the same. And they are my crowd control spells. And Shard of Sharpstone. They are Soul Ray and Fireball. Soul Ray is good because if you have an enemy... excuse me, hiccup. If you have a line of enemies, one in front of the other, Soul Ray has piercing damage, and so you'll cast it to hit the first enemy in the line. It will hit that enemy, pass right through, hit the second enemy, and it will hit as many enemies as there are in a line. Shard of Sharpstone. So if you are looking to kill a lot of enemies who are running at you in single file, then Soul Ray is the way to go. If, on the other hand, the enemies are shoulder to shoulder, then Fireball is a better option. And that's because Fireball has an AoE. It explodes. Now, the AoE is very small on Fireball, but if the enemies are clumped somewhat closely together, you can hit them all with a single spell. 10 throwing knives. And so you're always trying to maximize your damage, but also your mana at the same time. Shard of Hardstone. So even though we have mana regen, you never want to use more mana than you have to for a given enemy or situation. 2 Shards of Sharpstone. Because you might, even if you've played the game and you feel you've mastered it, you might mess something up. And you might forget about a certain enemy or enemies, and then they'll ambush you, and then you're in a lot of trouble. Then you have to very quickly dial back, perhaps even to your boss killer spell, or to a different crowd control spell, and you may not have the mana with which to do it. So it's always good to try to prioritize mana, unless you're just in a really tense situation where damage matters more, and you do come across those situations in the game. My heart's breaking. Yeah, the poor horse. Oh, we just walk right over it. We can't carry any more. Oh, I think that's a higher level healing item, but we're maxed on those. Okay. I never remember looking back here before in any of my playthroughs. And the last spell you want is the Boss Killer. And so far as I'm concerned, there are 2 good Boss Killer spells, though one is definitely better than the other. There's a... Okay, he's still alive. There's a Strava crouched down behind that gate over there.
Hello? You yonder. Over here. It's me, Ostrava. Look at me. Again surrounded by evil warriors. Could you, perhaps, help me one last time? Clear out the soldiers at the far end of this passage. This is you. The Lord's Path, just down yonder, has degenerated into a feeding ground for flying dragons. Have your wits about you.
Unknown Hero's Soul. And yeah, you can't talk to me, just automatically triggers when you get close enough. But the first boss soul, the next enemy's weakness is you. Not boss soul, I'm sorry. The first boss killer spell, the weaker one, is Homing Soul Arrow. Homing Soul Arrow, I think, is the most damaging spell in the game when it comes to using pure magic. But each of the boss killer spells has their cons. They have their pros in that they deal a ton of damage, which is awesome. Though this one, out of the two boss killer spells, deals less damage, but it's still a lot. The con of Homing Soul Arrow, and it has a couple, is that one, it takes a while to cast, though not as long as the other spell. The second weakness is that even after you cast a spell, it doesn't fire immediately. It actually hovers around you for a little while, and then it fires. So it does take a while to play through. A third weakness is that range is a very big issue with Homing Soul Arrow. Typically, between fire spells and magic spells fly faster and they fly further before they fizzle out than fire spells. But an exception is Homing Soul Arrow. Homing Soul Arrow actually has very short range. So if you're a decent distance from the enemy you're trying to use it against, all of the bolts or all of the arrows from Homing Soul Arrow may very well disappear before they even touch the enemy, and that really stinks. So that's another negative. Another negative of Homing Soul Arrow is that while the arrows are hovering around your character, you can actually destroy them even if you don't mean to, and so can enemies. So as they're hovering around you, they kind of cover you in like a rainbow fashion from one shoulder to the next. And so if they were around me, I could wander too close to this brick wall or stone wall, and 1, 2, maybe even 3 might touch this wall, and if they do, they just disappear. So I spent a ton of mana to cast this spell, and maybe I'm not paying too much attention, or maybe I flick the analog stick the wrong way, and all of a sudden I crash into the wall, then I course correct. Well, it's too late, I already lost 3 of the 5 Homing Soul Arrows. And that really, really stinks. So that's another drawback of Homing Soul Arrow. And if an enemy is attacking you, even in PvP, if you cast a spell and they swing their weapon, and their weapon connects with one of your soul arrows, it's sort of arching over you, then their weapon can destroy that soul arrow. So if they do get hit with it, they're going to take less damage because now there's less soul arrows to hit them. So it has a lot of drawbacks. So then you might ask, well, then why use it at all? And the reason you use it at all is because the other boss killer spell, while it is way more powerful and covers a much larger area, you can't target with it. So like with the other boss killer spell called Firestorm, if an enemy is running straight at you and you cast Firestorm, the Firestorm may not connect with them at all. It may columns of fire shoot out of the earth. They may shoot to the left of you, to the right of you, behind you, but there's no guarantee they're going to shoot in front of you. And so that enemy might just run straight up on you as you're casting the most powerful spell in the game, run right through the open space, and kill you almost instantly, because it takes such a long time to cast the spell. And so that's really the big weakness of Firestorm. Homing Soul Arrow doesn't have that weakness when you cast it. Yeah, it does take a little while to cast, but once you have the arrows around you can still run around freely, which is nice. And because it's homing, it does target, and it targets very well on an enemy. So as long as you're kind of close to them, odds are, unless they roll out of the way very quickly, they're going to get hit with this spell. And if they get hit, especially with all 5 soul arrows, they might instantly die, because it is a really strong magic spell. So each has its purpose, but it's kind of important to know a lot about your spells and a lot about the situations in which to use them. There he goes, and there's the red dragon. Run straight through. Don't run straight through. He ran straight through. We saw what happened to him. Where are you? Come on. There we go. I heard you. I heard its wings. Come on. I get close to the charged soldiers and I can hear it. I can hear the beating of its wings. There we go. Charge! Made it. We are safe. Whew. Alright. Now let's go slay us a dragon. Oh! I mean, that worked. I didn't intend to give you a display of the soul arrow now, but that's how it works. I thought I had the standard soul arrow on. I forgot to toggle my spells. Oh well. And since I have... Oh! I thought he was dead. Look at that, he almost no HP left. That's why I just stood there and didn't do anything. Alright, let's not get cocky or anything. Let's put our Regenerator's Ring back on. And we'll get our Phosphorescent Pole back out. And we'll just kind of hang out here on the steps until we have all of our HP and MP back. But yeah, I thought Soul Arrow was gonna kill him first hit there. We have almost every magic damage boosting item in the game equipped, with one exception, where we have the Insanity Catalyst equipped, but we don't use it. Insanity Catalyst is sort of like... There's sort of like two situations under which you really want to use Insanity Catalyst. You don't want to use it all the time. Insanity Catalyst gives you a huge damage bonus to all of your offensive spells. I think it's like... I want to say it's like a 30% damage bonus, but it cuts your overall mana capacity in half. So it is very inefficient to use. And you will ultimately deal less damage if you always use the Insanity Catalyst than if you use, say, the Wooden Catalyst, or even the Silver Catalyst. Just because with only half your mana, you can only cast half the number of spells. So in the long run, you wind up dealing more damage if you don't use the Insanity Catalyst. The only two situations in which you want to use the Insanity Catalyst... Let's see how we're doing. Alright, we got full mana, that's good. The only two situations in which you want to use the Insanity Catalyst is when you have only 50% mana already because you've been using magic the whole time. And maybe you don't have time to do what I'm doing to kind of like hang back and let your stuff regenerate. You have to keep casting. Well, if that's the case, then you might as well switch to the Insanity Catalyst because you're not going to lose anything. Because you're already sitting at 50% MP. So when the bar shortens, you're basically just going to go back up to 100% MP and be able to just cast much stronger spells. And the second situation is when mana efficiency doesn't matter. If you get yourself into a situation, a very sticky situation, where you have to kill something very quickly, if not you're going to die, and you're going to die very quickly, then that is the perfect situation in which to use... Ooh. In which to use the Insanity Catalyst. Unknown Hero's Soul. Because mana does not matter when you're dead. So, priority is to save your life first. Another Wooden Catalyst. Let's see what they say here. Someday. Yes, that someday is today. We're going to go with Soul Ray on this, as it flies faster and further than Soul Arrow and does more damage. And the way we kill it, you can do this with arrows as well, or with a crossbow, is you try to line up right here. Also, this is the only watchtower that has this. The other one that's further down does not. Which is where you think it would. But the fact that there's open sort of slots here, there's 3 that you can see. You line up around the middle one here, though I guess you could use either of the other ones if you wanted to. And you wait for the dragon to fly at you. And then you lock on. And then quickly unlock. Or quickly lock off. I don't think we locked on from the camera just shifted. So I have to wait for it to come back. Get a little bit closer. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so now we're locked on to the red dragon. Now we wait for it to come back. And we try firing one of our spells and listen to see if we hit it. I heard it. It hit the red dragon. And now we just hang out. And we just wait. And this takes a while to do. But you will eventually kill the red dragon this way. It also kind of stinks because unless you stay locked onto him, you won't really know if you're actually dealing damage or not. If you stay locked on and you see him fly over you, you will see his health bar. But then you have to line everything up again to start hitting the red dragon with your spells. Hey, JB, I haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing? JB says, I need to play a Dark Souls game at some point. Yes, they are very fun, JB. Oh, I missed that time. They are very fun. What consoles or what systems do you have? There we go. Hit him again. I think if you're doing this with bow and arrows in your first playthrough, I think it takes like almost 100 arrows to kill the red dragon. Especially since the arrows you get at the beginning of the game aren't that damaging. Actually, unless you're a hunter, I don't think you can get bows and arrows. You just have to be using a crossbow and wooden bolts to kill the red dragon at this point. Did we kill it? No, we didn't kill it. And I believe it takes like about 100 wooden bolts to kill the red dragon. If you're using magic, at this point in the game, you would either have just Flame Toss or Soul Arrow. I'd probably suggest using Soul Arrow. I think it takes like over 100 casts of Soul Arrow to kill it. But there are definitely benefits to killing the red dragon. You do get its soul. It does have a boss soul, so it is considered a boss. I was talking to someone a couple of days ago, and they're like, no, the dragons aren't really bosses because they don't have a large health bar. They don't have like a boss health bar. And I'm like, no. That's not how you determine what a boss is in Demon Souls. A boss in Demon Souls is determined by the soul that it drops. And the red dragon does have a unique soul, so it is considered a boss. The only exception to that rule is Old King Doran, who does not drop a specific soul, but the only reason you would kind of use a boss soul other than to gain XP is to craft it into spells or weapons. And once you beat Old King Doran, you get one of the strongest swords in the entire game. And if you kill Old King Doran, then you get his armor set, which is a really good armor set. Plus, you get his ring, and that's the only way in the game to get that ring, so... that is, that's why he's sort of the exception. JB says, I have PS3, PS4... Ooh, we had him that time. You saw the damage numbers pop up. PS5 and Xbox Series S. Nice. Well, then you kind of got all your bases covered there, JB. You could start off with the original. That might be a recommendation. You can see how the Souls games have evolved over time. I missed. So, Demon Souls is the first. You can play the original PS3 version, which is what I'm doing. Or you can go with the PlayStation 5 remake, which in comparison is absolutely gorgeous. And I would say is actually one of the best looking games on the PS5. So it is a very fun game. They are challenging, but I feel that they're not unfair. Oh, we did it! We killed it! 48,985 souls. Now does it go up from there because of the Ring of Avarice? No, I guess that was with the Ring of Avarice. And there's the boss soul. Small Flame Scale Demon Soul 1. Alright. Now, the soul of the red dragon can only be popped for souls. You can't use it to craft anything. I hold on to it. I used it. I did pop it the first time. But, yeah, I guess I'll get that one. Can't carry anymore. It's probably Crescent Moongrass. Let's get our Soul Arrow back. But yeah, I might suggest starting at the beginning, JB, and then working your way up from there. But the benefit of taking out... Oh, yeah, the benefit of taking out the red dragon isn't necessarily for its soul, though you can pop it for a decent amount of souls. I think it gets you like 2,500 souls, which during my third playthrough doesn't really do much for you. It's nice, but that's about the number of souls that the Red-Eyed Knight gets you. But you can beat it just to beat it. There we go, a winged spear. But the real benefit of killing the red dragon is that there's a lot of items on this bridge. And making your way over the bridge and climbing up the watchtowers is somewhat difficult to do with the dragon always trying to kill you. But once you kill the red dragon, you don't have to worry about it anymore. And so you can just take your time and collect all the items. You don't have to worry about anything. And during the last stretch, from the second watchtower all the way to the wall, the inner wall of the castle there, that is a very long run. And odds are the dragon's fire will hit you unless you are skilled enough to use the iframes of a dodge roll to get through it, which I am not. So if you can kill the red dragon before that point, that is really nice. And you can just take your time. You can kill all the enemies slowly, one by one, and it greatly lessens the risk. And like I said, you can pick up all the nice items along the way. What was that? Blue? That's my message? It's safe here. Don't erase. I think I was being a little bit of a trouble starter in my previous playthrough. Because this is where the fire comes down from the red dragon. So if someone saw this, it has a rating of 0, no one approved it. They'd be like, oh, what is this? They stop to read it. It's safe here. And then they get hit with dragon fire and die. But yeah, now we're going to go back. Wait, how many souls do we need to level up again? What was it? What do we have here? 310? Oh yeah, we have enough. But yeah, I'm not going to pop the red dragon soul. I'm just going to add it to my boss soul collection. But yeah, the big benefit to killing the red dragon is just you don't have to risk being torched as you run across the bridge, and you can collect all the items, which is really, really nice. And there's some good items around there. Alright, so that's 2 of our 4 objectives done for the night's stream. We killed the first main boss, Phalanx. We killed the first optional boss, the Red Dragon. The next thing we'll be doing, as we go across and clear the Lord's Path Bridge, is we shall be beating the second mandatory boss. We'll be toppling the Tower Knight. Which, as far as presentation goes, the Tower Knight is my favorite boss in the whole game.
Thou seekest soul power, dost thou not? Then touch the demon inside me.
And I enjoy fighting the Tower Knight more so than any of the other bosses. I think he's just really cool. He looks cool. It's a fun fight. He's very imposing when you first see him. It's a lot of fun.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Okay. And we're going to throw this point into intelligence. MP increases by 2. Alright. I don't think we're going to get to level up again tonight, but I could be wrong. So we'll see. Let me type in the new total here. We need 313,950 souls to level up again. And we're sitting at 48,110. So we will see if we're able to pull this off. Looks like maybe another 2 levels, if not 3, we'll have over 400 MP again, which is really what I'm shooting for.
Art thou done? Thine strength help the world be mended.
And the reason for that is the strongest boss killer spell in the game, and I talked about this just a bit ago, is called Firestorm, and it takes 100 mana to cast the spell. So if I can cast that spell 4 times back to back, that would be pretty awesome. And I used to be able to do that. Before I switched to the Old Monk's Head Wrap, that's this yellow robe I have wrapped around my face, I was wearing another item called the Silver Coronet. And the Silver Coronet increases your mana capacity by 20%.
Thank goodness you are safe. I was worried sick about you.
And so I could do that before, but once I switched head items, I couldn't do it anymore, and that kind of made me a bit sad. But the head wrap gives you such a huge bonus to magic damage, I couldn't turn it down. Alright, let's drop some stuff that we got along the way here. We are depositing our 10 throwing knives. Now we'll keep those. The small flame scale demon soul. And that's it. The shard of hardstone. 4 shards of sharpstone. The winged spear. The wooden catalyst. And that's it. Okay. Oh, wow. I made a mistake. I didn't realize it. That's why we didn't one-shot the soldiers. Actually, no. No, that's not the reason why. But we killed the dragon while wearing the Regenerator's ring. The Regenerator's ring recovers HP. After I regenerated my HP from killing that soldier with the axe who almost killed us, I was supposed to switch back from that to the Ring of Magical Sharpness to up our magic damage. We would have killed the red dragon a lot sooner that way, but like I said, I forgot.
We are indebted to you, for you fight on our behalf.
You always have to make sure that you're wearing the right items. Alright, now we're ready. Back we go. Actually, do I need anything fixed? I do. Okay.
You come back alive. I need your business.
Alright. Objective 3. Let's go kill us a Tower Knight. And Brandon is here. Heyo, I'm back. How's the run going? It's going well, Brandon. It's going well. Brandon has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers to you, Brandon. And actually, we're going to quickly return to the Nexus for just a moment, because I have to use the restroom again. And I hesitate to like step away from the game because I was playing body form. When you're in body form, you can be invaded by other players, but you can't be invaded when you're in the Nexus. So I'll step away and then use the restroom, come back, and we'll go kill ourselves a Tower Knight then. But yes, the run is doing well, Brandon. We are halfway through our goal for the night. And we've been going for about 4 hours now. The rest should be... well, it shouldn't take another 4 hours. The Tower Knight is it's not that long a battle. It's not that hard a battle. The hardest part will probably be rescuing Yuria the Witch. But alright, I'll be right back. It is Tinkle time. So, take 2, everyone. I am taking 2 to tinkle. And I shall be back. I almost got up with wearing the microphone. That wouldn't have been good. All right, we are back. Hello again. Thank you for your patience. Let's get our mic back on. Our earbuds plugged back in. And now, let's go kill ourselves a Tower Knight. Okay. We're at the same thing. We do have to kill some of the enemies again, but that's not bad. They're not difficult defeats. What's nice about these Hippolyte demons is that if you are a spellcaster, or even if you're an archer, a marksman, whether you use a bow and arrow or a crossbow, you can target and attack them at range before they will try to attack you. And so that does make things quite a bit easier. Oh. Oh, good, I landed it. Also, if you're looking to grind for souls and you beat the Phalanx boss, this is the best place in the very early part of the game to grind for souls. If you want grass, the healing item grass, you can just turn around from that archstone and go kill the enemies right behind you, the dregs, and they tend to drop a decent amount of grass. And then you can come in here and you can kill the Hippolyte demons, of which there are, what was it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 Hippolyte demons, and at this point in the game, they drop really good souls, a really good amount of souls. And what's another pro is that they will occasionally drop Sharpstone and Hardstone, and you need those stones to increase the strength of your weapon, almost irregardless of whatever weapon it is you're wielding. Most of them need at least some Hardstone or some Sharpstone to increase in power, with the exception of the club, because you cannot upgrade the club. I don't know why. I think it would be kind of cool. But I guess I could see like why you couldn't upgrade the club. It's like, what would you do? Would you sharpen the club? Like, you can't make it bigger. I mean, I guess you could, but not realistically. Like, how would you make... Would you cast a spell on it or something and make it grow? I don't know. But aside from the club, everything else can be leveled up. Now we can run out here and not have to worry about the red dragon. So you don't have to wait and dash anymore. It's nice and calm. We can relax. I will go and kill the guy on the stairs again. Oh, I got a little close there. We don't have to go all the way up top. I'm going to anyway, just to make things a bit easier for me, in case I'm not keeping track of what's where I'm running exactly. Alright, here's a guy that almost killed us last time with his axe. There we go. Alright. But, I will be venturing beneath the bridge at some point, and if I forget that I left enemies alive up here, and I make a mistake, and an enemy beneath the bridge starts to chase me up here and I freak out and I forget where I'm going, I don't want to accidentally run up the stairs and there being a pikeman there and then I get pinched between the enemies that are chasing me and the pikeman and I die. So I try to keep in mind the fact that even though I have a decent amount of experience with this game, that it's still very, very possible that I can screw up and get myself into a lot of trouble. So I always try to be careful when I can. Nope. Regenerate a bit of mana. Normally the red dragon would have flown through and killed all of these enemies here. So that's it's a bit of a bummer that we got to kill them ourselves, but you know, it's fine. I would rather kill everyone in a very relaxed manner here, sort of taking my time. Then try to rush through it. With that red dragon chasing at the same time. I'd much rather do this. Slave shield, some turpentine, spiked shield, which is pretty cool. This is the, I think this is the only place in the game to get a spiked shield. Renowned Hero Soul. Oh, that's right, we haven't been popping those, have we? Let's do that. Renowned Hero Soul gets us 1,000 extra souls, very nice. And then 2 Unknown Hero Souls gets us 400 apiece. All right, let's keep going. Fireball, y'all. We got 2. Soul Ray. Oh, we missed one. Alright. Regenerator's Ring to get our HP back. And the Phosphorescent Pole to get our mana back. See, the enemies were kind of shoulder to shoulder. They were kind of huddled up. And so Fireball was able to kill 2 of them. But even though they're all kind of clumped up, they were still too far apart for Fireball to kill all of them in a single cast. Unknown Soldier Soul. So, Fireball, as far as crowd control goes, is not as good as Soul Ray. 200 souls for an Unknown Hero Soul. Or I think that was an Unknown Soldier Soul. Can't care anymore. But it is still worth using when you get into the right situation to use it. Like those archers over there, they're pretty close, but they're still spread out far enough so that the Fireball's AoE effect will not kill multiple enemies. It'll only kill one at a time. You also have to be really careful here too, especially a new game when you don't have a lot of experience with character movement and dodging. Because if all 4 of those crossbowmen hit you with a bolt at the same time, I want to say regardless of the class, but I'm pretty sure a knight could survive with their heavy armor. But unless you're a knight, if all 4 bolts hit you at once, that's probably like instant death. So it's this part can be a little tricky for new players. Okay. Ah! I thought all of them missed. We'll put the regenerator back on and let our health go all the way back up again before we run out and try to kill them. It's important that, especially if you're playing in body form because you don't want to lower your world tendency, that as you make your way through Demon Souls, to take your time. There's no rush. Like, I understand people who play games quickly because they have other responsibilities. And you just want to try to knock something out, like, I get that. But at the same time, Demon Souls is not a game that was meant to be speed run. People do it once they get good enough at the mechanics and they get strong enough. But it's not, it's something that, at least first time through, is meant to be taken slow. Alright, we're almost there. I think our plan is going to be to go around the other side of the carriage. That will lead us up to that carriage, and then we can sort of peek from around there and kill them with our spells. That'll be a much easier way to do it. Alright, we got full HP again. Let's switch back to our Ring of Magical Sharpness. And let's toggle back to our sword and go the way that I was talking about. So there we go. Alright. Now let's also try to go to Soul Ray, because I think I can at least kill 2 of the marksmen here. Oh, look at that. I took 2 bolts, and that dropped me to almost half HP. Let's go back to Soul Arrow. Wait for him to fire again. There we go. Oh! I moved out too far. There we go. Now we just got 1 left. Now we can just toggle here to our regenerator ring. And we will wait for him to fire again, and then we'll just go melee him. There we go. And sometimes the marksman can surprise you. Typically, they'll fire a crossbow bolt, and then they'll stop to reload their weapon. But that doesn't always happen. It usually happens, but not always. Sometimes they'll fire a bolt, and then right after that, they'll reload their weapon, and then they'll fire again in quick succession. And if you're on low HP, that can be the end of you right there. And you'd be like, what happened? The game cheated. It's not supposed to do that. And it's like, well, that's what happens sometimes in Demon Souls. All right. Is this the first or this is the second watchtower? Okay. All right, we're going to hang out here until we get full HP again. Then we're going to toggle back to our other ring. And then we're going to peek around the corner. I don't think... Actually, we can do that probably right now. I don't think there's any enemy around the corner. Up the stairs. No, there isn't. Once we climb these stairs and turn left, I think there is an enemy up there. Actually, there's a couple of enemies up there. But then we'll loot whatever's at the top of the watchtower. Then we'll make it to the end of this bridge, kill everyone, and then before fighting the boss, we'll turn around, we'll make our way up the wall, we'll kill the two archers up there, then we'll come back and we'll explore the bottom area of the bridge, and then we'll loop back up top and run and go fight the Tower Knight. And the strategy I use to take on the Tower Knight is almost the same strategy I use to take out the Flame Lurker. In that you try to get to a place that has good protection, and then you just sort of snipe the boss from there. Exactly how you hide and how you attack is a bit different between the Flame Lurker and the Tower Knight. With the Flame Lurker, you're never always safe. It is always a dance with the Flame Lurker. But with the Tower Knight, you can hide in a place where you are always safe. And once you get there, or at least you're safe most of the time. And once you get there, it's just peeking out, throwing a spell, and then ducking back into cover. And if you do that, you got the Tower Knight. He's not that hard. Alright, we got full HP, full MP. Let's switch our rings. And let's continue up the watchtower. There they are. Ah! Oh! Yeah, I decided the last moment to just melee them instead of casting a spell. A compound short bow and half a dozen heavy arrows. Regenerator's ring again. So this is why you never get too sure of yourself, even if you played the game a lot. Cockiness will get you killed. Overhead. You know what? Let's not go this way, because once we get through here, we can't go under the bridge anymore. So we're going to go down under the bridge here. We're going to go rescue Ostrava, and then we're going to double back, go up, and then go hit Tower Knight and kill the rest of the enemies along the way. And Fusion has redeemed Hydrate. Thank you, Fusion. I was starting to cough a bit. Cheers to you, Fusion. The last of my water. All right. Thank you. Let's keep going. Oh, I forgot I still had my health regen ring on. I totally forgot for some reason I had taken damage already. Well, that's almost done. Let's wait on that. There are some scary enemies coming up. And those are the wolf dogs beneath the bridge. They're probably the scariest enemy, the scariest non-boss enemy in this area, other than the Blue-Eyed Knights at the very end of this bridge. Fusion says, putting stream on TV, halfway to 8 hours, as I predicted. Lurk. Alright, Fusion. Enjoy your lurk. And we might hit 8 hours, but I don't think it's going to get that far. Fusion casts invisibility to go unnoticed. Alright. Back at full HP, switch our rings again. And we continue. Alright, dead end, no enemies, nice. What was that? Oh, I'm not where I thought I was. I thought to the right of me was a merchant. That's all the way at the end of the bridge. This is just another gate leading further in. See? Just when you think you might know the game, it can still surprise you. Though it really only surprised me because I forgot. Can't carry anymore. Get back some of that MP, get back some HP. So yeah, if we go this way, I'm not sure how many more... Actually, I don't think there are any more enemies this way. We can see that there's a gate, a closed gate, just down the hallway. I think that's where the Dregling Merchant is. Beyond this, aside from that archer right there, beyond these open doors, it's a safe area. When we turn around and start backtracking down here to go save Ostrava, that's when it starts to get dangerous. That's when we run into more archers. We run into the wolf dogs. We run into some dregs with broken swords trying to slash at us. It is a dangerous little hallway here. But yeah, we should be okay this way. Even though we should be okay, you notice I'm standing still just because I could be wrong. I was wrong when I came down here and thought I was safe. So always exercise caution, even if you think you know what you're supposed to do, unless you truly have mastered the game, which I have not. I would say I'm pretty good at it, but I have not mastered the game. Alright, here's the Dreg Merchant.
Ah, we meet again, fancy
yes,
that.
Fancy that.
Hope you find something that suits you.
Alright. And if you are a melee or knight character, especially if you're a tank character, I should say, not necessarily a knight, he has some really good weapons for sale here that he didn't have before. He has some better grass, some turpentine to coat your weapons with fire, more fire bombs, lotus. But look at the weapons. He still has a longsword. If you're a knight, you start with the longsword. If you're a barbarian, you start with the club. Both are good weapons in certain situations. Short spear, if you want to try to keep things at bay, but he sold that before as well. The light crossbow, which we found earlier. Wooden shield, which is the shield that I believe wanderers start off with. Soldier shield, slave shield, there we go. The broadsword, which if you watch the intro to Demon's Souls, the main character in Demon's Souls, at least in the intro cutscene, is a knight. He uses the kite shield, and his main weapon is the broadsword. But yeah, it's a very versatile weapon. He didn't sell that before. And you have the Claymore, which is a gigantic sword that deals a ton of damage. At this point in the game, I don't think even a knight is strong enough to wield it. Though they are if they dual-hand it. It's slower, but when it does connect, and if you have the strength to use it, it deals a ridiculous amount of melee damage. You have wooden bolts, and we still have the soldier suit of armor.
Hard times, eh? I'm sure you'll turn things around.
Oh, we didn't talk to him. Hold on. I don't remember if he says anything different.
Hello, what can I do for you? It is the end of Great Boletaria as we know it. But hell, at least the demons don't send us to our deaths in battle.
Nope, nothing unique. Alright.
Hard times, eh? I'm sure you'll turn things around.
And we can't get that item until later in the game. Okay. Now let's go save Ostrava. There are the wolves. And if I had fire magic, I believe Flame Toss actually works better against these wolf dogs than Soul Arrow. But we don't have that, so we will make use with what we have. Or make do with what we have. Let's try Soul Arrow. That was really close to almost dying right there, wasn't it? Look at that. How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that just 4? Yeah. No, wait. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that was 4. I killed 2 more down the stairs. Let's heal up. Oh, boy. That's why you always got to be careful. Now, if I were a knight that had heavy armor, or even just a melee class that had better armor and a shield, then that wouldn't be as bad. But I have foregone using a shield. I stopped using a shield, I want to say about 3/4 of the way. Maybe even about halfway through the game in my first playthrough. And I just relied on dodge rolling and using magic. But yeah, if you have a decent set of armor, this encounter isn't too bad. But being a mage, especially with the items I'm wearing, I'm more like a glass cannon. So I hit super hard, but I take a ton of damage in return. But yeah, just hang out here, and we'll wait till all our health gets regenerated. I think we do have to face one more pack of wolf dogs further down the tunnel, but it is a smaller pack. Whew. And in my game, my mobile game Ebony, I just finished upgrading my art hall to level 7. Very nice. Let's see what we're gonna do next. We are... we are upgrading our Holy Palace. Looks like that's going to take about 1.25 hours to level up. So we'll just get that started. Once you select to level up, the game kind of takes care of the rest for you. And then we just focus back on Demon Souls. And that just kind of gets done off to the side. Fun. Alright. We are getting there. I must say I'm getting a bit impatient. I do want to try to push further through, but it's not smart, so I'll hold off. Did we pick up any more souls along the way? No. Okay. There's our one key item so far. Augite of Souls. Stone that rages soul light. And we do have more weapons and shields we're going to drop off once we get back to the Nexus. Some heavy arrows. And that's it so far. Okay. And no matter how many playthroughs you go through, the Regenerator's Ring is always useful. It regenerates 4 HP every second. And that's not bad. Now, if you're in battle, you don't want to rely on the Regenerator's Ring unless you're always wearing it. You probably want to rely on Grass to try to heal yourself in between needing to block or dodge roll. But if you're out of combat, then just slip on the Regenerator's Ring. It's free health. So there's no harm in ever using it or ever holding on to it when you're in this kind of situation where you have some downtime. And that's exactly why I keep the Regenerator's Ring. And in fact, it's one of the only 2 reasons I keep the Regenerator's Ring. The only other instance I use the Regenerator's Ring besides just healing myself in downtime is once I go through the Archstone of the Chieftain and I'm trying to run through the Swamp of Sorrows, which slows your progression and is poison. So it poisons you. And wearing the Regenerator's Ring as you're running through the swamp helps to offset the damage tick of the poison. Though the poison damages you faster than the Regenerator's Ring can cure you or heal you, but it still helps to offset the damage. So during those 2 situations, I like to use the Regenerator's Ring. But alright, we have fully healed up. Switching, what was that? Oh, I'm not an inventory screen, I thought I was. Switch back to Ring of Magical Sharpness, and let's continue. Beware the horde of foes ahead. Yes, we certainly did face those. Alright, let's continue onwards. There's one I killed. So that's the entire first watchtower cleared. I only had some friends. How sad. Oh, there's a Dreg with his back towards me. Maybe we can sneak up on him and backstab him. You think so? No, we can't. I can't get through here. So I'm going to have to make some racket. Oh, he still doesn't know I'm here. Okay. That doesn't make sense to me, but you know what? That's fine. I'll take it. See if we can backstab him. Gotcha. Yes, very nice. Now, what did this person write under here? Sniper's Perch. What? Oh. So, like, maybe someone chose to hide in here and use this to snipe the Red Dragon? That'd be pretty cool. He flies really far away. So, I mean, you'd have to be really good at timing your shots. But I guess maybe it's possible? I would think he flies too far away for your arrows or balls to even connect from here, though. Oh, we've been noticed. Oh, that's a shame. I wonder how he got killed, though. Unknown hero, so I wonder exactly who killed him. Oops. Nope. There we go. Alright. $400 more souls. Let's keep going. Great view. I've seen some people walk up here and go, is there anything hidden outside here? Am I supposed to drop down? And, of course, you know, if you know Demon Souls, they die. I've also seen some people just fall out of here. They run further up, they start fighting the wolf dogs, they freak out, and they try to first start bunny hopping backwards, and that doesn't seem to work out for them because the wolf dogs are actually faster than the player. And so eventually they just start rolling backwards, and they just roll right out of the wall area there. Let's get this out of the way. I'm trying to pace myself because I am worried about the wolf dogs. Hear him? Though I have to say I'm not sure. I mean, maybe the PS5 remake is different, but I'm not sure if in the PS3 version, if you hear wolf dogs whenever you're standing right here, or do you hear them because they're alive elsewhere? Like, you hear their barks and their growls here, and I think that's to let you know if you were starting from here and going that way, that you were going to encounter the wolf dogs. But going this way, maybe there aren't any wolf dogs. Maybe there's only one pack. I could be misremembering. I could be. I also forgot that I had fire. I could have used fireball against the wolf dogs. That probably would work pretty well. I can't lock on to anything here. I'm so nervous. And I wouldn't be nervous if I remembered this game better than I do. Oh, it's getting louder again. And quiet again. Alright. That door right there leads to the first watchtower. So we're almost all the way back where Ostrava is. You know what? I think I'm wrong. I think there's only one pack of wolf dogs. And we've killed it. So there's going to be some dreglings and there's going to be some crossbowmen. But otherwise, we're good. I know one enemy hides like right around here. Right on the left of one of the wall corners. I just don't remember which one. That's why I'm walking through here so slowly, because I don't want to get jumped. Because I think he's in the back towards... There he is, see? That's him. Oh, crap. Okay. Oh! They're the crossbowmen. Got one. Got two. I keep looking behind me too, because I think there's supposed to be an item hidden in one of the corners, and it's easy to miss if you're just trying to stick to... Oh boy. Ah! I tried to roll, but I hit the button too late. Oh my... One left. I think one left. Coming to get you. Yes! Ah! Ah! Not one left. One left there. Gratefully, the archers never try to come after you. They just try to hold their position. Oh my goodness. Alright. You never get too cocky in a Souls game. Hang out here again, get back the little bit of MP we spent, and get back all of our HP, and then we will continue further down the tunnel. We are almost to Ostrava. I think we just have those crossbowmen that just fired at us. I think all we have to do is kill those, and then we have a straight shot to Ostrava. And then we can just turn around, get back on top of the bridge, and run down towards the end to kill some more crossbowmen and 2 blue-eyed knights. Then go upstairs, kill the... we'll see if we can kill the crystal lizard on the way. I'm typically pretty bad about being able to kill those things. Then go further up, take out the 2 crossbowmen on the roof area, and then we'll start the boss fight with the Tower Knight. And I was talking earlier about my strategy to fight the Tower Knight. And you can do this with a crossbow, you can do this with a bow and arrows, you can do it with magic. But if you do it with a crossbow, then you're going to have to stock up on bolts, because it does take a while to wear them down. And that is when the fight starts, and this is the hardest part of the entire strategy, you have to run past the Tower Knight. And some people die almost as soon as the Tower Knight appears. Like, he'll appear, and it seems like almost as soon as a boss fight starts, he'll swing his lance, or he'll thrust his lance, or he'll come down with the shield bash, and that can one-hit KO you. So it's always a little nerve-wracking to run by the Tower Knight. But try your best, try to keep some distance between him and you, and if you make it past him, then run directly towards the first crossbowman, kill him. I think he's at the foot of the stairs, or maybe he's at the... no, I think he's at the top of the stairs. Kill him, run onto one side, and you'll be in a safe area, and then just start going around the arena and killing off all the archers. And then once they're all dead, you can just hang out where the archers are, climb the stairs off one of their perches, and lock onto the head of the Tower Knight, and fire spells or fire your bolts or your arrows. And if you time it right, when the Tower Knight goes to throw his Soul Lance at you, which is like his ranged magic attack, when he does that, he lowers his shield, and so you'll smack him right in the face with your attack. And that's how I keep wearing him down and killing him every single time. And it's a lot safer than using melee attacks to wear down his heals and then to try to run around and whack his head. Brennan asks, have you killed the Tower Knight without killing the archers? No, I have not. I am fortunate in that I am playing the PS3 original. Brennan says, it's a trophy for the game. Sadly, it is. But it is not a trophy for the PS3 original. Most of the trophies, well, not most, I want to say maybe half the trophies are the same between the PS3 original version of this game, which is what we're playing, and the PS5 remake. And the trophy you get for killing the Tower Knight without killing any of the archers is an exclusive trophy to the PS5 remake. It is not part of the PlayStation 3 trophy list. So I have the benefit of being able to not have to deal with that, which is very nice. And when you compare the trophy lists, there they are. I would say that... I would not say that one game has easier trophies than the other. Oh, no, I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna die, but... There we go. I would say that the remake has more creative trophies, like kill a boss with a certain weapon. Like kill the Dragon God using the weapon the Hands of God. Like, that's really cool. Because the lore of the weapon, the Hands of God, is that it was a weapon used to kill dragons with your bare hands. So it kind of makes sense that that would be sort of the lore behind it. Or that there'd be a trophy with it. Or like kill the Tower Knight. There's also online trophies in the PS5 remake. Ring of Gash Resistance. Online trophies in the PS5 remake that do not exist in the PS3 original. And so I would say that there's kind of more fun trophies in the PS5. There it is, there's Ostrava. There's more sort of fun trophies in the PS5 remake. In the PS3 original, you have the crafting trophies, which are a nightmare. With the crafting trophies, there are multiple stones in this game that you can use to enhance the power of certain weapons. There's like, you've seen some of them already in my playthrough. There's Sharp Stone, there's Hard Stone, there's also like Cloud Stone, Faint Stone, Blade Stone. There's a lot of different stones. I don't remember exactly how many, but I want to say there's between like 10 to 15 different stones. And you have to select a weapon and use those specific stones to increase the power of that weapon and level it up over and over again until it reaches its maximum potential. And you have to do that for every single stone in the game. And some of those stones are really rare, and you have to farm for quite a while to get some of them. I remember the hardest one, or the longest one, took me 15 experience levels to obtain just one stone. Now, thankfully, all I needed was one stone, but that's pretty ridiculous that I had to grind that much to get that one item. And so yeah, it's the trophies for the PlayStation 3 version are far more time consuming, and none of those trophies exist in the PS5 remake. So That is very nice on them. Why am I missing... What is this? Oh, more balls. Nice. Alright, we have rescued the Ostrava.
Thank you. That makes twice. Thanks to you, I can now forge ahead. This is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it.
3 Dark Moon Grass. Nice. Dark Moon Grass is like the best grass in the game. It fully heals all of your HP, and it cures any status ailments you may have.
This is bad. Not a single person left. Why on earth? How did all of this happen? Father!
Father! I'm reminded of Final Fantasy X.
This is bad. How did all...
Alright. We completed another step in the Ostrava quest. Now let's run back to the first watch tower. Actually, we'll just take this all the way back. We'll run down to the second watch tower, and then we'll run back up. I guess the barking does just trigger at certain spots in this this underground area, and then we'll continue on our way, kill some more enemies, loot some more awesome items, and tackle the Tower Knight. Brennan says, yeah, I think the trophies you need left are finding all rings, weapons, spells, and miracles. Almost. At the end of our last playthrough, or towards the end of our last playthrough, we obtained all rings. So that's pretty neat. So we just need weapons, spells, and miracles. And not tonight, but next Thursday, we should get the trophy for all weapons. And then spells and miracles, I'm not sure when we're going to get those. That might be during this playthrough. If not, it'll definitely be during next playthrough. Oh, went too far. All right, we're back. Look how much bridge there is to run here. It's almost impossible to make this run and not get hit with Dragonfire, unless you're really good at utilizing the iframes in your dodge rolls. Otherwise, you are going to get hit and potentially die. And that's why a lot of people get fed up with this run and they just go someplace else first, and then they come back here later. Safe place. This is not it. Actually, I don't know. It might be a safe place. Actually, I think it is a safe place. I think the fire might start further... I think it starts maybe right after this carriage. Or maybe right here. Let's see. Oh. Aww. Looks like they dodge rolled right past the dreg over there, and then they got caught by Dragonfire. What was that? Oh, I hate those two. That's where their crossbow bolts fall. But they can hit you from there all the way to where the other crossbowmen are, and anywhere in between. It is super annoying. So I'm not even going to try to collect these items. I'm going to go kill them first, and then we'll come back and collect these, whatever these are. And you have to sprint too. You can't even just jog. You have to burn through your stamina to get closer. Let's hide a bit. There we go. Oh! I tried to roll away, but I didn't have enough stamina. and 2, and 3. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Run! Run! Ah! Sprint! Sprint away! Sprint away! Sprint away! Sprint away! Sprint away if we want to survive. Is he still following us? Look how close we came to death right there. Oh, he's still coming. Let's get our mana regenerating. Oh, he turned around. He's going back now. Thank goodness. That was close. That was close. I thought we'd stagger him. I thought we'd hit him with 2 soul arrows. And we did. And then his shield flipped up. And then I thought right after that we'd hit him with a 3rd soul arrow and he would just die from a 1-hit KO. But no. He almost died. But then he managed to strike us. And that one sword blow almost completely killed me. That was so crazy. Had one of those bolts hit me... Well, no, probably not one. But 2 more bolts hit me, I would have died. We almost had to repeat the whole bridge run. Well, half the bridge run. That was crazy. That was crazy. Brendan says, and the stones for the weapons. Yeah, I got all those too. Yep, that took a long time. That took a very long time. Alright, we got back all of our mana. We can toggle back to our sword. And now we'll just hang out here and wait to get all of our HP back from the Regenerator's Ring. Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy. But we are almost done. The, part of the harder part of it is already finished. We killed the archers further down. Now we just have to run back and finish off the Blue-Eyed Knight. And once the first one is dead, we can make our way through the hallway there, which is a bit safer. There is another Blue-Eyed Knight inside, but the crossbowman's bolts can't reach us in there. So we can just focus on killing him, and then we can sneak up the wall and go kill those 2 crossbowmen, and then come back down and loot the rest of the goodies on the bridge. Hi, good game. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Yes, I think we knocked out maybe like a 1/3 of the stone crafting trophies during our first playthrough, just because they were easy to get. I wasn't really trying to focus too much on obtaining them. And then our second playthrough, I did a lot of that off stream, just because it did require a lot of farming. And I know to many people farming is boring to sit there and watch, so I just did the bulk of that off stream. But yeah, just 3 trophies left and we got the platinum. So I'm very excited. Okay. Almost there, almost there. And I don't know whether the first Blue-Eyed Knight has healed himself, because they can heal. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to use some stronger magic going up against the knights. We're going to switch to Soul Ray. So going forward, we're probably going to use Soul Ray against all of our knights in this playthrough. Now, we killed the first Blue-Eyed Knight very quickly. I think we one-shot it with Soul Arrow, But that is the easiest area in the whole game, so I mean, it kind of makes sense as to why we'd be able to do that. Alright, let's toggle back to the Ring of Magical Sharpness, and let's continue. Brennan says, I wouldn't call it boring, but yes, trophies like require a lot of grinding and time to do offline than to try it on stream. Yeah. Hey! Oh, that was so close. I forgot about the crossbow bolts. I was just normally jogging. I almost hit it. Lock on and fire. There we go. We got him. Can't carry anymore. I think that's healing grass. That's more healing grass. Here he comes. He lowered his shield. And then stagger. And then he lowers his shield. Fire. Oh, I was wrong about the stagger. Now he staggered. And now he dies. Interesting. It used to be that if you hit a Blue Knight twice, they staggered and dropped their shield. And then the third hit would kill them. But I guess since this is New Game Plus Plus, they're a bit more resilient to being staggered. Got 3 throwing knives there. So, yeah, that's something new for us to learn. Or to have learned. This door should be locked. Yes. We'll open that in a bit. There's the boss fight. We're going to hold off on that. Let's get ready with the soul air to kill the lizard. Alright, we got him this time. I usually miss him. 2 large hard stone shards. Item. Yes, item. Alright. Now let's sneak upstairs here and kill those 2 crossbowmen. There's also some other items up here as well. Do I have the correct rings on? I do. Alright, just making sure. There's 1. And 2. There we go. No more enemies now till we fight the boss. What do we got here? Stone of Ephemeral Eyes, nice. Renowned Soldier Soul. 800 souls. And I think some people mess up here as well. They probably see the archers, maybe they make some racket coming upstairs, they start getting fired at, and they try to dodge left and right, maybe try to get closer to the stairs. But if they're not careful and they back roll too much, they crash through here and you can't see, unknown hero soul, that behind these wooden barricades, there's that drop right there. And if you fall from here down there, I think that is instant death. So, that's kind of stinky. 3 Royal Lotus, that's to cure bleeding. Okay. Let's pop the other soul. Unknown hero soul is worth how much? 400 souls, nice. And Brandon has redeemed Hydrate. Very well, Brandon. I think this is a good breaking point. I'm out of hydration, actually. So I think what I'm going to do is we are going to park ourselves here. Beware of the bow users ahead. Yes, indeed. Look at that. We can see kind of through the fog gate the large tower shield of the Tower Knight. But yeah, we're going to hang out here for a bit. I'm going to go fetch some water, and I'm going to use the bathroom again, and then we will have ourselves a boss fight. All right, I am back. Thank you again for your patience, and cheers, Brandon. Let's get the mic back on. Earbuds back in. And we will continue our trek through Boletaria. Which is not a very long trek, really. Considering that the boss is right in front of us. Okay. So whenever you try to run around, this is just something I've noticed. The Tower Knight, always try to run to his left. Well, that might be confusing. Always try to run to his shield side, not his lance side. Because if you run to his lance side, he can either poke you with very high accuracy, and if so, that's an instant death, or he'll swipe with his lance, and that covers a very large area, so he'll probably still hit you that way. But if you run towards the shield side, he'll either try to jab you, but he'll definitely miss, or he'll most likely miss, or he'll try to shield slam. But if you're running far enough away from him, the shield slam should miss you. So do that. And there are the stairs right there on my right hand side. So the goal is to sprint past the Tower Knight, try to get as close to that right-hand wall as possible, and then sprint up the stairs, then try to kill the crossbowman at the top of the stairs, and then dive right into the safe little alcove there. And if we're able to do that, we most likely have the boss beaten. So let's go to it. Here we go. Tower Knight. And I realized I actually made a mistake before I walked through the door. Actually, before I even went AFK to use the restroom. I have my HP back, but I don't have my mana back. Oh, look at that. See, he missed because I ran by his shield. We're going to ignore him for now, if we can. Oh, I went the wrong way. That's not good. Let's dash in here, and we are safe. Renowned Soldier Soul. Alright, let's get right here. And right here we're safe. Before I went AFK, I should have brought this out to regenerate mana. Alright, let's see. Okay, we are wearing the right rings. I love this music. I love the music in both the original game and the remake. I think they both sound really, really good. I think they both sound epic. I think the original soundtrack sounds more classically epic. Like, it sounds like something you'd hear from maybe a movie in the 1970s that's trying to be epic. Whereas the music in the remake sounds like something you'd hear maybe in like the mid to late 1990s. That's trying to be epic. But both are really good. Alright, we're going to hang out here, get our mana back, then we're going to run out and we're just going to stab that guy with a power strike, and then we're going to bunny hop back here to safety. I'm pretty sure, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure if we get hit with a magic lance, it will not be a one-hit KO. It'd probably be a two-hit KO. But it takes him a while to throw the next lance, though it could be possible he could hit us, and then the crossbowman could finish the job. That's very possible. His lance attack, when he throws it, is based on magic, and because of all the items I have equipped, I have a very, very low magic resist. So it is very easy to kill my character with magic. And you know what? I think we have enough mana. Let's go. You know what? Let's not melee attack him. There we go. Alright. One crossbowman down. There's 3 more over here on the left. The True Demon Soul starts. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Ah! Alright. Let's not get cocky here. Regenerator's ring back on. Get back our health. Might as well get back our mana at the same time. Yeah, there's the 3rd archer right there. We're going to kill him. And then we're going to run up the stairs and across. There should be an item waiting there for us. I think it might just be stronger grass. I don't know if we can pick it up or not. We might have full grass of whatever tier that is. Then we'll drop down on the other side and start knocking out those crossbowmen. There's 3 more on the other side. And then I think there's 1 more at the top of the stairs over there. You can kind of see a little bit of him over there. And then all the archers will be dead, and then we can just focus on the boss. And once we don't have the threat of the crossbowmen anymore, this is a very easy fight. It is still possible to die using my strategy, but it is, I would say, still safer than running down there and trying to dance around the Tower Knight. Alright, he's dead. And see, the Tower Knight can't hit you from here. It'll look like he's going to hit you, but he can't, which is great. That would have hit us. Sadly, you can't just shoot at him from here. That would have been pretty awesome. Can't carry anymore. Yeah, it's a higher tier of grass. What does the message say? HP recovery item. Yep, yep. Let's go back down. Look how close he is. And peek-a-boo. Woo! One more. Oh, I try to roll backwards. Alright. Now there's one more right through here. Where are you? He's on that side. Yeah. Let's not get overconfident again. Or maybe not. Maybe again is the wrong word. I don't think I got too overconfident at any point during this boss fight. But let's not get too cocky here. And get back our HP. He's still out there, he just can't see us anymore, so we stopped attacking. Alright, we have all our mana back. Get our sword back out. Let's wait for HP to recover. And let's see if we can see... There he is. He is the last crossbowman here. We are going to wait. I don't want something crazy to happen, like I run out and try to kill him with a soul arrow, and at the same time maybe the Tower Knight throws his lance, and he just so happens to find the sweet spot, though I don't think there is one, that goes up the stairs between the pillars through that door archway and smacks me for a one-hit KO. I always try to anticipate like the worst case scenario and then build out around that. Slows you down, but it keeps you alive. And really, it is sort of a faster strategy if you think about it in the terms of, well, what if I mess up and I get this far and then I die? Then I would have to run all the way across the bridge and kill a large chunk of those enemies all over again just to get back here, and then have to kill all the archers again just to try to tackle the boss. So as long as you don't fail, my strategies tend to be more successful than not. And they definitely save time over someone just trying to like run through and then die and then have to repeat everything. So, ooh, Pri is here. Hello, Pri. Wow, Pri is raiding. How are you doing tonight, Pri? Was tonight more The Last of Us Part 2? Shout out to Pri. Oh, yes. Not Part 2, Part 1. This is Pri, for those who do not know. She's been in the stream a couple of times, and she is one of my favorite streamers. She is a variety streamer, also a Souls streamer. And I was saying earlier that she is one of the inspirations. Sound weird for anyone else? You might want to go down to your gears symbol and select 720p 60 frames. May not be from source, but just standard. Either it's from source or it's just standard. And that should clear up the audio for you. Let me try and type that in. Yep, that fixed it. Cool. Okay. But yes, Pri is one of the 3 streamers I came across that was playing something else at the time. She was actually playing one of my favorite games of all time, Doki Doki Literature Club. And I started following her, and I didn't know that she was a Souls streamer at the time. And then I saw her start to play some of these games. And I had heard that the Souls series was a very tough, very challenging series. And I'm okay with a good challenge, but I never want to play something that's just hard for the sake of being hard. Why is he not dying? What is going on here? I'm gonna heal up first. Hold on. Oh, I still have the heal ring on. Okay. Well, we'll just wait then. But then I just watched Pri start to play through some of these games, and it was fun seeing the challenge, seeing her overcome those challenges, and it inspired me to want to try out the series. And so I don't have a PS5, but I have a PS3, and I picked up the PS3 copy of this game quite some time ago. I just never got around to playing it, and I figured, you know what, let's pop it in, let's give it a try. And I may not like it, but I'll enter with an open mind, and we'll see what happens. And I completely fell in love with Demon Souls. And I am very glad, I'm very grateful for people like Pri. Because without her, I wouldn't have discovered this series, and I wouldn't be enjoying it as much as I am. Enough about me, give us your intro, streamer. Fine, fine. Well, many of you know me from Pri's stream. I'm in there quite often. My name is Lord Orfeo. I stream 6 nights a week, typically from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock US Eastern Time. Though the stream times can always go later. And I think we're just going to try to go out and stab him. Oh! With my sword. There we go. Alright. Yes. So, Monday through Saturday, from 8 o'clock to roughly 11 o'clock US Eastern Time. And I stream a little something different for each and every night of the week. I know that not every person enjoys every kind of game. And so Mondays are one-offs. They are unique games that are not part of a series. And on Mondays right now, we are making our way through Dante's Inferno. Tuesday is for retro games, or contemporary games done in the retro style. And we are making our way through the Dimension of the Past expansion to Quake Remastered. Wednesday in the Discord, we watch anime together. And this coming Wednesday, we're going to finish up the Legend of Crimson, which is the first Konosuba movie. I'm trying to multitask and I am not a good multitasker. There we go. This is my strat for the Tower Knight. Do you like it? You do not like it? Wednesdays after anime. Later on Twitch at 8 o'clock, we go through gaming news. We go through community updates, stream updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. And then on Thursdays are all about role-playing games. That's what we do. That's what we're doing here now with Demon Souls. Friday is the opposite of Mondays. We play games that are part of the series, and we are working our way through the Borderlands series. And this coming Friday, we're going to be playing through episode 4 of Tales from the Borderlands. And then Saturdays, Spooky Saturdays. And we are still playing through Doom 3, the Resurrection of Evil DLC. So, if you do like any of those streaming things, you are welcome to drop me a follow, and perhaps I will see you again sometime during the week. One more. I missed! There we go. Ah, that was nice. — 55,000 souls, not bad, not bad. Ah, let me scroll back up through chat. Yes, hello everyone again. And thank you for the raid, Pri. Hello, Flowers. Hello, Crows. Hello, Avo. Yeah, Pri loves Doki Doki. She does. I could totally see her playing through Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Get that extra content? It'd be great. The side stories, Iron Demon Soul. And let's head back to the Nexus. We got everything, right? Yeah, we did. Okay. And Cows asked me, what's my favorite movie? That's a tough question, Cows. It would be between, I would say, The Fountain with Hugh Jackman, who is one of my favorite actors. It's a very philosophical movie about life, death, and the possibility of the afterlife. It was hated by many people in theaters. I went to go see it in theaters. I think it was like, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 times. And I had to scoop it up once it came out. Tie between that movie and Paul, Apostle of Christ. It shows a lot of great love for other humans, despite circumstances. And I like that. I am a fan of love. I'm a romantic. And yeah, I thought it was a great movie. And it shows a lot of strength in his character. And that's contrasted with Paul's physical self, because when you see him, he's a very frail, feeble old man. But when he speaks and you hear his words, his character comes through, and that's when you really sense his strength. And there's a great dynamic there between his physical appearance and his character, his personality. But what's your favorite movie, Cows? Borderlands 2 is one of your all-time faves. I like Borderlands 2. Let me drop off some gear, and we're going to go back and try to rescue...
Goodness, you are safe. I was worried.
We're going to try to rescue an NPC that Pri did not see. She missed rescuing her. and that is Yuria the Witch. She gives some of the best spells in the game. I'm going to try to keep as empty an inventory as I can. I only take what's necessary. Okay. And yes, you see my my inventory pre. 99 crescent moon grass, 98 half moon grass, late moon grass, full moon grass. The different flowers. To restore magic, I have fresh spice and a full stack of old spice, which in the remake is called age spice. I have all the stones. This is my third playthrough. To get the platinum trophy, which is what I'm trying to do, I have to beat this game 4 times. So we're almost there.
We are indebted to you, for you fight on our
But yeah,
behalf.
Borderlands 2 is good. It's not my favorite. My favorite would have to be Tales. I'm sorry, not Tales. Borderlands, the pre-sequel. But I would say Borderlands 2 is my second favorite. I really enjoyed playing as Krieg the Psycho. I played him as a melee tank, and I had a ton of fun. And thank you for the congrats, Brandon. Ken says, oh yeah, all that extra Doki lore. Mm-hmm. Gotta head out for work, or if you have a good night. Alright, Pre. Thank you again. And I will see you in your stream or mine. I hope you had fun tonight, Pre. And hello, Street Life. Krieg is really fun. You played a ton of Necromancer. I didn't try that one. I played through every character in Borderlands the pre-sequel, though I didn't beat it with Athena. She was the only character I didn't beat it with. What am I doing now? Getting stuff fixed.
I can...
But I really fell in love with Borderlands the pre-sequel. I initially disliked it because of its focus on verticality and due to having to rely on oxygen so as not to suffocate. But once you get used to it, and the low gravity jumps, some people don't like those either. But once you get used to all that stuff, it got really fun for me. And I totally fell in love with it, and I played that game a ton. And I was actually going for the Platinum Trophy, but to get the Platinum Trophy the way I wanted to get it, I would have had to play for like another year. And I had already played that game through solid for almost a full year. And so I wasn't going to do that again. But I really enjoyed it. Borderlands 1, I didn't like as much. I played as Mordecai, and he was okay, but I am trying to play through the entire Borderlands series in roughly chronological order. And yeah, the Borderlands 1 just, it was but the pre-sequel really blew me away. We just finished Borderlands 2 not too long ago, and yeah, Krieg was a lot of fun. He's my second favorite Vault Hunter in the series so far, right behind Nisha the Lawbringer from the pre-sequel. And then yeah, right now we're playing through Tales from the Borderlands. We're doing 1 episode per stream session, and after that we're going straight into Borderlands 3. So we'll see how it goes. And welcome to our Magic Menagerie, Street Life. Thank you for the follow, Street Life. You actually never finished pre-sequel? Gotta try it out again. It is an excellent game. How many platinums have I got? I don't know. I don't remember. Let's see. I wonder if I can see this way. Trophy level 382. I don't go for platinums in all my games. I just go for the platinums in games that I have a lot of fun with. And yeah, initially I was intending to play Demon Souls as just a one and done, and that's what I do with most games. I'm a big fan of first time playthroughs, and yeah, I like in-game experiencing something for the first time, and I also like watching other people's streams where they're playing through a game that I'm really fond of, watching them play through it for the first time. So that's the kind of streamer I try to be. But Oh, 53 platinum's nice. You looked up the SM profiles. Gotcha. Well, there we go. But with Demon Souls, I had so much fun that I just wanted to play it again. And I had to find an excuse to play it again. So I was like, I'll just use trophies as my excuse. So, yeah, I can't stop playing this game. I'm having so much fun with it. How about you, Cows? How many platinums do you have? Alright, we have one objective left on tonight's stream. Like I said, we're going to try to rescue Yuria the Witch. She is the merchant that sells the strongest spells in the game. And we only have 3 trophies left in this game till we get the platinum. We have to forge all of the weapons. Excuse me. And we only have 1 weapon left to collect, and that is the lava bow. We're not going to be able to get that tonight. We'll do that next Thursday. And we have to learn all of the spells and learn all of the miracles. And I know Yuria has at least 1 spell that we need to learn, though we're not going to be able to learn it tonight because we need a boss spell to do so. But we're at least going to save her tonight. Archstone of the Demon Tower Knight. Inside Boletaria's gates, where the streets intertwine, lies a trap set by the fat official, an embodiment of old King Alon's madness. Alright. Wait. Should I have swap spells? I should have swapped spells. That's fine, we'll go back. Brandon says, for me, Borderlands 1, Lilith. Borderlands 2, Maya. Borderlands 3, Moze, or Amara the Siren. And for pre-sequel, Athena. Yes, Brandon was a big fan of Athena. Siren Fiend, eh? Oh yeah, those are all the sirens. Well, except for Moze. You already know, Orfeo. Cow says 74 platinums. But you actively hunt them out. I see. Uh, 122,000. And how many souls do we need to level up? 313,000. Yeah, that's not going to happen tonight. So we'll just turn this off. Okay. Are there only like 6 sirens in the universe? That I do not know. I know Brandon knows it. Spells. We're changing spells. We're also talking to all the NPCs again to get their reactions. And then we are going to go rescue Yuria.
Are you begging for a lesson?
Oh.
I see. Suit yourself. Just ensure that you rescue Sage Frake as quickly as possible.
I have to equip a special ring first. Okay.
Begging for a magic lesson.
Nope, there it is. Take that off. We want Flame Toss, Soul Ray, Fireball, and Firestorm.
Be careful how you use it. Normally it would not be granted to one such as yourself. I had to make an exception for the sake of Sage Frake.
Does he?
Are you begging for a
say
magic
anything
lesson?
new now that we've beaten the Tower Knight?
Me? Without doubt, I made my best effort to save Sage
He does say
Frake.
new stuff.
But I had not the strength. It's as simple as that. Besides, if I myself were captured, who would stand here and recruit rescuers? Besides, if I myself were captured... I see. Just ensure...
Okay.
Have you met the last surviving monument?
I have.
Those fools revived the old one on a whim. And now they've trapped us here in the Nexus in a desperate attempt to undo their mistake. It's all a travesty if you ask me.
Cows is on PS5. Nice. Have you beaten this? Cows? You could play the remake. And he says, no, keep grinding. Don't stop the grind. Just don't let... Huh? Cal says, I think a Borderlands movie is in the works. It is, yes. Just don't let Paul W.S. Anderson direct. Aw. Didn't he do the Resident Evil movies? I thought he did a good job.
Well, you found yourself a demon soul.
I did.
I'm impressed. Yes, indeed I am.
You should be.
Stay the path, and you will soon be a monster yourself. Can't you see you've fallen for their trap? You... Have you seen my corporeal flesh? Has my body gone blunt? I'm sorry. Please leave me alone.
He's so sad.
Anne, who are you? I don't remember anything.
He's such a sad character.
Anne, who are you? I don't remember anything.
You first get here and he kind of cracks jokes with you, and you know, he kind of jibes you a little bit. But this is supposed to sort of introduce you to what happens if you stay outside of your body for too long. You lose your body, it goes rotten, and then you can't get your body back. And when that happens, you start to forget who you are. Your soul starts to forget who you are. And then eventually you just fade into the next world. And that's what happened to him. He's been in his soul form so long, his body's gone rotten and he can't return anymore. So once we leave, the next time we return, he won't be here anymore. It'll just be like his soul essence that remained behind. There's so many clever things in this game that you wouldn't know if you didn't dig a little deep and really talk to more people in this world. Hello, Usarak. Welcome. Okay, this is awesome, LOL. Old school demon souls. It is. Put him out of his misery. I find it hard to do. The two characters that are hard for me to kill are Thomas, and I think people refer to him as Crestfallen, just because they're such sympathetic characters. Actually, that's not true. There's one more character, and that's Yuria. And Yuria, because she was us, basically. She came here for the same reasons that we do, and we're going to see her soon. We're actually going to rescue her now. And then she was captured by the demons and brutally tortured. And it's even suggested that she was raped. And afterwards, she's like, she doesn't want to do this anymore. She doesn't want to go out and hunt souls and gain more power. She's just grateful that we helped her escape. So those three are like the most sympathetic characters in the game, and I find it very hard to kill them.
Thank goodness you're safe. I was worried sick about you.
Alright, we do need one special item to save her. Also, in my inventory, I have full stacks of healing grass as well. I almost have a full stack of new moon grass. And magic items, 87 stones of ephemeral eyes. So after 3 playthroughs, you start kind of racking this stuff up quite a bit. But yeah, I do love me some demon souls. Alright, we need a hat. There it is. The official's cap. In the PS3 original, you only need the official's cap to rescue Yuria.
We are indebted to you, for you fight on
But in the remake, you need the hat, the gloves, the boots, or the pants, and the shirt. And there are different fat officials in the game, and each one drops a piece. And when you assemble the entire costume, then you can rescue Yuria. I think that's an interesting change.
Thou seekest soul power, dost thou not?
No, not yet.
Then touch
Lucerak says, I'm
demon
replaying
inside
Dark
me.
Souls on PS4 right now. I forgot how annoyingly hard it is. I haven't played that yet. And you said, I never kill the NPCs, lol. I'm weird like that. Unless it's Yurt or Mephistopheles. Yes. At the end of our last playthrough, this is my third playthrough, we did do the Mephistopheles quest. And that was tough, but it was cool. And we used that to get the final ring that we needed for a trophy. But have you played this one on PS3 or PS5? Oh, and Cal says, I have the remake. Didn't finish it, but really like it. Why didn't you finish the Demon Souls remake, Cows? Especially if you liked it.
I keep the candles lit and serve the brave demon slayers who are trapped here. I shall await thine return, slayer of demons. I am here for thee, and thee only.
All right. We want to talk to the holy people over here.
May the heavens gaze favorably upon you, Umbasa.
All right, nothing new there.
Oh, fellow disciple, you seek the power of God? A miracle is a heavenly act, but spells are the acts of demons, the work of soul arts. They have similar effects, and yet one is clearly evil, and the other is clearly good. Magicians, in the end, are mere servants of the demons. I see. You wish to train yourself in stoicism. Very well.
Cal says, I played too...
I pray we meet again.
I like how in this game, if you kind of, again, dig deeper into the lore of Demon Souls, you find out that... I don't know if you'd call them hypocritical, but you find out, because I think they do it without knowing or without realizing it, but miracles in Demon Souls derive from the same place as spells. And you find out that the Temple Knights and that the clerics in this game actually worship the Old One, which is the first demon. They don't worship the Creator, but they don't realize that, and that's how they're able to utilize Demon Souls for power. And Yuria, once we rescue her, like, she gets it, she understands, and she explains this to you. She's like, no, anytime you use magic, you're using something that's derived from evil, from a demon's soul, whether it's a miracle or a spell. And it's just like they don't get that. And you would never understand that if you just kind of skimmed the surface of Demon Souls. You would just think, oh, well, they wield holy spells and they're antagonistic to the mages because they use evil spells and whatever, blah, blah. But no, it's not like that. And I like that there's that depth to Demon Souls again.
O Honorable One, I hesitate to imagine your present state. Deep within the darkness, where night shall ever shine, will you continue to pray, even in such misery?
All right, we talked to everybody. Let's go rescue... Oh, wait, we did not talk to everyone. We have one left. Ostrava!
At its peak, Boletaria was a grand kingdom. The king, his knights, his subjects were modest to plain, but also steadfast and compassionate. In the distant southern kingdom, Boletaria was known as paradise on earth. But look at what has become of us now. I refuse to believe that this is what Father wished for our great land.
And he's dropping some pretty heavy hints that he is the prince. When he says this is what Father wanted for our land, well, his father had to preside over the whole kingdom, so his father's the king. Let me get back to stream chat here. Usarak asks, are you brand new to the Souls franchise? Yes, I am. Demon Souls is the very first Souls game I have ever played. And I was saying earlier that I was just going to play it once through and squeeze as much enjoyment as I can out of it. That's what I typically do with games, and then move on to the next game. But I fell so in love with Demon Souls that I just wanted to go back and play it again. But I felt like I needed an excuse to go back and play it again. So I was like, you know what, we'll just use the trophies as an excuse. And so we're going to go for Platinum. And so to get Platinum in Demon Souls, the legitimate way anyway, we have to play through the game 4 times. Probably more like 3.5, but we're going to play it 4 times anyway. And so yeah, this is our 3rd playthrough. I'm really loving it. And after this, we're going to go through and play all of the Dark Souls games on the PS4. So the remasters of 1 and 2, not the original PS3 versions. And then we're going to hit up Bloodborne and then Elden Ring. I don't know about Sekiro yet, just because it is so different from the rest of the Souls games, but Pri made a good recommendation. She said to beat all of the other Souls games first, and then once you've sort of gained that background with the Souls series, then to sort of hop online, like go someplace like YouTube, and watch some gameplay footage of Sekiro, and through the lens that you gain by acquiring the knowledge from playing the other Souls games, decide whether or not Sekiro is something you want to dive into. And so I've decided to do that. I'm going to beat all the other Souls games first, save Sekiro for last, and I may or may not play Sekiro. It just depends how I feel once I've completed all the other Souls games. As of right now, though, I'm probably leaning towards no, but that could always change. I've also decided that I want to play as a different class in each of the Souls games. So my favorite 3 classes in RPGs are Caster, whatever the most damaging caster is, the tank, and the healer. I've never really been much of a melee person. And so I'm sort of playing through them in that order. Demon Souls, I'm a magician. Dark Souls Remastered, I'm planning to play as a knight, and I'm going to tech in some faith, kind of going for a paladin build. There is a paladin build in Demon Souls, it's called the Temple Knight, but it doesn't exist in Dark Souls. So that's fine, I'll just kind of create it by hobbling some stats together in Dark Souls. In Dark Souls 2, we're actually not going to play a healer. We're going to play as a melee class. We're going to play as an adventurer. And the reason why I want to play as an adventurer in that game is because of the class title. I just want to play as something called an adventurer. And if possible, I want to beat the entire game, or at least as much of the game as I can, depending upon when I find the weapon, with a whip. And that's sort of an homage to Indiana Jones, but also to Castlevania, which we've played through quite a few installments of on our Tuesday Retro Reminiscence streams. And so I think that's going to be pretty cool, a whip-wielding adventurer, just like the days of Castlevania. And on Dark Souls 3, we're going to be a cleric, even though I've heard that faith-based abilities get weaker the further you get into the Souls series. But I still want to try it. I still want to give it a go. Bloodborne, I'm planning to be a warrior... No, I'm sorry. I'm planning to be a military veteran, which I've heard is the same thing as a warrior from the Souls series, and from the Dark Souls series, that is. And in Bloodborne, we're going to be a bandit. So that's sort of supposed to be an homage to Lord of the Rings. We are going to be a thief going after the One Ring. But that is the plan, because I do want to experience all the classes in Souls games, but I really only want to play each Souls game with a single class. So I'm trying to sort of play each one as different class to sort of get a taste for what it's like to play as all the different classes, or at least some of the different classes in the Souls series. Cow says, I play too many games at a time, so a lot go unfinished for a while. I can understand that. Miyazaki should write a book or a movie. I would love to see that. And I said earlier, I don't remember what day, but I said in a pre-stream that Sony has invested in From Software, and they now hold a larger stake than they once did. Not the largest stake, but I think it's the 3rd largest stake in the company. And since they now have such a large stake, they have options where they can make anime, or they can make a movie based on the From Software licenses, including Dark Souls, Demon Souls, or anything else. So maybe we will see something like that in the future. If the game series continues to be a blockbuster hit just like Elden Ring was, then I think we can see that on the horizon. I just don't know what's going to happen. I sort of cringe at the idea of like a Demon Souls live action film or a Dark Souls live action film. I'm not sure they could really do that justice. In anime, maybe, but I don't know. I've never seen like a dark anime. And when I say dark, I don't mean like something that's serious or brooding. I mean something that has like a lot of dark coloring to it. Even something like the Castlevania anime was pretty bright and colorful. And when I think of Dark Souls and Demon Souls, a lot of it just feels very oppressive from the environments. And here and there you do get light moments like with the Nexus. But I'm not sure if you can correctly convey that sort of heaviness in an anime. Now, I don't have a lot of anime experience, so you probably can, but I haven't seen it. So I'm not sure how they would make that work. But if they do it, it's something that I'm interested to see. True, Elden Ring feels a lot brighter, yeah. So they could probably do an Elden Ring movie, maybe like an Elden Ring live action movie. I can see that working. Oh, talk to me again.
In Boletaria, we speak of the legend of the two swords and the last hero. The two swords are Demonbrand and Soulbrand. One sword banishes that which befouls man, and the other banishes man himself. The last hero is old King Doran. King Doran is the Everlasting One, founder of Boletaria and protector of the two swords. Of course, according to legend. But in the dark state of our land, legends are all we can depend upon. King Allant led Boletaria with a round table of brave knights. The royal twin Fangs, Valafax and Bjor. Alfred, the Knight of the Tower. Metas, the Knight of the Lance. And the brave trustman, Longbow Ulan and his fearsome legions. But today, Boletaria is an abysmal mess. Valafax was lost, and Bjor slipped through the fissure, never to be heard from again. All the rest, along with Boletaria, have been devoured by the fog, and will soon be prey to the demons. The Boletarian Knights are no longer. But perhaps our age will see the rise of new heroes, such as yourself.
Alright, I think that's his last line. Alright, now we've spoken to everybody. Let's go save ourselves a witch. All the right spells? Yes. Alright. To the Tower Knight Hawkstone. Cow says, Love, Death, Robots. Oh, the anime is called Love, Death, Robots. Love, Death, Robots has some dark animated stuff, so maybe that would work. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen too much anime. This Wednesday we're going to finish up Konosuba, and then the anime, or the Wednesday after that, we're going to start a new anime series, which is actually a very old anime series, called Initial D. We take recommendations for anime series, and on Wednesdays we watch a couple of episodes, and we watch either the first season or the first 20 episodes, whichever is shorter. And then once we get through that, we have a vote to either continue on with the next season or the next 20 episodes, or move on to a different series. And so far we've only gone through one series, because we started that not too long ago, and that's with Konosuba, which is a really, really good anime. Look at that, that's pretty nice. Pri, I would point out if she were still here. Once you beat the game once and you replay the second time, you don't have to leave and go kill an archdemon and then come back to open the gate. You can just walk towards the gate and it opens for you. Cal says, I heard Initial D was awesome. It's on your watch list? Nice. Oh, Brookie is here. Hello, Brookie. How about that? Kazu crew rolling through. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're doing well. See what Brookie was up to? Last casting Inscription. That looks like a rather spooky game. How is that going, Brookie? As you can see, we are still playing through Demon Souls on the PS3. This is the beginning of our third playthrough. And we are trying to go for the Platinum Trophy. We do have to beat the game 4 times to obtain the Platinum Trophy. But that's fine, because I absolutely love Demon Souls. And we're not going to stop playing it until we have the trophy. Oh, good. We just need a Flame Toss to one-hit KO these wolf dogs. Ho, 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 ho. I am a mighty mage indeed. Berkey says, yeah, doing well. Inscription has been so cool. There's been some unexpected turns and you're loving it. Very nice. Very, very nice. I'm glad, Berkey. I'm glad. Storied Soldier's Soul. Well, welcome everyone. I think... Ooh, 2,000 souls. I think many of you probably know me. I am Orfeo. Sometimes you see me in Brooky's stream. Let's see how much these are worth. Another 2,000 souls. Very nice. Cass is currently watching Dr. Stone, which is like the anime version of Primitive Technology on YouTube. Really fun show. I haven't heard of that before. Ricky asks, that's so cool that you're getting the platinum. Is it getting difficult in the new games? It was a pretty big transition from New Game to New Game Plus. Depending on your source, the game either gets between like 50 to 70% harder. So long as you don't get hit, you don't really feel much of a difference, though it does take more damage to kill an enemy. But I feel that now we've gotten through New Game Plus, the rest should be pretty easy. Going from New Game Plus to New Game Plus Plus, which is where we're at now, I think the game only gets like another 5% harder. So that's not bad at all. And the game actually stops getting harder at New Game Plus 5, which we're not going to make it to. But now every new game beyond New Game Plus 1, the game only gets harder by a handful of percentage points. So I think we're going to have relatively easy playthroughs until we get that platinum, which is going to be pretty nice. But it is quite coincidental tonight. We were raided by first Mr. Charles Q. Banks, then we were raided by Life of Pre, and then we were raided by Brookie Kazooie. And I talked about all 3 of you tonight because all 3 of you were my inspirations to start the Souls series. I was saying earlier how, and I think I've said this before when you've been in here, Brookie, that I started following each of you when you were streaming something different. I think with you, Brookie, it was like a Nintendo game, but I forget which one it was. And I've never really been too into Nintendo games, but I love to watch them. They're very bright and colorful, and they tend to be pretty happy. And I don't know, the older I get, the more I'm into like happier, colorful, more carefree games. And so it was fun to watch that one. When I followed Life of Pre, is because she was streaming Doki Doki Literature Club, which is one of my favorite games of all time. And when I started following Mr. Charles Q. Banks, he was streaming Anthem, which is another one of my favorite games of all time. And no, I don't think I have the key yet. I do not. And so I started following each of you for different things that you were streaming. And then over time, I learned that each of you were Souls streamers. And I had heard that the Souls series was a tough series, and I don't like playing games just for the challenge of it. I do prioritize story And I'm okay with a challenge, but I just don't want to play something that's just hard just because it's hard. And that's what kind of put me off the idea. But after watching you three play through the Souls series, it looked like so much fun watching you deal with all that craziness and how you overcame everything, that it inspired me. It made me want to jump into the Souls series myself, and I'm glad I did, because I have completely fallen in love with Demon Souls. And now I intend to play through all the Souls games, except for maybe Sekiro, where we'll see. I'm saving that for last, if I do stream it. And so yeah, we had all 3 Souls inspiration streamers raid tonight. That is pretty crazy. Oh gosh, how cool that we all raid in the same night. It is. I think so. Alright, cutscene time. And yes, for those of you who have seen those 3 streamers stream the PS5 remake, this is the PlayStation 3 original, so some stuff probably looks different. Than you're used to seeing. But yeah, this is how the Souls series began. So, welcome everyone. If you do not know me, Stone of Ephemeral Eyes, nice. And I'm coming for you, just not tonight. If you do not know who I am, yes, I am Orfeo. Sometimes you will find me in the streams of Brookie, or Charles, or Pre. I stream 6 nights a week, from 8 o'clock to... no. He's back. This guy invaded me the last time I was here. I guess he wants a rematch. I'm thinking he's going to win. All right, here we go. Oh, he's using homing soul arrow. Oh, I unlocked. Oh, he got me. He beat me. Well played, sir. Well played. We are now tied. I beat him the first time, he beat me the second time. Maybe we'll see him on our next playthrough. Alright, let's return to the Nexus. And we're going to get ourselves... Oh, no, we don't have to. That's fine. We'll drop off the items we picked up. I already have a Stone of Ephemeral Eyes on me. That's why I was going to go back. We'll use that to make ourselves human again, and then we'll go back and rescue Yuria. Okay. Oh, and there he is. There's his soul essence of the Crestfallen. That's what's left of him. Storied soldier's soul. So sad. Oh, but yes, the intro, I did forget. So yes, if you don't know me, I am Orfeo. I stream 6 nights a week, from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock US Eastern Time. Though my streams may always go later, as you can see, we've been going now for like 6 hours. And I stream a little something different each and every night of the week. Mondays, I tend to stream games that are unique, that are not part of a series. Typically, they're indie games, but not always.
Hello again. keeping it.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I do have one. And we're currently working our way through Dante's Inferno on Monday nights. Tuesdays are retro games or contemporary games done in the retro style.
You have a heart.
Okay. And right now we're playing through Quake Remastered. And we're about halfway through the Dimension of the Past expansion. On Wednesdays in the Discord, I'm making myself human again. There we go. Okay. Let's go get our souls back, and then we'll continue to rescue Yuria. But, yes, on Wednesdays in the Discord, we watch anime together. This coming Wednesday, we should be finishing up the Konosuba movie called Legend of Crimson. And then afterwards, here on Twitch, we have a Just Chatting stream going over community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. Thursdays, we do role-playing games, which is why we're playing Demon's Souls tonight. Fridays are the opposite of Mondays. We play games that are part of a series or franchise. And we're trying to get through the Borderlands series. And tomorrow night, we'll be getting through episode 4 of Tales from the Borderlands. So I'm looking forward to that. It's a 5-episode game. Where are you? There you are. It's like he was hiding that time. Okay. No, never mind. Yes. And as you can see, we're playing through Demon's Souls for RPG nights. Fridays, yes, we play unique games. We should be getting through episode 4 of Tales from the Borderlands. Such an OP mage. Alright. Give me my souls back. Yes! 136,880 souls. And Saturday is Spooky Saturdays. We play through spooky games. And we are working our way through the Resurrection of Evil DLC for Doom 3. So, if any of those games or stream themes interest you, then maybe I will see you on one of those days. Oh, nice. Got 2 with 1 spell. Some more fire bombs. All right. Now we could go downstairs, but then that would send us smack dab into an assassin, and he would probably kill me. So we're not going to go that way. We're going to go this way. And let's preemptively equip the regenerator's ring, because we are going to get shot by some arrows here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's fine, though. I meant to pick up that item there on the floor. Alright. And we're going to hang out here for a little while and let our health regenerate. And we might as well get back some mana at the same time. And then we're going to go kill those archers. Then we're going to backtrack a bit, kill the assassin, get that glowy item. And then we're going to continue making our way through this place. Okay. But I hope you all are having a good night tonight. I have been. Demon Souls is always fun to get into. I love the story, I love the characters, I love the lore, I love all the different items. I remember when I first saw Brookie playing a Souls game, and I don't remember which one it was, but whenever she would go into her item screen to look at the different weapons or the different consumables or like shields and stuff, I was always trying to like read the descriptions of them as fast as possible because they contained little bits of lore, and I am a lore hound. I love story. For me, story is the most important aspect of a video game, which is why if a game doesn't have story, I tend not to play it. Games that are multiplayer only, like Dead by Daylight or Apex, those are cool games. I recognize their quality. They're just not for me. But I love the lore of the Souls series. And it's rare that I find a game where I like the lore and the characters and the story and the gameplay. The last game I would say that really did that for me was probably Borderlands 2 with Krieg the Psycho, the character that I was playing. He was a ton of fun. But yeah, it's not every day you run across a game, at least where I run across a game, where I like almost every aspect of it. And Demon Souls is one such game. And it's also cool to hear that many people consider Demon Souls not necessarily to be bad, though Pre kind of thinks it is, but to think of Demon Souls as the least fun out of all the Souls games. And the reason why I find that to be something that I like to hear, there we go, is because if that's the case, and Demon Souls is sort of the lowest tier Souls game, but I love Demon Souls, then to me that means that I'll definitely love all the other Souls games that there are to play. So I am pretty psyched. Alright, now let's see if I can do this without messing up. I know just around that corner on the left is an assassin. Are you serious? He's doing it again? Why are you doing it again? Oh, that's kind of annoying. Once per is okay, but to do it multiple times, that's annoying. I wonder if he's I wondered that the first time, like if he's actually watching stream. We're gonna go try to trigger this and then run away. There we go. Got him. Okay. Uh-oh. And there he goes again. Fire bombs. New moon grass. I'm honestly just going to try to ignore him. Maybe he'll leave if I just ignore him. Equip regenerate. Maybe he'll like get the hint that I don't want to do PvP. I'm not a big PvP person in any game that I play. Alright. I'm going to take this a bit slow. I'm also going to try and use Soul Ray. I think he's killing some other people here. I'm not sure why. Either to prepare the stage for our PvP contest. There's the other assassin. Or maybe he just wants to be helpful since he killed me last time. Oh. Some secret throwing daggers. But yes, if you didn't know, if you just come down the stairs from this point, which is where we were before. Actually, I wonder if I can... Let's see here. No, I can't. I feel like in the PS5 remake, you can use a white eye stone to send an enemy phantom back to their world. But you can't do it in the PS3 original. I think in the PS3 original, there's no way to get rid of an invader. Ah, well. But yes, if we were to just have taken the main route instead of dropping down, the assassin would be right there looking us right in the face, and that probably would have been instant death. Ah, Krogoth! Kazuku rolling through. Hey, Krogoth, how you doing? Yeah, the lore is just as good, or better in the others too. Nice. Alright, now we can get that glowy item. Unknown Hero Soul. Nice. Oh! I missed that one. I was going to go around where Leota went and kill the guy that's firing at me. But... And then I could pick this, this item up without having to worry about getting shot at. But the invasion threw me. I wasn't expecting to get invaded twice by the same person. Alright, some new moon grass. Oh, we made it. Let's get some mana back. And I don't know where he is. We're just gonna hang out here, though. Use Unknown Hero Soul for another 400 souls. And we're just gonna let our mana regenerate. This is where he and I fought the first time he invaded. At the end of our last stream. And I hit him, I think, once or twice with Firestorm, and he fled up the stairs and he healed himself. And then he came back down, and he hit me a few times. And then I ran down the steps. I hit him with Firestorm again. And I'm not sure if Firestorm killed him. It looked like it may have bounced him into the ball of fire, and that's what finished him off. Okay. So yeah, we're just going to hang out here and get all of our mana back. Then we will continue to make our way through the game and rescue Yuria if we can. Ooh, it's just gotten a lot more tense with the invader. But that's what happens when you stay in body form. You open yourself up to that. Yeah, especially now that I know we have an invader. Like I said, I don't know if he's going to try to kill us, if he's just going to try to help us. He did kill some enemies, I'm not sure why. But without knowing, I definitely want to make sure I have all my mana before I continue. As a mage, you are at your weakest when you are low on mana. And if he is here to duel again, I might try something specific. But again, I hope he's not here to duel again. And that would be... I would use Soul Ray again because it is the fastest spell in the game. And it can also fly further than any other spell in the game before it fizzles out, which is what I was using the last time I was fighting him. But I would also toggle from the Wooden Catalyst over to the Insanity Catalyst. And I believe the Insanity Catalyst gets us an additional 30% magic damage, but it cuts our mana bar in half. But with just a single Soul Ray, we almost killed him. And if we have the Insanity Catalyst equipped, I feel that we probably either could one-shot him, or if not one-shot, drop him so low that if we just ran at him like a mad person afterwards and swung our sword, that maybe all we'd have to do is just connect once, even if it was just a glancing blow, and that would be enough to finish him off. So, could be. But again, I'm hoping not to have to find that out. So let's go back to our default spell, and we have the right rings on. No, let's switch over to our Ring of Magical Sharpness again, and get our sword back out, and continue. Nothing over there. And we're going to go to... Oh! Ooh! That was kind of close. Let's let him fire again. And... there we go. Alright. We got rid of the crossbowman. Some other enemies up there. Let's look around the corner. Alright. Let's toggle to Fireball. And we can leave that item alone, but there's an assassin up here along the ceiling, and I can't see him. But if I go over there to fetch the item... Actually, you know what? Let's not even go get the item. I remember what that is now. It's a shield. It's a low-level slave shield, which in the remake is called a Dreg Shield. And so long as you don't go down there, I don't think the assassin comes after you. He just tries to surprise attack you when you go for the item. He drops in behind you and tries to cut you up. But let's not do that. Let's just keep on going. But then I don't know if he will or not. Nah, let's do it. We'll fireball him. There he is. Alright, one hit KO. Get back some mana. See, now I know he's not going to ambush me. Alright. If possible, I like taking out all the enemies on the way to whatever destination I go to, because I'm always worried that something's going to happen and I'll freak out and I'll start running away and I'll lose my bearings. And maybe I'll mean to run down here, but I'll mess up and I'll be pulling too close to the left and I'll accidentally run this way, and then when I do, the assassin will drop behind me and then I have an extra enemy to deal with. And the assassin is really strong. He could probably 2 to 3 shot me, or 2 to 3 hit kill me. So that is not something I would want to have happen. Alright, let's keep going. Let's go back to Soul Ray. I'm going to try to pick off all these enemies from across the way, if possible. And it's a little difficult, but I can lock on from here. There we go. There's one. Two. Oh, crud. He missed all of that. And I'm dead again. Oh. That's a bummer. Well, hopefully this is the last time he invades us. Maybe we'll get some peace, hopefully. I couldn't enact my plan fast. When he dropped behind me, I freaked out. Alright, well now I do have to return to the Nexus. Yes. To get a new stone of Ephemeral Eyes.
Hello again. I'm keeping...
Let's drop off the fire bombs and the secret throwing daggers. And the new moongrass. Is there anything else? The slave shield. And that's it. Okay. Take. Where are they? Alright. 1 stone of ephemeral eyes. Switch back to our wooden catalyst. There we are. And back we go. This is a little irksome, but you do get more content this way, I suppose. Because if it were not for Leoto's 2 invasions, we probably have already well, no, I wouldn't go that far. We would have almost rescued Yuria by now. We have to get to the fat official that we saw across on the top of the other building. He has a key, and then with that key we can turn around and we can run back. And we can open the locked door that's over there, rescue Bior, kill another fat official to get another key, turn back around, run over here, and then we can rescue Yuria. Okay. There's 1. And he asks, are you going to finally level up the stamina bar this go around? Probably not. Stamina is important. I mean, you could argue all stats are important except for maybe luck. But to a magician, especially magicians such as myself, who really focuses mostly on spell damage as opposed to physical damage, it's not really all that important a stat. Stamina controls your ability to sprint longer distances. It impacts your use of weapons, like how many times you can swing before you have to stop and sort of rest. But for a magician that relies almost entirely on magic, such as myself, it's not really that important a stat. But if I were to play this like over and over again, like some truly hardcore Souls people do, and some people play this game with like new game plus 27, then yeah, eventually I would go to stamina and I would try to max that as well. Because why not? If you could have a max stamina bar, then that's cool. I'd do it. Okay. Oh! Ooh, that was close. All right. All right, again, the assassin is down there. There's no items to pick up this time, but this is still the easier way to go about it. And let's switch to Soul Ray. Actually, we can probably just switch to Flame Toss. Actually, I think we're going to switch to Fireball, since that one-shots him. There we go. Okay. And now let's run around. And go back up the stairs. Okay. Let's get Fireball ready. Shotgun push. Fireball push. Run up, run down, pull the assassin. Holy hell. Try to make our... Ah! I was trying to get around there without bumping into the ball. We are going to go all the way back because I'm not sure how far he can actually follow me. Oh, sweet. Oh, that's right. That's what happens. That wasn't Leoto killing them. That was the ball. Let me put on the ring real quick. So the NPCs in Demon's Souls, I don't know if the AI was, I said this before, I don't know if the AI was tweaked in the PS5 remake, but in the PS3 version, they're not always the smartest NPCs. And so they'll try to pursue me, and just like I bumped into that ball, they'll bump into the ball. And they'll bump into the ball repeatedly, and that's what will actually kill them, is just scenery. So, and that might have happened further up too, because as an invader in this game, you don't have to worry about enemies killing you, which I think is actually one of the coolest things about being an invader in Demon's Souls. It's not actually killing other players, it's getting to warp into the game world and getting to hang out around enemies, and you can walk up close and you can kind of walk around them and see what they look like without having them attack you. I think that's really cool. See, if you had more stamina, you would have gotten out of there faster. That's kind of true. But I tend to like taking my time through the game. But we'll be fine. We'll just hang out here for a bit, let our mana go back up, let our HP go back up, and then we will continue. Ah, thank you for the raid, Indy. And hello. Anyone coming over from Indy's raid? What were you on, Indy? I know we gave you a shout out earlier, but I don't know if you were streaming then. Apex Legends. Okay. Thank you, Indy. I do appreciate the raid. How did Apex go? Ah, yes. And just like when we were going up against the Red Dragon, it is important not to get cocky. Don't think just because you're familiar with the enemies and familiar with the area and are pretty OP, at least in terms of PvE. As I said, I've never been that good at PvP. That you can just walk back with a partial health bar and expect to succeed. It's always risky. So, I'm one of those people where it's sort of better to be safe than sorry, at least in the Souls series. So I will wait and let my mana, well, my mana's done, but let my health regenerate. And he says, played Valorant, then Apex, then back and back once more. Valorant went up and down. Apex, you were paying more attention to. Oh. Apex, you were paying more attention to me, so you ended stream and came to sit for a spell. Well, you are always welcome here, Indy. You have so many healing items, you could just heal and push. I tend to like saving the healing items for when I'm in the midst of combat. And really, I should not really be using Crescent Moongrass anymore. And let me actually toggle over. In New Game Plus, you'd probably want to have Crescent Moongrass set as your default healing item. But if you need to heal in the midst of combat, it's not too... I think I'll just leave it. It's not too good, because it doesn't give you that much HP. And in New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, enemies can hit you so hard that Crescent Moongrass will barely give you anything back. But I've just kind of left it there just because I tend not to take that much damage in these games. Even from the bosses, I tend to be skirt around and be pretty damage free for the most part. At least to the point where I can kind of fall back and let the regenerators ring take care of all my wounds. Okay. Let's head back. And we are going to be cautious because the assassin, and I think the assassin died at the rock, but I'm not sure. The assassin does wear a thief's ring, which is why he remains invisible until you get close. And that's actually what the thief's ring does for you when you go up against other players and go up against NPCs. It reduces aggro range by 20%. Oh, there he is! He did die by the fireball. Some more secret throwing daggers. And it looks like someone else came down and died there as well. Okay. Oh, that's my bloodstain? Oh wait, is that my bloodstain or someone else's bloodstain? That's someone else's bloodstain. Okay. How did you die? That's weird. It looked like they were trying to drop off onto the ledge and they messed up and they fell in the water. But I wonder why you would want to drop off onto the ledge. There's no items there that I'm familiar with. Alright, back to Fireball. So there shouldn't be any enemies up here on the left. No, okay. There shouldn't be any enemies here on the right. Oh, nope, nope, there is. The crossbowman. Let him shoot. Back away. Go down. And flame toss. Ah. Oh dear. Ho, ho, ho. Whew. Firestormed him. That felt good. He came early that time. I didn't even go down here. If I go down here, will I trigger another one or no? No. Okay. So that was the only, that was the assassin that would have spawned had I come here earlier. So I guess if you trigger the assassin and then die or leave and then come back, then you'll find him here again. And we will have to go through this area one more time, because I'm not planning to get all the way, I don't know, I think... Actually, no, I think we can go further and rescue Ostrava and open the shortcut. And then, if we don't go any further, Ostrava should be back in the Nexus, which is where I want him. Okay, there are souls. We have to make our way over there and pick them up. We're going to wait, and we're going to get back our mana. And we're not going to try to get our souls, because if all those crossbowmen hit me with their bolts at the same time, that's probably going to be a one-hit KO. So we'll dance around a bit. We'll use Soul Ray, and we'll take them out one by one. We might even be able to take out the Fat Official from here, and that would make things a lot easier. And then, yeah. We'll get our key. So we're going to do a little bit more stuff than we had planned to tonight. That's okay. It's going to make, when we next come here towards the very end of this playthrough, a bit faster and a bit easier. Oh, but we had a lot of souls, but we had, what was it, over 140,000 souls? That's like almost halfway to a level up. And it's sitting right there. It's so close. Oh. It's kind of tempting just to run up there and grab it while dodging the crossbowman. I might just do that. The only thing I don't like about that is when you get your souls back, the screen turns dark because it says like, oh, congratulations, you have obtained your souls back. And that's cool to let, you know, for the game to let you know that. But when it does that, it obscures your vision. And it's like, no, don't, I need to see. You do have a lot of healing items. I do have a lot of healing items, yes. But you know that I'm very conservative in all the games that I play in trying to like I'm very stingy with ammo in shooting games. And especially ammo in like my more powerful guns, and I'm kind of stingy with healing items, even though I do have a ridiculous amount of healing items. Alright. Let's... What? Oh, we were waiting on our mana to regenerate, not our health. I was like, how do we get all our health back without working our generator's ring? Okay. Let's do this. Dodge. See how the screen turns dark? Like, I need that to not be dark. I need to see. Okay. There's one. Dodged. One left. No! Crud. I hate when that happens. We don't die. But it is possible. I don't know why they made this a possibility. You can jump over the ledge and just drop straight down on the stairs. And you're fine. You're safe. You never take any fall damage from that. At least I don't think you do. Maybe we did. Looks like we did take a little bit of damage to our health. But, and we'll heal up from that. But, you just have to run all the way back now. Not that enemies respawn, so it's not that bad. But it's always like a little irksome, because if you want to kill people with spells, and maybe even the crossbow, I'm not sure. Because the crossbow like spells, you have to kind of lock on to an enemy for the most part to use them effectively. You have to get pretty close in order to lock on. And it's kind of tricky getting close enough to lock onto those enemies over there. But... oh wait, what was that? Someone dropped something? Oh, it probably blended in with the fire. There we go. More secret throwing daggers. But it's a little tricky getting close enough to trigger the lock-on, but not getting close enough to send yourself falling over the edge. Alright, let me get the right ring again. There we go. Alright, we're at full HP, full mana. Get the sword back out. Let's do this again. Dodge. Dodge again. Come on. No, no, no! We did it again. Oh, you do take damage from the fall. Ah. Going back. Hopefully third time's the charm. Can you shoot without locking on? You can, but it's difficult. Like if I try to aim right now, let's say I want to aim at that table, this small table that's right here. I have to look at it, and then I press the lock-on button. If you're too far away to lock onto something, the camera just shifts behind you, and that gives you kind of an idea of where your spell is going to go. So I don't want it to go there, I want it to go a bit to my left. So I walk in the direction of the table, then I hit lock on, and then it seems like it's okay. And then I fire my spell, and it might hit. No, it went too high. And you can't really control the verticality of your spell. It's like when it comes to verticality, it can either go mid-level, high-level, or low-level. You can't really aim in between those 3 points. And so I can probably shoot close to my feet, or I can shoot at the wall, but I can't shoot specifically down at this table. And no, with Magic, there is no ADS mode. If there was ADS mode with Magic and Demon Souls, that would be epic. That would probably make the game a bit too cheap. Because then you could just be a mage, use Soul Ray, which travels the furthest of all the spells, and then just sit back and just pick everyone off. Which, as a magician, I would be okay with, but I can see some people thinking that's a pretty cheap technique to beating the game. All right, let's try this again. And I really want him dead because the next enemy we're gonna fight is very, very strong. And there is a cheap way to fight the next enemy, and there is a very sort of you know what, let's try it, see what happens. No, it didn't work. And there is more of a, I guess you could call, there we go, we get locked on, finally. Alright. and there's sort of a cheap way and a respectable way to do it. And because I'm a mage, I use the cheap way. So I don't see him now, but there is a red-eyed knight who is very, very strong. There's actually 2 red-eyed knights very close to me. One is in that building, but so long as I don't walk in front of that doorway, I will not see him, he will not see me, and he will not attack me. The other red-eyed knight, I'm making sure he's not sneaking up on me. The other red-eyed knight is in that hallway right there. And he's supposed to surprise you as you walk through that fog gate. And it turns into being kind of a tough battle. But I've learned from my last playthrough that if I get close to the fog gate but I don't go through it, then the red knight will he'll see you and he'll try to walk at you. But since the fog gate is there, he can't get through it, and so he'll just kind of keep walking into the fog, and I can actually stab him through the fog over and over again until he dies. So that's the strat that I tend to use when fighting against him. It's very effective, but it's only effective the first time through, because after that, there is no fog gate if you go through the fog gate and then you die, or you choose to come back later on. So, you know, it's one of those things that you can only do once. And I wanted to kill him from over here, but he's wandered too far away. If we had not got invaded, then he would still be standing there, and I would be able to pick him off just like I picked off the archers. But now we're going to more so have to earn our victory. And that's irksome. I wanted a cheap victory. I wanted a cheap win. There's the Red Knight. The only fair fight is the one you lose. Smells like cheese to you? It is cheese. It's as cheesy as the salsa hat that I am wearing. Oh, he goes all the way over there. There we go. Yeah, you see me. Come on. Actually, no. Let me switch to... There we go. Okay. Actually, no. I do like it better this way. There we go. Hello. No, no, no. See, now he sees me. He walks towards the fog, but he can't make it to me. And I can't lock on him, but I can stab him from here. And then I roll backwards, and he can't chase me. He can run at me, but he can't do anything else. Okay. Now, can I hit him with a spell from here? That I don't remember. Let's see. No. The fog wall stops 100% of magic damage. Okay. Get him to walk at me again, and... roll back away. One more time. Yes! And that is how you cheaply kill the Red-Eye Knight behind this barrier. Now we can go through. Okay. And yeah, like I said, we're skipping that little house over there. I'm not sure what item that is. Actually, I think that item is a claymore. A free claymore, if you didn't buy one earlier from the Dreg Merchant. And the Dreg Merchant is also in that house. So if you want to see what new items he has, new armor sets he has, you can fight the Red Knight. And I think there's also a soldier in there. But I don't want to do that. I don't need anything he carries. And I don't want to go through the headache of fighting a Red Knight straight up, so we're just going to skip it and continue forward. Okay. Did I ever get that before? I don't remember. Alright. Switch to Fireball. I know there's an assassin over here somewhere, but I don't remember where. I know he's up there, but I feel like there's also one over here. No, I guess not. Okay. That assassin is scary. Lock on. He's at half. Oh, he got stuck. Well, not anymore. Ah! Oh! Nope. Running. I'm not sure if that was... I think that was an archer, but I'm not sure. It might have been an assassin. Look how far away they can fire. There's the Red Knight. You see him? He sees me, but he won't come after me unless I walk in front of the house. It's like he's waiting to ambush me. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's get some mana back. Let's get some health back. And let's go back. It's probably another healing item. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so that was an archer, that was not the assassin. And we're just going to hang out here for a bit and wait till we get our health back. Ah, because I do not want to die. Ah, Ink is here! For a moment I thought Indy said that. Because your names are the same color, at least in my stream. Ink says, and so returns the Buglehead Champion. Yes, indeed. Does he just use the healing that's on the ground? I could, I'm not sure which healing items those are. And I don't want to, like, use a healing item and then use the wrong healing item. And not be able to easily replenish that stronger healing item. So I tend not to use them. Oh, even Indy thought it was... He typed something errantly there. But hello, Ink. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Ink. Another variety streamer friend. Aw, Ink changed her color. You didn't have to do that, Ink. Last casting Silent Hill 2. If you're looking for some spooky games, not just around Halloween, but during every day of the year, or at least most days of the year. She does also do wrestling games from time to time. Then check out Ink. She loves Silent Hill, she loves Resident Evil, she also plays Parasite Eve, which is not a horror game per se, but it does have some spooky moments in it. So yes, if you like the spooks, check out Ink. Also a very fun personality. Can't you drop what you have, pick it up and use it, then pick up what you dropped? I could do that actually. I never thought of doing that before. Ink says, why is that always wrong? I was streaming Fatal Frame. That's weird, I don't know. Actually, what is your current stream category? I'll say that, I'll ask that. Maybe forgot to change your category? Yeah, sometimes I'll raid someone else's stream, or sometimes I'll just pop in, and someone will give me a shout out, and they're like, oh, so you were streaming this? And I'm like, no, I was streaming something else. But whenever I finish a stream, just so I don't have to do it the next day, I go in and I change my stream category to what I'll be streaming tomorrow. And so when people give me a shout out, what they're seeing in the shout out is actually my stream category for the following day, not my stream category for that night. So, I mean, if you updated it early like I tend to, then that might be why it's showing that. Okay. Iron Ring of Keys and New Moon Grass, that's what we need. I think we'll rescue Yuria last, actually. Probably change the title. Oh well. We should go back to Silent Hill 2 anyways. Let's try Flame Toss. But how are you doing tonight, Ink? It's always good to see you in stream. One down. But where's that other item that we saw? What is that? Oh, a storied hero soul. Okay. See, but now since we're here, we have to go all the way around again. But it shouldn't take that long. All the enemies are dead along the way. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And let's pop our other soul. Storied Hero Soul gives us how much? 4,000 souls. Very nice. Unknown Hero Soul gives us 400 souls. Yeah, we're over halfway to leveling up now. I thought we might be able to level up 2 to 3 times this playthrough. Actually, didn't we level up 2 times? We did. So maybe we'll get lucky? No, we're probably not going to level up a 3rd time. We need like double this amount. And we're not going to kill any more bosses tonight. Oh, let's get our staff out. And let's change our rings. Alright. Ink's exhausted. Oh. But you just had some pizza? Very nice. Pizza makes a lot of things better. What kind of pizza? I love pizza. I think almost everyone loves pizza, though. You heard me running up the stairs. Stay here for a bit. You can't still see me? Come on, turn around. Okay. No, you're gonna keep firing at me? Alright. No, so I resolved to run up here through his arrows to kill him, and it's in that moment that he just turns his back towards me. Alright, whatever. Hello. Okay. What was this way? Was there anything this way? No. There's a one-way road ahead. You are correct. Alright, we're getting close to the assassin. The assassin always makes me nervous. It's not nearly as bad as an invader, as a PvP invader, but it can still be very scary. Where are you? There he is, right there. I think the last time I made my way this way, I tried to use Firestorm to see if I could catch him in the blast, and I think it worked. Let's try it again. Nope. No, that didn't work. Oh, he's coming down now. That's not good. Ah! There he is. Oh, that's always scary. The assassin is the equivalent to the glass cannon mage in this game. It doesn't have a lot of health, it doesn't have a lot of defense, but they hit hella hard. And he asks, can you be invaded at any time or only at certain points? I can be invaded when two conditions are true. I can be invaded when one, and well, actually both have to be true at the same time. The first condition is that the boss of the given area has to still be alive. Which is kind of cool, because that means if you go through an archstone or an area and you kill the boss, you can't be invaded in that area. So that means you're free to explore everything. You can go in, you kill the boss, you kill all the enemies, you can't be invaded, you can do whatever you want to do. And no one can stop you. The second condition, besides the boss being alive, is that you must be in body form, which is how I typically play Demon Souls. If you're in body form, you get full HP, which is very nice. And so you can get hit more times before you die. But you do open yourself up to being invaded. And every time you die in body form, it lowers your world tendency. And that is why I think our world tendency has dropped. Yeah. You can see everything else is glowing pure white. Boletarian Palace, it's still white, but it's not pure white anymore. We can bring that back, though. Since we started in pure white, we just have to kill... Let's see. I think if we kill the blue dragon, and we kill the penetrator boss, we should be able to pull pure white tendency back. Actually, you know what? Let's do it. We're going to push a bit further than we thought we were, or than we planned we were, and we're going to go take out the penetrator boss tonight. I think we can do it. Then we'll have our pure white world tendency back. And I'm out of coffee. And then after beating the boss, we'll backtrack and we'll free Yuria. So if you play in spirit form, you can't be invaded. And when you die, you never have to worry about your world tendency decreasing, so those are big pluses. But you do play at reduced HP. And someone in my state, my character tendency is black. It's not pure black anymore, but it is black. In soul form, I deal less damage, and I have less HP. So, than I would normally. So for me, playing in soul form is quite risky. Though I guess you could say playing in body form has its equal share of risks. It just depends on which risks you want to take, or what kind of risks you want to take. But I rather be in body form. I missed! Uh-oh. There we go. Oh. Oh. Okay. Let's keep going. I think we're done with all the enemies until we get to that next flaming ball. And I remember at one point that flaming ball actually killed me. Because I didn't know where it was going. I thought it was going to go all the way downstairs. I thought it was going to go down here, then hit that wooden table, then go down these stairs, and then either just drop off or somehow roll down these stairs, even though that wouldn't necessarily make sense for the ball to do so. And so I ran into that corner right here, and that's ultimately where the ball ends up, and it crushed me. Alright, we have all of our mana back. We have almost all of our HP back. And then we'll get him to drop the ball. Run back up there, kill him. And then continue on through to what I call the maze. Even though it's not really a maze, but I call it the maze because it is a short series of very narrow hallways. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Whew. Okay. I don't think there are any more assassins that we have to fight for the rest of this level. And I really don't feel like playing through the first part of this level again, so yeah, we're just going to do the boss fight here. So we're going to knock out 3 boss fights in a single sitting. That means when we come back here at the very end of the game, we're only going to have the final boss, the False King Allant. Oh, hello there. I forgot that you were, Oh, that's right. You just have the Claymore, don't you? When Red Knights have shields, I greatly fear them. But when all they have is a sword, they can't block my magic. And I can always kill them before they kill me. If there is enough distance between us. Storied Hero Soul. Woohoo! There's 2 more crossbowmen up there. Did I lock on? I did not lock on. I'm trying not to get too close to the left or right, because with these low pointed ledges, I think I can still hop over and drop down on the other side. And I feel like on the right hand side, we're so high up that I would die from the fall. The left, maybe not, but the right, I think so. I think we're just gonna run for the last guy. Alright. Soldier's Lotus, nice. Alright. We'll get to you eventually. Oh! I forgot to show you something there. Now, if you want a cheap kill, if you have a bow and arrow, and you want to get some good souls, you can't do it with a crossbow, but you can do it with a bow and arrow, because you can ADS with a bow and arrow, but not with a crossbow or magic. But if you stand here, actually you have to stand where the ball is, so you'd have to kind of snug up behind it. But if you look down, and if you never have the Red Knight see you, you can actually see him through that doorway down there. And you could pelt him with arrows and eventually kill him. Another cheap kill. Which I am fine with cheapness in a video game if I find it. I do not go online to find strategies. But if I can find my own cheap strategy, I'm okay. That works for me. Right up your alley? Exactly, Indy. I will not look up cheese strats, but if I discover one on my own, then I am fine with that. There wasn't anything over there, was there? No. Okay. Just checking. I have the right rings equipped? Yes? Yes. Okay. In future, though just once, maybe once more, I hope we do get to see the Invader Leoto again. Not tonight, but I would like to eventually face him again. Because I never got to try the strategy that I cooked up. I never got to try using the Soul Ray spell along with the Insanity Catalyst. And I think that might be effective at taking him out. At least with the strategy he was trying to use against me. Alright, we've got our mana back. Sword. And let's go say hello. And if you were in pure Black World tendency, a demon would be here. A primeval demon that you could use to raise your world tendency and gain a cool colorless demon soul to upgrade unique weapons. I should have just killed him with the sword. Can I lock on from here? I cannot. Okay. Let's go get that item. We've got some stuff to work through here. Alright. Storied Hero's Soul, that is how many? 4,000 souls. Maybe we will level up again tonight, since now we've sort of settled on taking down another boss. Unknown Hero's Soul, another 400. Alright, we got one of the pikemen there. Let's see if any of them come all the way back. There's another pikeman. Oh, he sees me. Oh. Yeah, the NPCs are usually not that bright, but sometimes they will make a smart move, like backing up when they see you. Okay. That was horrible. I didn't lock on before I got there. Actually, if we kill the boss, then we'll also finish the quest line tonight for Ostrava. Well, just about. No, we can still complete Mephistopheles' quest before the end of the game. Alright. And there's the guy who locked us out. He's a bit scary. His fire spells are ridiculously OP. See if I can backstab him. Nope. Nope, I can't.
Help!
Ah, crap.
Help! Soulstar soldiers are... Please open this gate. Oh Lord, hurry, please.
I'm trying.
They are almost upon
I'm
me.
trying. That's Ostrava. We have to save him. This is the last time we save Ostrava.
Thank you for rescuing me.
Oh. That was a good use right there of the boss killer spell. Another spiked shield. Interesting. I didn't know NPCs could randomly drop the spiked shield. My third time through the game and I'm still learning things about it. I enjoy that. New Moon Grass, and here's the official's cap again. Oh, we have to wait, I think. I'm trying to think if I can talk to him now. I mean, I can. And if I talk to him, he's going to start walking downstairs and to the left, which is fine because all the enemies down there are dead. But I worry if he's going to come back up here and walk this way, because I have to keep him alive to finish his quest line. Why are you not saving him anymore? You only have to save him 3 times for the quest. And then you do meet him a 4th time in the Boletarian Palace area after we kill the next boss that we're going towards. But you don't have to save him that final time. I think before I talk to him, I'm gonna kill these enemies here. Oh, wait. I didn't realize how low on mana I was. Okay. Yeah, let's stock back up. All right. And we open the shortcut, so if we do die, we don't have to worry about needing to run all the way all across the rooftops and deal with the assassins and all those archers. All we have to do is just run from the very beginning of the game up the stairs through that gate, and the boss is right there, that large smoky portal. All right. But yeah, we are going to kill those 2, talk to Ostrava again, and then I think we're going to backtrack a little bit. To do another quest. We're going to free Beord of the Twin Fangs and kill another fat official, and then I guess then we can free Yuria, and then we will fight the boss. That'll be a good way to cap the stream. Times like this, you can check the dead bodies and look for mana recovery items rather than waiting. Well, the thing is, I don't really need any more recovery items. But you know what? Let's chance it. Let's talk to Ostrava and push the quest forward.
You saved my life. This is the third time I am truly indebted
you
to
are.
you. This is all I have. But please accept it. Now, I must go. My father the king awaits me just over there.
Pure clear stone. This is also the only way, the only guaranteed way, to get the pure clear stone. If you want to craft all the stone weapons for the trophies, for all the trophies in the game.
My father the king awaits me just...
All right. To use them right now, I mean? Use and drop them? I see, I see. All right. Yes, we have the right rings on. Let's keep going. Ah! Uh-oh. Oh, he was going to heal. I thought he was going to throw a firebomb at me. Okay. Equip the Regenerator's Ring. Get some health and mana back. And we'll leave this area for now. I think he's safe now, referring to Ostrava. And we're going to go save Bior of the Twin Fangs. He's locked in a nearby dungeon. So he wanders quite far. And to access the dungeon, now that we have the key, the Iron Ring of Keys, an Iron Ring of Keys, they all look the same. We can make our way back to the dungeon, which is near the last boss encounter, and open that locked door from before. Let's switch to Fireball. That way I don't have to use multiple spells. Switch back to our sword. Oh, that didn't one-shot him. Wow, he's durable. Oh, now he's... Oh, no, he's still alive! Wow. That is tank. That is some super tankiness right there. I feel like he wasn't that tanky in New Game Plus. Wow. Oh, wait, I know what it was. It's because I'm wearing the healing ring. I don't have the... I'm not wearing the ring that boosts my magic damage. That's why he didn't take as much damage as I thought he was going to. Open. Use the Iron Ring of Keys. And now we make our way beneath the small drawbridge that these enemies are standing on. And they can't get down here, they can't hit me from here. And the other fat official is right there. And he sees me now. I got all my health back. Let's put the Ring of Magical Sharpness back on. Here he comes. Oh, he's walking away. Yeah, if he hits me with like a single fireball, he might just one-shot me. I usually like the high-risk, high-reward play styles, but sometimes they really can bite you in the rear end. Oh my goodness. Oh. Got him. New Moon Grass and a Bloody Iron Key. Okay. And this Bloody Iron Key is how we save Yuria. A heavy iron key encrusted with dried blood. Let's go after the lizard that's here first. There are no other enemies down here. Two large hardstone shards. That's not that good. And this is the other side of the gate where the Dreg Mage, or the Dreg Merchant was. This is where the Red Dragon was flying around and terrorizing everyone. Get a tower shield. And now let's collect some goodies. Okay. Renowned Hero Soul. Oh. That gets us 1,000 souls. And here is Bior.
Who goes there? You killed that violent. I am called Bior, the elder of the Twin Fangs of Boletaria. I thank you. You deserve a handsome reward. Only I have none. Go on ahead. I shall smile.
Alright. He's very confident, isn't he? He's not concerned at all that while he sleeps, someone's going to come back and just, like, slam the door shut and lock him in here again. I would be. Storied Hero Soul. It's 4,000 more souls. Nice. We're like 2/3 of the way to leveling up. Were there any rooms down here? I don't remember. But what makes the next boss fight a lot easier is that if you choose to rescue, well, I guess maybe choose is the wrong word because you have to figure out that he's even down here. But if you rescue Bior, then when we fight the next boss, the Penetrator, he actually helps you fight against him. And in the PS5 remake, he can't exactly solo the Penetrator, but he can distract him and he deals a lot of damage. So that's really cool. But in the PS3 original, I think Bior is actually a little bit stronger than perhaps the developers intended him to be. And so Bior, so long as he's not damaged entering the arena, he can almost solo Penetrator. You really only have to hit Penetrator a couple of times. And we'll do that. We'll try to do that with some precision with Soul Ray. And that should be it. But we're going to pause right here. We're going to use the restroom. No one can invade me right here because I'm in a boss area. And the boss has been killed. So I am free to go and pop off for a few minutes while I use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Let's push through. Our next destination is to rescue Yuria the Witch. And then from there, we're going to make our way to the Penetrator boss area and kill ourselves a boss. Then once we return to the Nexus, after beating the boss, we should have Ostrava there. I think we'll also have Bior there, the guy we just rescued. And we'll have Yuria there. We'll have 3 new NPCs to talk to. And he asks, can you kill the witch, or do you have to save her? You can do either. You can kill her or save her. Thought I heard barking. Oh, of course I heard barking. There's dogs in there. If you choose to... Let's open that. That's what the Bloody Iron Key is for. If you choose to kill her, then you obtain a ring that she drops. Which is actually the same ring that I'm wearing right now. It's the Ring of Magical Nature, which, if you're wearing it, it gives you 1 extra spell slot, because every spell you equip on your character consumes or uses a certain number of spell slots. And, No, cancel. I didn't want to take it off. But if you read the description of the ring, it sounds like something that she would wear. Legend says that cursed witches are born holding it. The natives of savage lands avoid it at all costs. So, apparently she fits the rumor. But typically you like to keep her alive. And for 2 reasons. There is no door ahead. Yeah, if you're playing the PS5 remake, this wall here is an illusionary wall, and you can continue through on a special quest to obtain the Penetrator Knight's armor set. But that is exclusive to the PS5 remake, not the PS3 original. But you typically want to keep Yuria alive, especially if you're a spellcaster. And the reason for that is she sells the strongest spells in the game, including the one that I use, the boss killer spell called Firestorm. I've used this to one-shot more than one boss, and so you definitely want to find her, and she's kind of difficult to locate because she sells the strongest spells in the game. If you do kill her, or if you do want to kill her for some reason, you can, but then I would suggest lowering your character tendency to pure black. And if you do that, and you first rescue and then kill a character called Yurt the Silent Chief through a different Archstone, the Archstone of the Tower Queen, then you'll be able to log the Mephistopheles quest. And we did that at the end of our last playthrough, and we're going to do that at the end of this playthrough as well. And Mephistopheles is a unique NPC, and she gives you a quest. And basically her quest is to go around and kill every NPC in the Nexus, in the hub world. And every time you kill one, or a group, like a collection of NPCs, she gives you a special item, like a prize. And the last person she has you kill is Yuria. And when you kill Yuria, she gives you a special ring that makes you stronger if you invade other people's realms. And after she gives you that ring, she actually tries to kill you, because her goal, Mephistopheles' goal, is to kill everyone else that knows about magic, that knows about the soul arts. And so after you kill everyone else in the Nexus, the only other person that knows about the soul arts is you. And so she tries to kill you. And that's a pretty cool fight. But if you already have it, do you need her anymore? No, not really. She's just another convenient NPC that you can talk to, that can you can use to switch around your spells. I don't use the same spells throughout the entire game. I do mix and match them a little bit here and there. It's rare. I typically use the spells that I have now: Flame Toss, Soul Ray, Fireball, and Firestorm. But depending upon where I go, I will switch them up. So next Thursday, when we head to our next location, I'm not going to be using Flame Toss. And I'm not going to be using Firestorm, because next Thursday we're heading to an area where most of the enemies either use fire or are at least heavily resistant to fire. So if I talk to her, I can just swap out my spells and I can be more effective in different areas that I go to. But I don't need her to do that. It's just, it makes it, I guess you could say, perhaps more convenient, just to have multiple NPCs with which to do that. And then you fight her, I saw this, yeah. Make our way up here. There's an item, we'll get that in a moment. There's only one enemy in here and he won't attack you yet. And that is one more fat official. If you disguise yourself, you can proceed. That is a good tip. I recommend that message. Don't want to do what needs to be done. Oh, sounds like you went soft. Oh, you can hear his footsteps up there. There's a staircase that's up there, and even though he doesn't see me, the fat official is up there, and he's not lowering it to fight me, because his primary goal is to protect Yuria from escaping. It's not to fight me. Ring of the Accursed. Ring of Magical Nature. And where was that other ring? Is it here? Yes, it is. Legendary Soldier Soul. Let's pop that. Oh. Ah! There we go. And that gives us how many souls? 8,000 souls. Very nice. Okay, good. I thought we were going to take more damage than we actually did from that. Alright. So now, let's go over here. Wait, do we have... We took a little bit of fall damage, not much. Equip our Regenerator's Ring, and then we go over here to our hat. Equip the Official's Cap. Yeah. Nice hat, huh? I like it. In their PS5 remake, when you equip this hat, your character grins and laughs evilly like one of the fat officials. Alright. Now we can walk up the stairs. And it's kind of nice in the PS3... There we go. In the PS3 version, all you need is the hat. But in the PS5 remake, you need all the pieces of gear. And so you have to travel through Boletaria, making sure you kill all of the fat officials. And there's also a couple of fat officials through the Archstone of the Burrow King, or the Digger King, as it's called in the remake, to get the pieces of their outfit there, and then come back here, and then you can disguise yourself as a fat official to rescue Yuria. Okay, now since you lowered the stairs, we can change... Well, let's change our ring back first. And then we can change our hat back to the monk's head wrappings. And how are we going to do this? Let's go with... You know what? Let's not only go Soul Ray, we're going to go all out. We're going to bring out our Insanity Catalyst for extra damage. And we're going to go Fireball. Got him. Whew. More New Moon Grass. Okay, we did it. A little something cool here is that if you don't change your hat after these stores are lowered, and you keep wearing the official's cap, or in the case of the PS5 remake, if you keep wearing the full official's outfit, and you come up here to talk to Yuria, aww. She'll think that you're actually a fat official, and she'll talk to you as such. Oh, I should change this back. There we go. Get our wooden catalyst back, and let's start regenerating some mana.
What do you want with me? Have you brutes no mercy? Do as you wish. There are no secrets here. Only a tired, emaciated frame.
Poor Yuria. I feel so bad for her.
Do as you wish. There are no secrets here. Only a tired, emaciated frame.
Yeah, when you look at the floor, you can see all the blood here. So... And it's all over the floor. They beat the heck out of her. And some suspect that she was raped, though I'm sure. All these chains hanging from the ceiling. Alright, so now we go through, we take off our hat here, and we talk to her again.
Heavens, you came to save me. Thank you. No, I'm fine. With rest, I can soon walk.
Aww. Hello, Katakuri. Welcome, welcome. Katakuri says, I just played the remake. What is the difference between Demon's Souls Classic and the remake? There are a few differences. How are you doing, Katakuri? Welcome. And he says, they were prepared to do what needed to be done. True. Sadly true.
You go on ahead. I do not wish to be a dead weight.
So there are a few differences between the PS5 remake and the PS3 original, but while I'm answering that question, let me ask you one. What did you think of the Demon's Souls PS5 remake, and have you played any of the other Souls games? This is my first, but not my last. Oh, those are two different messages. That say the same thing. That's sweet. But depending on how you play the remake, it can be the easier version of Demon's Souls, in that there are bonus items in the PS5 remake that are not in the PS3 original. So for example, if you're a mage type character, or I guess any character that uses mana MP, aside from just the spices, the fresh spices, and the PS5 remake, they're called aged spices. And the PS3 original aged spices are called Old Spice, which maybe they changed it because they didn't want to get in trouble with the men's hygiene company that produces like body wash and cologne by the same name. But in the remake, there's also like some sort of glowing water. I forget what it's called. And it doesn't give you just a set amount of mana back immediately like the spices do, but it makes it so that your mana starts to regenerate, and it starts to regenerate very quickly. Another difference is that there are additional sets of armor, there are more rings, and those rings can be helpful, especially if you find the Sodden Ring in Upper Latria in the swamps. If you wear the Sodden Ring, you can run through the Swamp of Sorrows through the Archstone of the Chieftain and not be slowed down. You'll still get poisoned, but you can run at a normal pace. The PlayStation 3 version does not have that. The Sodden Ring is an exclusive to the PS5 remake. So because of those additional items, the PS5 remake is actually the easier version of Demon's Souls. However, if you were to ask someone like you're asking me, or if you were to study up on your own, then you could learn what the differences are and then just sort of intentionally limit yourself to the restraints, the item restraints of the PS3 original, and then not only would it be a evenly balanced game in terms of difficulty, but if you do that, the PS5 version actually becomes the harder version. And the reason why it becomes the harder version is because healing items, as far as the number of healing items you can carry, is capped in the PS5 remake. And I think it's capped, I don't remember if it's capped at like 10 or 20 or 30, it's something like that. You might know more about that than I would. But in the PlayStation 3 original, the cap is 99. And so you can hold a lot more healing items than you can in the PS5 remake. So that's also really helpful. And I've noticed there's also one difference in a boss fight, which I think is pretty funny. And it's a boss fight that's easier in the PS3 original than in the PS5 remake. And you will eventually see me do that boss fight. And that is against the Flame Lurker. And with the Flame Lurker, when you first enter the arena to fight him, if you run towards the Flame Lurker, and after you get past the Flame Lurker, like right after you get past him, if you can without dying, if you turn left, like right behind the Flame Lurker is a staircase that leads back towards the direction of the Dragon God boss. But once you get past the Flame Lurker, and before you ascend the stairs, if you turn left, you'll see it'll look like a large dragon bone, like a piece of a spinal cord. And you can run around that spinal cord. And if you do, and you're careful, then Flamelurker can't reach you. You just have to stay as far away from him as possible on the opposite end of that bone. And in the PS5 remake, if you're a mage, you can try to use a spell like Soul Ray to attack Flamelurker. Now, because it's a spinal cord, it has like vertebrae that are attached to it. And so if you're in the PS5 remake, you can shoot a spell, if you're good enough, between the vertebrae, and it will hit Flamelurker. But if you mess up, then your spell will hit the bone, and the bone will stop the spell from going through. Because the collision... What is it called? The, I was going to say collision detection, that's the wrong word. The hitbox. There we go. The hitbox is very accurate in the PS5 remake. But in the PlayStation 3 version, it's a little off. In that, no matter where you cast the Soul Ray spell, it will always go all the way through the bone. So even if I fire it, not from the side, but from the front of the bone, so it's just pure bone, there's no holes in it at all, and I fire it into the bone, it will go through the bone, and it will smack Flamelurker, and he'll take damage from that. And that's pretty cool that that happens in the PS3 original, and it doesn't happen in the PS5 remake, and I don't know why that is. I don't know if it was maybe a slip-up on the developer's part, or maybe, I don't know, maybe the Flamelurker fight in the PS3 original is just so intense on the hardware that maybe they had to like cut some corners here and there, and they thought maybe no one would notice. Yeah, I didn't read about that. I discovered that on my own, and that was really just me trying desperately not to die. I was just trying to stay alive as much as I could, and I just found the bones, and I was desperately trying to just run around them thinking about what to do. And I thought maybe I could peek out on the side of the bones, shoot him, and then kind of duck back into the bones and run around the other way. And I targeted Flamelurker once, and I cast Soul Ray, and once I cast it, he moved, and he went behind the bones, and I was like, oh, I just wasted some mana. No, the spell went right through the bones, smacked him, and he took damage. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, what? I can shoot through the bone? Let me try that again. And sure enough, it was, I could dependably shoot through it over and over again, and that became my consistent strategy to beat Flamelurker as a magician. Katakuri says, it was a great game from a technical point of view. Yes, the graphics in the Demon's Souls remake are amazing. They're some of the best graphics I've ever seen on PS5, and I will say that I think they're the best graphics in the entire Souls series, even better than Elden Ring. Which isn't really that much of a surprise, because FromSoft has never really been that focused on graphics. They're more into gameplay. And when Bluepoint came along and they remade Demon's Souls, they really made it more of an effort to focus on graphics over game. Well, not necessarily graphics over gameplay, but they really focused a lot on graphics in the remake. And the game is absolutely gorgeous. So that's another big difference. And the music in some of the levels and in some of the boss fights is also different. Some people say they prefer the original soundtrack. Some people say they prefer the remake. I've listened to both. I only have access to the original. I'm playing this on a PS3. This is my controller. This is original hardware. But I've also watched people stream the PS5 remake, and I love both. I think the soundtrack in both versions is phenomenal. And he says, I'm off to bed. Good luck with the boss. Thanks, you, Andy. Thank you. We are very close. We can see the boss gate from here. Well, not from here, but from here. It's that foggy door right there. And, yeah, we're close. Katakuri says, it was a great game from a technical point of view, yes. But I found it easy. Perhaps because I played all the Souls games before it. Now, that's very interesting, Katakuri. Ever since I started playing Demon's Souls on the PS3, I have almost been living in the Demon Souls Twitch channel, just that category, and I've been looking for different people doing their first playthroughs of Demon Souls. And for a lot of people, in fact, most people, which is shocking to me, I'll come into their stream and I'll ask, like, is this your first playthrough of Demon Souls? Because not all of them have the first playthrough tags on there. And if they say yes, I then ask them what their Souls history is. Is this your first Souls game? Have you played any others? If you have, which other Souls games have you played? And a lot of people will say, oh, this is my last Souls game. I've beaten all the rest. So maybe they had a PS4 or maybe they had a PC and they played through all the Souls games that way, Dark Souls 1 through 3 and then Elden Ring, or maybe Elden Ring was even their first. A lot of them have also played through Sekiro, and then once they get either... it seems like a lot of them also have PCs and PS4s, and so they've also played Bloodborne, and then they get a PS5, they kind of trade up or just get a PS5 and a PS4, I don't know, but then they start playing the Demon Souls remake, and a lot of them get absolutely destroyed in Demon Souls. And like, I just don't get it. Because when I play through this, perhaps just like when you play through this, for me it's a pretty easy game. Yes, I've died here and there, but I haven't had nearly as many difficulties as a lot of the players that I am seeing on stream play this game. And for me, this is my first Souls game. I've never played a Souls game before. And yeah, first Souls game, first playthrough of Demon Souls. I thought this was a relatively easy game. And the fact that so many other Souls streamers, where this is their last Souls game, and they have a lot of experience with the Souls series, seem to find great difficulties with this game is really shocking to me. So, and that's actually part of the reason why they dislike this game, why they dislike Demon Souls. So I do find it pretty cool, pretty interesting that my first playthrough, there's not a hidden passage ahead, that I had a relatively easy time. Wait, do I have the right rings on? I do, okay. And yeah, I'm looking forward to playing through the other games. All right, we're going to take them one at a time. There's one pikeman down. Aw, poor corpses. But yeah, there's very mixed reactions that I found between the original and the remake. Something that not all Souls players are aware of, and I forget now where I learned this, but oh, they're coming. I didn't know I already distracted someone here, pulled them. Mr. Axeman. But from what I heard, Demon Souls, and a lot of people criticize Demon Souls for having easier bosses, but from what I've heard, the developers created the game so that the run-up to the boss would be more difficult than the boss itself. That was intentional. And I think they did that because they really wanted the challenge to be in the level itself, not the boss. Because you spend more time... Uh-oh. Ah, he wasn't going to get hit with that arrow. Because you spend more time playing through the level than you do fighting the boss. Ooh, that was close. And so they wanted you to have more of a fun, challenging time playing the bulk of the game than just for those few minutes just fighting a boss. And that makes sense to me. I get that. But after Demon Souls came out, FromSoft sort of looked over the fan response, the fan feedback to their game, and it seemed that players preferred easier run-ups to the bosses and then harder bosses instead. And so ever since then, From Software flipped the formula, and they went with more challenging bosses and easier run-ups. And yeah, it's kind of cool to see that change. But longtime Souls streamers, or not even streamers, but longtime Souls players get to the bosses and they think they're a piece of cake, and yeah, that's because that's how the game is designed. And they complain a lot about the run-ups. One, because the run-ups are harder, genuinely harder, but also because there's no bonfires along the way. You only get a bonfire at the very beginning of a level, and then you get a bonfire, really an archstone, but people just call them bonfires. You get a bonfire after only killing a boss. And people seem to really hate that. They complain that they can get right to the boss and then die and then have to replay the whole level all over again. Despite there being shortcuts, that kind of makes it a little bit easier, but they still complain. And like, again, I get that. I totally get that. But I don't really have a problem with the game. Now, what I'm curious about is when I eventually get to play through the other Souls games, how am I going to feel when I play through Dark Souls and Elden Ring and so forth? I wonder if those games are going to seem, to some extent, easier for me because I'm used to a harder level trek to the boss. And once I get to the boss, I'm curious if I'll really complain as much, and I don't think I will, because there's more bonfires in the other games, and people have told me that there's usually a bonfire, not necessarily right before the boss in a given level or in a given area, but if not right before the boss, it's usually pretty close. And so to play the other Souls games and have an easier time getting through the levels, I think is obviously going to be easier for me. But then if I reach a boss and the boss is hard, I feel like that's not as big an issue for me, because if I respawn, I don't have to play through the entire level again. I just respawn right next to the boss and I can keep trying again until I get it. And so I feel like the other Souls games are going to be, I don't know about necessarily an easier time, but maybe they'll be, or maybe not objectively easier, but maybe they will be subjectively easier for me. Because I'm used to Demon Souls. And Albatrax is here. Hello, Albatrax. Hello, Morpheo. How are you doing, Albatrax? Katakori says, the difficulty in this game is the way to reach the boss. Right. The more you hurry, you will die a lot. I've said that before to other people. Calm is the key to the game. I completely agree. Another streamer was in here earlier tonight, but she was also in here, I think maybe like a month ago when I was playing this my first time through. And I watch her a lot. She's her name is Pri, and I watched her play some other Souls games like Dark Souls and whatnot. And she actually tuned into my channel, and she was watching me play Demon Souls my first time through. And she didn't really criticize me. It was more so like a question. She was like, why are you walking through the game world? And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, when I play a game, I run through it and I just attack and dodge and go, you know, that's how she plays. And she's like, you were literally just walking through the game world and killing everything. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's because if I try to run, I die. And I thought beforehand, like, maybe that just happens to me. Maybe, because again, this is my first Souls game. Maybe I'm just not that skilled at Souls games because it's my first, and I have to move at a slower pace because I lack the skill that someone like her would have. But again, as I've seen more Souls streamers play through the game, they try to do that. They try to rush through the game, like I guess they would a Souls game, like a Dark Souls game, and they die a lot, or they get lost. And I actually just watched her play through Demon Souls for the first time just a few days ago, and a lot of the time she was trying to run through levels, and because she was running, she wasn't seeing some of the smaller details, she wasn't picking up on them, and that got her lost a bit more, and she was missing some details and getting killed a bit more because she was unaware of her surroundings. And you're right, the slower you move through the game, the less a chance there is of you dying because you're more aware of what's going on around you. One moment. Okay. So yeah, the old adage is true, slow and steady wins the race. Katakuri. Alright. Get my ring back. And get our... Well, no, we don't necessarily need that. We can stay with Flame Toss. I'm thinking I'm just going to... I don't know if I should try to just run past the 3 red knights and go through the fog gate. I'm actually a bit worried. Legendary Soldier Soul. I think there's one back here. Now, how I would normally handle this is not a way I can handle this situation anymore. But besides difficulty, how did you, or I guess I should ask, like, how would you compare the fun factor of Demon Souls to the other Souls games? Beside it being easier for you, how would you say it compared in terms of that? Hey! Hello, Tubby Retro. Welcome, welcome. You have redeemed Highlight my message, and I have seen it. How are you doing? Katakuri asks, what is the best Souls game for you? For you is Bloodborne? I've heard good things about Bloodborne. Different people seem to like different Souls games. It seems like, and to answer your question, I can't say. For me, it would be Demon Souls. But that's because Demon Souls so far is the only Souls game that I've played. I do intend to play them all on this channel. But, yeah, it seems like most people give one of 3 answers when they're asked which Souls game is their favorite or which Souls game is the best. Cool. Yes. Another highlighted message to the Retro. How are you doing tonight? They either say Bloodborne because I think it's well done across the board. It has really good graphics, really good gameplay. You feel very powerful, very quick. Good story, good lore. So a lot of people seem to like Bloodborne. Other people say Elden Ring because it's open world and you have a mount, and they say it's more approachable, especially for new players. And then the last big one that people say is Sekiro. Even though Sekiro is very different and you kind of only have one class, they like it because of the increased challenge. In the other Souls games, if you run across a hard boss, you can try to kind of change your strategy. Maybe you're dead set on being a mage and just magic isn't working for you. You can go off and try to find some heavier armor and weapons, and you can become more of a melee fighter or more of a tank and then kind of reapproach the situation. And maybe then you'll be more successful, but you can't really do that in Sekiro. So, you know, different people have sort of different answers to that, and I don't know what answer I'm going to have, but I am really, really enjoying Demon Souls. This is my 3rd time through it. This is New Game Plus Plus, and I love it so much I'm going for the Platinum Trophy. Yes, you can still get the trophies on this game, despite its age, and yeah, we're going for Platinum, and I have to beat the game 4 times in order to get that Platinum. And so, this is, yeah, 3rd playthrough. Have you played this, Tubby Retro? Is it Tubby Retro or Tubi Retro? It's Tubi? Alright, now the way I would handle this typically, because I've never done this in one shot. Tubi? Like pronounced like that? Tubi? Yes? Okay. I shall call thee Tubi. But yeah, how did you two find my my stream? Tubi and Katakuri. I take it Katakuri was looking through the Demon Souls streams. I'm not sure if I put the retro tag on my Demon Souls. Oh, you were also going? Oh, that was a different response to something else. But I've never done this this Archstone in one shot, or at least not this boss fight in one shot after freeing Ostrava. And so the way I would typically do this is to get the Red Knights to chase me, turn around, and then run all the way back to the previous area, the previous boss area, in which time they'll sort of back away and they'll turn around. And then with their backs turned, that's when I'll attack them and I'll kill them all that way. But I can't really do that this time because Ostrava is still here. And I'm worried that if I try to backtrack, they'll start attacking Ostrava and kill him. And so I feel like I'm going to have to fight them straight up. And that's very dangerous because they are very, very strong. They're all pikemen. They all have shields. And I'm pretty sure that if even one of them runs me through, it is an instant death scenario. So this is going to get interesting here. Oh, is that an item? That is an item. You love watching old games? Me too. If you're interested in more retro stuff, which I'm guessing you are because retro is part of your name, I stream retro games every Tuesday. And play ditto. So I was playing the early Castlevania games for a while. I beat Castlevanias 1 through 3 on the channel for Tuesday's retro reminiscence section. And then we've moved on to Quake. And it was supposed to be play Quake, beat it, and then move back to Castlevania. But what I didn't know with Quake Remastered is that it has a ton of content. So it has like 4 official expansions, and then it has a bunch of free DLC. And so I've beaten the core game. I beat the first 2 expansions. I'm on the 3rd expansion now called Dimension of the Past. And we're going to go ahead and finish that. And then we are going to move on to a game called Blade Runner Enhanced Edition. And then we're going to return. And I think we're going to just start bouncing back and forth between the expansions and DLCs of Quake. Because I'm getting a little quaked out. And other retro games. So it's probably going to start being like Castlevania again with Quake. You ask, do you collect video games and controls? I used to. I have a rather large PS1, 2, and 3 collection, but I started going more digital than physical with the in the PS3 generation. And now for the PS4 generation, which I know it's technically over, we're on the PS5 generation. But with the PS4 generation, almost all of my games are digital. And it's not because I value digital over physical. It's because typically I can find better prices digitally than I can physical. And there's some other options with digital as well. Like it saves me space in my shelves, and I know where the games always are. So, but yes, if it's a game that I'm really, really passionate about, I do try to pick up the physical if I can. And there's some games that have been out a while that I would still like to pick up the physical copies for, like Journey. Journey is one of my favorite games of all time, and I only own it digitally. Another game that I did pick up physically not too long ago is Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. I was a massive fan of the original Doki Doki Literature Club for PC, and it was only digital. And then it was remade for modern consoles and PC, and I actually bought 2 physical copies. One to open up and actually play and get to kind of play with all the extra goodies it came with, and then the second one to leave sealed for collecting purposes. And so yeah, I do value my physicals. I just have been skewing more towards digital lately. What about you? Okay. I'm trying to think about what I'm going to do here. I could chance it. I could wait for them to run at me and then use Firestorm. And if it catches them, it's going to be a one-hit KO on the Red Knights. If it doesn't catch them, I'm going to take the one-hit KO. And that's going to stink. And if it was just against 1 Red Knight, that wouldn't be too bad, but it's against 3, and that worries me. Because even if it catches 2 of them, if 1 survives, I'm toast. And I'm not sure you can stagger a Red-Eyed Knight. So even if I kept my distance and I just pelt him with Soul Ray over and over again, I'm not sure they'll ever stagger and drop their shield so I can go for full damage. I think what we're going to try is we're going to run away. We're going to keep trying to keep our distance. And if worse comes to worse, we're going to run up these stairs and lead them back in that direction. I'm also kind of curious how... far up these stairs Ostrava travels. Tubi says, I collect all kinds of video game stuff. PS1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sega and Nintendo, Commodore 64. Very cool. Very, very cool, Tubi. I would like to continue to grow my physical game collection. For a while, and I eventually had to get rid of it, but for a while I was really, really big into Sega CD. And to some extent I still am. Like, I would love to be able to say that I own an entire Sega CD game collection, along with the system itself. That was probably one of my favorite systems ever. But yeah, I love the older systems, I love the older games. And it's fun to experience some of those retro classics on the Tuesday streams. So yeah, on there we're going to go through the rest of the Castlevania games, we're going to finish off Quake, we're going to do the Mega Mans, though I'm a little worried about those can be pretty hard. Yeah, there's a lot of great classic content out there that I'm looking forward to experiencing. I think we're just going to go with Firestorm. We're going to go with Firestorm, we're going to try to keep our distance, and we might wait for them to charge us, sprint away, and then when they're next to us, we'll hit Firestorm, and then we'll try to sprint away again. We'll see if that works. Have you played this, Tubi? Here they come. I changed my mind. I'm just gonna run away. Run away! Run away! Are they still coming? Oh, they're still coming. Oh, there's Ostrava! I can't let him get hurt. Oh, there's one still alive! Oh, good. I thought he was, I thought he started attacking Ostrava. I was like, no, don't do that. What we must do to protect Ostrava. Was he using a silver shield? Oh no, that is a knight shield. Okay. I freaked out a little bit. You don't have the game? Oh, then how did you find my stream if you weren't looking for a Demon Souls stream? Or do I have the retro tag? I don't remember adding the retro. Sometimes I add it when I stream this, sometimes I don't. I don't remember. I guess I have all of those items. Oh, the PS3 tag. I got you. I got you. Yes, I always try to put what system I'm playing the game on in the tags. People sometimes ask, like when people see me playing this, they're like, oh, is this emulator? Or is this hardware? Is this the actual PS3? And I'm like, yeah, this is actual PS3. So. Katakuri says, why is a New Game Plus so difficult usually in the Souls games? A New Game Plus is easy? I don't know. I do not know. Depending on your source, from what I've read, New Game Plus in Demon Souls is between 50 to 70% harder than the base game, which is a pretty significant jump in difficulty. But if you can beat New Game Plus, then you can beat the other New Game Pluses. So like I think New Game Plus Plus is only like 7% harder than New Game Plus. And the New Game Plus 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 is like only 5% harder than the previous playthrough, and then like the next New Game Plus is like 3% harder, and then like the next New Game Plus is like, I think it's like 9% harder, something like that. And then after that, the difficulty stops increasing. Which is, it's kind of cool, because that means as you continue to play through the game, depending on how many New Game Pluses you do, since the difficulty stops increasing after New Game Plus 5, you can just keep powering up your character, getting better armor, better gear, higher defense, so forth and so forth, until eventually the game probably becomes as easy for you as it used to be when you played through the game for the very first time on New Game. Only you'll have some really good knowledge on how to beat all the bosses. Alright, we're going to wait here. There's the fat official there in the boss room. We are going to wait until our... Let's select, get Soul Ray ready. Until all of our mana is regenerated, and then we're gonna go fight the boss. We're gonna go fight the Penetrator. Do you think you'd be interested in going after any of the Souls games, 2B? I like a lot of different retro games. Let's see, what else have we played in the past? Oh, we also played The Uninvited. You might know that one. I think that was... I know that was on the NES. That was also on Macintosh computers. I don't remember if it was on the Coleco or the Commodore 64. I think it was called the IMAX series. I might be wrong about that. But I know The Uninvited was one of them. I don't remember what the other... Deja Vu was another one. Some old school point-and-click adventure games. And there's a few. But if you go down on my Twitch page to where it says Gamer Profile, and you click that link, it will take you to my Rank 1 Gamer Profile. And then if you scroll down and click on Game Collection, which is all games that I've beaten on stream, and you scroll down through that, you can see some retro games on there that we knocked out already. The one that I have beaten that isn't on there is the original Final Fantasy. We beat that on stream, but that is the PS1 remaster that's part of Final Fantasy Origin. And that is a collection of 2 games. The first 2 Final Fantasy games. And so until I beat Final Fantasy 2, I'm not listing it in the game completed category. Soul Calibur 4 is good. Soul Calibur 4? Isn't that the game that had different fighters depending upon the platform? Like, GameCube had Link from The Legend of Zelda. And I think one of the other consoles, well, no, yeah, one of the other consoles had Spawn, but I don't remember if it was PlayStation or Xbox. I think it was Xbox, the original Xbox. And then PlayStation had, I don't remember, was it Kratos? Oh, PS3 is Star Wars. Oh, I got you, I got you. So was it PlayStation had Darth Vader and then Xbox had Yoda? Is that what it was? Alright, we got all our mana back. Let's toggle back to our sword. We're wearing the correct rings. We always have to check because I typically forget. Let's go fight ourselves a boss. I kind of messed up here. I was supposed to have switched rings, but maybe we'll get lucky and we'll be able to do that during the boss fight, which is not a good idea, but I want to anyway. The Penetrator.
Need some help? By the honor of the good knights, this demonic
There we go, that's what I wanted, the Ring of Avarice. Stay still! There we go. Oh, no. No, no. No! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Bjorn! Help! I feel like this is Resident Evil 4. I'm calling for Leon. Bjorn! Help! Oh no. One more time. Gotcha. We did it, BR! We beat him!
One more demon down!
92,000 souls thanks to the Ring of Avarice. Now we have enough souls to level up again. Oh. Yes. It's so easy to get the Platinum Trophy on PS5. For what? Demon Souls? What's up? Wipeout's here! What's up, Wipeout? How you doing? Oh! Katakuri, that's something else that's different. The trophies are different between the PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation 5 version. Some are the same, like learn all spells, learn all miracles. But others are different. Like, there are crafting trophies in the PlayStation 3 version that are not things you have to do in the PS5 version. So you've played Demon Souls, you know that there are different stones you can use to upgrade your weapons. There's Hard Stone, there's Cloud Stone, there's Sharp Stone, so forth and so forth. There is a trophy in the PS3 version for fully upgrading a weapon with each of those stones. And that can take a very long time to do. Not just the upgrade process, but farming for enough stones of a specific type in order to there it is. In order to be able to craft the weapons that require that amount of stones. And so that's pretty wild. Another difference between the trophies is that the PlayStation 3 version, luckily for most people, does not have any online trophies. Everything is offline, or doable offline anyway. Whereas in the PS5 remake, there are 2 online-only trophies. I think one is you have to go help another player in co-op, and then I think another trophy, is you have to kill another player by invading their world. And so yeah, that's a really good thing in the PS3 version, because the servers to this game were shut down a few years ago. So you can't play this online anymore unless you're playing through the private server, which is actually what I'm doing. That's how I got invaded twice earlier, and the guy knocked me out both times. But in the future, I hope I get to see him at least one more time, and I get to use the strategy that I cooked up against him, and then maybe we'll beat him. But we'll see if he ever invades us again. All right. Shout out to the Wipeout, who was last casting Doom Eternal. I was in his stream earlier. I think, if I'm right, Wipeout was actually streaming Doom Eternal from his Steam Deck, his Valve Steam Deck, which is pretty cool. But Wipeout is another variety game streamer friend. Oh, it was your PC or desktop? Okay. He does have a Steam Deck, though. He is another variety streamer friend, and he streams quite a lot of different games, from shoot-em-ups to role-playing games, to first-person shooters such as Doom Eternal. He's also really good at MechWarrior Online. He streams pretty much everything. And he is not only a streamer, he is a game developer. So just this year, he released his first game called Skyraid. It is available on PC in early access through Steam. If you want to go check it out, you are more than welcome to. And perhaps you can even get in some games with the developer himself. So feel free to check it out. Just a moment here. Okay, there we go. Oh wait, one more thing here, one more thing. Okay. All right. But how are you doing tonight, Wipeout? Welcome, welcome. All right, let's talk to Bior and continue. Keep going.
Fine, what back there? Then again, how could a demon ever stand up a bona fide knight?
That's right.
Now you go on ahead. I'm just getting older. I need some rest.
All right. I don't think there's any more items in this area. No, there isn't. Let's switch our rings back. There's the Archstone. Silver Demon Soul. And let's move up just a little bit more. There's a couple of items here that I would like. Hold on. What's my item carry capacity? 134 over 142. We're getting a little close. I think I'll try... No. I'll leave here. I'll go level up again. I'll be smart. And then we'll come back. We'll kill the 3 red phantoms in that room. We'll loot some items, and then we'll walk back, or we'll go to somewhere else. Return to the Nexus. Just woke up. LOL. I've been there. I've certainly been there. That happened to me Tuesday. Typically, I sleep in the afternoon into the evening time, and then I wake up in the early evening to get ready for stream, and then I stay up for quite a while doing this, and then I typically go to sleep, but like I said, like in the late morning to early afternoon. And I've been experiencing air conditioner issues, and there was a multitude of things that was wrong with the air conditioner. It works great now, works better than ever now. But had some workers come in, and they came in Tuesday afternoon. So when I would normally be sleeping is when they show up, and they worked for the entire afternoon. And it was a multi-day process. They finished up today. But yeah, by the time they left, I'm like, I'll just try to lay down and get like just an hour or two of sleep, and I just completely slept through stream time, which I feel pretty bad about. Alright, let's talk to her.
Thou seekest soul power, doesn't
I do.
Then touch the demon inside me.
Why not?
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the
intelligence
lost, drawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
She has a really good voice actress in this game. MP increases by 3. Oh, 2 more levels and we'll break 400 MP again. I'm looking forward to that. 317,786 souls to level up again.
Art thou done? May thine strength help the world be mended.
All right. Let's drop off some stuff.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch on your belongings, rest assured.
All right, we have to drop off here. We've got... Wait, did I take a grass? No, I didn't. That's Half Moon. Drop off some New Moon grass. But what are your plans tonight, Wipeout? Understandable, yes. Thank you, Wipeout. Thank you. I always feel bad when I miss a stream. I feel like I'm letting people down. I always let myself down, I feel, when I don't stream. Because I am trying to be very serious about this. I am trying to legitimately make this a career. And I am watching like multiple YouTube videos and trying to get input from different places to try and do the best I can. Coffee has been a big help. Speaking of which, I think I have just a little bit left in the pot. So after we get through here in the next, I might go get some. Maybe we'll see how long we can stream tonight. Maybe Fusion was right. Oh, Fusion was right. He said we'd do an 8-hour stream tonight. He was correct. We broke 8 hours. Tubi says, we need to save the old games. I agree, Tubi, I agree. Oh, that's the Extra Life icon. I saw that in the video game Contrast. That's another one of my favorite games of all time. There's actually an Easter egg and a trophy attached to that Easter egg where that logo is hidden in a certain room in the game. And if you find that room, then the logo lights up and you see a member of donators, Extra Life donators, and they scroll by almost like a credit screen and the trophy pops. That's pretty cool. It's a little tricky to get to, but I snagged it. But yes, old games are awesome. I love old games. Let me ask you this, Tubi. When someone talks about retro games, and anyone else can chime in with their own answer, obviously stuff like Sega Master System, ColecoVision, Commodore 64, those are retro. But what would you say, like where would you draw the line between what you would consider retro and what you would just consider a game on an older platform? For example, PlayStation 3. I could say, well, PlayStation 3 is now 2 generations old, but I wouldn't necessarily call a PlayStation 3 game a retro game. It's a game on an older platform, but there's a big difference between Demon's Souls and Donkey Kong, the original Donkey Kong in the arcades, that is. So where do you think he would put the line? PS2 and down? So you would consider PS2 to be retro? Put back a stone of ephemeral eyes. Half a dozen secret throwing daggers. We'll keep that. We'll put away the silver demon soul. What else do we got? Pure clear stone. 2 large hard stone shards. See, for me, I think I would draw... See, I'm not even sure, though. I'm not sure. I want to say I would draw the line at the original Sony PlayStation and below. But in that same generation, Microsoft gave us the original Xbox. And some games on the original Xbox do look pretty good, and I'm not sure I could bring myself to call some of those games retro. So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I'd answer that. Oh, naughty Hyper-sama. Naughty. There we go. And what else are we putting back? The spiked shield, the tower shield, the 2 officials' caps, the second ring of magical nature, ring of the accursed, and I think that's it. That's it. Okay.
6 sages and all manner of wise men watch over the halls of this nexus. This rejuvenating sanctorium is a fine place for the slayers of demons to rest weary bones. I too must contribute how I can, for we are indebted to our honorable defenders.
Aww.
I too must contribute.
That's all it says.
You have a heart of gold. Don't let them take it from you.
Alright, back to the blacksmith for repairs.
Can forge weapons for you, for a fair price.
Repair. And that. How are you doing in the Mega Man series, Wipeout? Wipeout's the one where I've sort of been like, I've seen him play through the Mega Man series. Like, I was really hyped to play through the Mega Man series. Like, I was going to do all the Castlevanias, or at least all the Castlevanias I have, which is a lot, and then jump straight into the Mega Man series. And I was like gung-ho for that. And Wipeout, probably for the past couple of weeks, has been trying to make his way through the entire Mega Man series. And watching him play through the games, I'm like, I'm not so sure about playing through these games anymore, at least not anytime too soon. When I was a kid, I remember playing some of the older Mega Mans on the original Nintendo Entertainment System. And as far as I was concerned back then, those were the hardest games I had ever played in my life. But I was young, I was a kid, I was like 5 or 6 years old, so I didn't have a lot of life experience. And I thought, now that I'm older, I'm more mature, I have more, more gaming time in me, maybe now I can approach those Mega Man games and they'll be a lot easier. Then I watch Wipeout play the games, and they look just as hard as they did when I was a kid. And I'm like, maybe I'll put them a bit on the back burner for some other time. But I do eventually want to play through them all, though. But I am looking forward to getting back to the Castlevania series, and we're going to get back to that very soon. What is the question mark for, Tubi? Alright, let's see if he says anything new.
Be thankful that I'm still of good health.
He does not.
Do come back alive. I need your business.
He's very curt, isn't he? Then again, so is the other blacksmith.
May the heavens gaze favorably upon you, Umbasa.
Umbasa. Let's pop that legendary soldier soul. 8,000 more souls.
Do you seek the power of God?
Not yet.
A miracle is they have magicians.
You said that before.
I see. I pray.
What about you?
Oh, Honorable One, I hesitate to imagine your present state
Nope.
deep within. Will you
He said that already. Every time I kill a boss, I'm coming back to speak to the various NPCs because I've learned that some of them have new dialogue every time you kill a boss, and I never knew that before. So I am curious. He is gone. He did leave. Interesting. So I am curious to see how that plays out with the different characters here. There's Bjord again.
Do you intend to challenge the king?
I do.
You may be a great demon hunter, but I fear you may not be ready. The king is defended by the black souls of mighty knights and a fire-breathing dragon. They defeated even myself. That's how I ended up in the dungeon. Beware the limits of your own power.
My power is limitless.
Beware the limits of your own power.
Except in PvP. In PvP, I tend to die probably a fair amount of the time. Maybe more than a fair amount of the time. But in PvE, I'm limitless. Tubi asks, what? Do I have a pink PlayStation 2? I do not have a pink PlayStation 2. I know there is a pink PlayStation 2 out there. I am a fan of console colors, like a variety of colors. I started with the original, and I'm guessing you asked that because you have a specific color PS2. I started my gaming as far back as my memories go with the original Nintendo Entertainment System. Before I can remember, my sister had her own console. She's like 10 years older than me. And her first console was the Atari 5200. And she says that I played some games on there, but honestly, I don't remember it. I was just too young. So as far back as my memories go, my first real console was the original Nintendo Entertainment System. And I played on the cart that had both Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. And I really wanted to play Super Mario Brothers first. But it was my father's console, and he's like, no, I want you to try Duck Hunt first. I'm like, I don't want to play Duck Hunt, I want to play Mario. And he's like, no, I'll tell you what, play Duck Hunt, at least give it a try, and then afterwards I'll let you play Mario. So I was like, alright, fine. So Duck Hunt was my first video game ever. And I played it. Anyone who plays it eventually loses. And then I got to go play Super Mario Brothers, and I had a blast. Yes, you have. You had the silver, the pink, and the black PS2. Very cool. I would love to collect more colorful consoles. Like, I understand why console manufacturers make consoles in the colors they do, typically black, because it blends in with a lot of other things in people's entertainment centers. But, I mean, I've had black consoles before. I've had gray consoles. Like, the NES was kind of like beige. The original Sony PlayStation was kind of like an off-white cream color, depending on the PlayStation version that you had, whether it was like the gray box or the cute little PS1. PS2 was black, at least the base, the beginner model, the intro model. PS3 was black, PS4 was black, and it's like, the Sega Genesis was black, the Sega CD was black, the Sega 32X was black, the Sega Saturn was black. Dreamcast was kind of like a cream color, kind of like the original PlayStation. Well, not the original PlayStation, but like the off-white PS1 console. It's either like a dark beige, almost cream color gray, or it's black. And it's like, I'm so jealous of Japan because they typically get far more colorful systems than we do. The PS4 console that I have now is actually white. It is the white Destiny Taken King edition. So it has like a star pattern, a star design over it. And I used to be like super into Destiny. And yeah, the controllers I get now are more colorful. So this is one of my PS3 controllers. It's white. And I have a gold one. For my PS4 controllers, I have this magma red one. I also have a copper colored one. Copper and orange are like orange and like variations of orange, like copper, are my favorite colors, or is my favorite color. The PSP was black. This is my neon orange PlayStation Vita that I love. But yeah, like, give us more colorful consoles. Like, yes, there are some people who want to have their console blend in with their entertainment system. I get that, I really do. But there are other people like me who want to see their consoles pop. They don't want them to blend in with everything else. They want them to stand out. They want them to be points of conversation, you know? So let us do that. Give us like neon green or neon yellow consoles. Give us pink. Give us brown, which is a very weird color for a console. I don't think many were made in brown. Bright blue, just red, almost anything. Just give us variety. But just not many console manufacturers do, at least not in the States. You can get the Wii in black. Yeah, that I saw. Like Game Boy Color? Yes. I have a Kiwi green Game Boy Color. Now, I was pretty happy to come across that. And I have a cobalt blue Game Boy Advance SP. I never had the original Game Boy Advance. Wipeout says PS5 has colored shell replacements. That's true. And if I had a PS5, I would definitely make use of those. The Steam Deck is black. I guess I can understand the first console of a console manufacturer being black because they kind of want it to seem, I guess, professional. They want it to seem like they're serious about diving into the gaming arena. But after that, release different color variations of your original console, or when you make your next console, offer in a variety of colors. Like, I'm tired of always having just black or gray systems. So, we'll see. Yes, General Organa's PS5 is purple. That's cool. I like that. I remember a while ago I really wanted the God of War PSP 2000 red model. Even though the red model wasn't as, or not the red model, but even though the 2000 isn't as good as the 3000 because the 3000 has a built-in microphone, and with the 2000 you still have to use like a dongle or like a special microphone with the unit. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, did any game on the PSP make use of the microphone? Or any kind of online play functionality? I really don't remember. But just the fact that it was a red console, a red handheld, just looked so cool to me, and I wanted it just for that color. It looks so awesome. You missed the color of the PS1 and Super Nintendo? The gray box? And the Super Nintendo, like the cream color, like the grayish, like the beige color? No, the PSP never had any kind of voice to it. I wonder what the microphone functionality was for then, because it has, like, the PSP 3000 has a built-in mic. And I know you can get like a special proprietary like cable just for the PSP 2000, I think for the 1000 as well.
Hello again. You saved me from great agony. I am sorry, for I cannot offer proper thanks. If you wish, however, I can teach you magic and trade for demon souls. But my witchcraft is of a dark nature, and arouses suspicions. Why not try the magic of Great Sage Frake?
We haven't saved yet.
Are you certain you wish to learn witchcraft? It would honor me to assist one such as you, but... Are you sure?
'Tis the season, Yuria, 'tis the season.
Once I lusted after the power offered by demon souls. I ventured through the fissure into Boletaria, but became trapped in the Nexus. Then the king's executioner Meralda chained me up inside that tower. My thirst for demon souls is no more. On the tree, I find such power dangerous. Frake wields a different type of magic from my witchcraft. Frake's magic stems from an understanding of the essence of the demon soul, while my witchcraft merely channels its energy. If the demon is cursed, so shall witchcraft. Frake's power comes from human potential, while mine is a dark, dependent art.
Which is why Yuria's magic is stronger. It's more reckless. You can't typically use it to target enemies, but it's way stronger. It's like comparing a handgun to a shotgun. Typically a handgun is more precise, but up close, that shotgun's going to deal a lot more damage than like a small caliber handgun. Also, the PSP did have some microphone did have some microphone enabled games or online play where you can use the mic. Handgun versus grenade, yeah.
If the demon is cut, Frake's...
And let's see what you can teach me. We have Soul Thirst. I have to beat the old monk to get that. We have Relief. That's from Maiden Astraea. I think there's the only 2 spells in the game that we have left to learn. So I think we're actually going to... we're going to get 2 trophies this playthrough. We're going to get the trophy for obtaining all the unique weapons, and the trophy for learning all the spells. And then that means we'll only have 1 playthrough left, the next playthrough. What is it? To learn all the miracles in the game for the final trophy in the Platinum. Tubi says Skylander is... what is that? It's definitely first game you actually can play with in real life. Oh, Skylander is definitely first game you actually play with in real life and the game. Oh, Skylanders. Every time I read Skylander, I was thinking of Spyro, because Spyro is like a character that's in Skylanders. And I was thinking, what are you talking about? Spyro isn't... you can't play with Spyro in real life. I was thinking of like Spyro running the PS1. And I was like, oh, I keep, for some reason, I read Skylander and just Spyro pops in my head. But no, you said Skylander. Let's see. Next we're going to be... oh no, next we're going to be returning to the... to go kill those 3 red phantoms. Let's do that. Let's keep the spells we have now.
I owe my life to you. If you're ever in need of witchcraft, speak to me. It is a dark art, but it is all that I can offer.
And out of all the characters in Demon Souls, I feel the most sympathetic for Yuria. Because she was us. She came to this realm searching for the power of Demon Souls just like we did. And the difference between her and I is that we were killed, and then our soul was summoned here by the Maiden Block. Whereas with Yuria, she was never killed, but she was captured and tortured. And who knows what else was done to the point where she actually broke. To the point where she doesn't want to pursue that power anymore. And so she'll teach other people, but she won't go after it herself anymore, and that's kind of sad. I wonder what Yuri was like, what her personality was like before she was captured. I can imagine her being like haughty and kind of arrogant in her use of power, and I would have loved to see her in that state.
Are you begging for a medicine? Besides, if I myself were captured...
Oh, you said that already.
I see. Just ensure...
Okay. And what's his name? Oh, Strava is not here. So that means we're going to have to wait till we see him one last time before we beat the game to finish off his quest line, which is fine. Okay, do we have... I think we cleared out our inventories. We don't have anything else on us. Right? Right, okay. Let's go back and fight those red phantoms. And then we'll come back and we'll dump off their goods and change out our spells. Also... let's use the Ring of Avarice to gain more of their souls, because they tend to drop a lot of souls. The Penetrator Archstone. Archstone of the Demon Penetrator. The King's Tower, once a symbol of Boletaria, is now ridden with dragon claw marks, with only the old king watching all from his broken throne. Spyro the Dragon on PS1 is good too. I rented that a long time ago, back when you could actually rent games. And I got to the final boss, and I couldn't beat him. I got really close. I think I needed like one more hit to beat the final boss. And I messed up and I fell into the lava as I was running around the arena. And then I had to return the game because it was the end of the rental period and I never rented it again. But I absolutely loved it. I remember playing the demo disc for Spyro back when PlayStation Underground was a thing. Back when it was a real thing. Now PlayStation just uses the term PlayStation Underground whenever they do like developer interviews and behind the scenes stuff, which, yeah, that was always part of PlayStation Underground, but it was never all of PlayStation Underground. But yeah, I remember watching some gameplay of early Spyro. I remember on one of the PlayStation Underground demo discs, the game was on there to play, a short demo, and they had the composer of the soundtrack to Spyro, and it actually showed how he made the music for Spyro. And I just thought that was like the coolest thing I had ever seen back then. I probably watched that short documentary probably like, I don't even know, 9 or 10 times. Thought it was really, really awesome. And yeah, I really enjoyed Spyro. I never played any of the other Spyro games. But yeah, Spyro, the first Spyro game is, I think it looks cool. I mean, who knows, maybe one day I'll play it. I don't own it. But you can always pick up the Spyro Reignited trilogy and play that. Wipeout says, I've been playing Spyro and Crash remasters on Steam Deck. Oh, that's cool. How are those going? You'll come back to see? You'll come back to see what to be. They're great. Ah, cool, cool. Run past here. Hide behind this stone. We just did this last Thursday. Kill these guys and make our way to the boss. Take one out. 2 archers left, but only that one can hit me from where he's standing. And one more on the side of this dead Drake. There he is. Oh, he's still alive! He needed 2 hits to die. Interesting. And there are the 3 red phantoms. Each of those red phantoms is a sort of a human spiritual representation of one of the 3 earlier bosses. And the first one we're going to pull towards us is the darkened human soul of the Penetrator boss, the one we just killed with what's his name? Bior of the Twin Fangs. Is there anything else down here? Any more items? I don't think so. But yeah, we're going to try to kill those 3 red phantoms, get the gear they drop, then turn left. And I think if we turn left and go down the hall, I think there's a Stone of Ephemeral Eyes waiting for us, and then we're going to head back to the Nexus. Let's get our tougher spells ready. I don't want to get too close. 2 of the red phantoms are only melee attack. Actually, one's a tank, one's a melee, and the 3rd one is an archer. Min? Oh, you'll come back in a minute? Okay. And that archer is really, really strong. In fact, out of the 3 bosses, or out of the 3 boss souls, she is the strongest. Not only do the arrows really hurt that she fires... Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Oh, good dodge, good dodge. Ooh, he's good. We're gonna have to go back to Soul Ray. Wow, he still manages to, there we go. Uh-oh. One more hit. $34,669 souls. That is intense. And his soul drops the Penetrating Sword, the boss sword. Very cool. No spears. Alright, the next one we fight is the human representation of the Tower Knight. But what makes the archer so strong isn't just her... I don't know what she's firing at. What are you shooting at? Isn't just the arrows that she fires, which go really far, and they hit really hard. But if you get close to her, she also has magic. And the spell she uses is Firestorm. It's the boss killer spell that I use. And if she catches me with that, it's over. She's got me. And it's a one-hit KO. So she's lethal at long range. She's lethal at short range. And at mid-range, she also pulls out a sword and shield. So she's a really impressive one to fight. Oh! I'm not trying to pull her, though. I mean, I guess we can try to fight her now. I thought I would fight him next. She only has, like, one real weakness that I know of. Hey, welcome back, Tubi. And that is that as fast an archer as she is... Never mind, we pulled him. We'll keep her for last. But as fast an archer as she is, I can cast my Soul Ray spells faster than she can shoot her arrows. And so that's basically how I beat her. Alright, we beat the melee. Now we fight the tank. And I don't think even Firestorm works that strong against this guy. Yeah, look at it. He just took that. I've used this spell to one-shot bosses And he just took it and just got up. He didn't even lose half his health. That's how OP this guy is. That's how tanky he is. That is incredible. Got him. $43,142 souls. Nice. And we get a shield. The tactic I'm using now is another cheap tactic I discovered. So NPCs are programmed not to really pursue you into a boss arena. And that's because when you enter a boss arena, the game wants you to just focus on fighting the boss. And it's very strict about that. Now, after the boss is dead, we're really short on mana. After the boss is dead, enemies can follow you into the boss arena, but if you put enough distance between yourself and that enemy, it will immediately start to back off and try to go back to where it came from. And so you could sort of kite enemies by running into a previous boss area. And that's how I originally killed the 3 red-eyed knights down the stairs in the previous level. I just couldn't do that this time because Ostrava was there and I didn't want the red-eyed knights to see him kill him. You have played 9 hours? Yes, I have. I tend to get carried away with Demon Souls because I love Demon Souls. Certain games, like all of my streams are scheduled for 3 hours long, but they can always go longer depending upon a few things like my energy level, how enthusiastic the conversation's going while I'm playing the game, and just how much of the planned content is left to stream. And we've already hit our content goal. I was going for beating the first 2 mandatory bosses, beating the first optional boss, and then saving Yuri. And we did that. And we're still going. And we beat the 3rd boss. We beat the 3rd mandatory boss. And now we're beating the Red Phantoms. So yeah, I really, really love Demon Souls. It's just a lot of fun for me. And I've done that with a few other games as well. I think I might have done that with Borderlands 2 and Borderlands the pre-sequel. I did that with Dante's Inferno the first time I played it. Well, I'm still playing Dante's Inferno, but I started it 2 Mondays ago, and that was over a 9-hour stream. Dante's Inferno from this past Monday, I think it was like a 4-hour stream, or like a 4.5-hour stream. But yeah, I love games. I love specific titles, definitely more so than some others, but I also love gaming in general. And so I like being here, and I like talking about them, I like thinking about them, I like playing them. And yeah, being able to do that is a lot of fun for me. So why would you want to stop doing something that's a lot of fun? Oh, I guess I didn't get the notification. It looks like we got 2 new followers. I knew we were at 448. Now it looks like we're at 450. Very cool, very cool. We are halfway to our follower goal. Once we hit 500 followers... Okay. Once we hit 500 followers, we are going to have a 12-hour stream. The last time we had a stream goal, it was set to 400, and it was a 10-hour stream, and I got to pick the day and the game. Once we hit 500 followers, we're upping the ante a bit. It's going to be a 12-hour stream, and the community gets to vote on the day. And whatever day they choose is whatever type of game I'll play. So if they vote Tuesdays, then it will be a 12-hour retro game stream, whatever retro game or games we happen to be playing at the time. Mondays, we do unique games, games that are not part of a series or franchise. Thursdays are role-playing games, Fridays are games that are part of a series, and Saturdays are spooky games. If people choose Wednesday, we could do that too, but all we do Wednesday is watch anime in the Discord and have a just chatting stream talking about video games and gaming news and game releases. But I mean, if people wanted a 12-hour just chatting stream, we could do that too. So, all depends. We're still getting our mana back. I'm hesitant to approach the last Red Phantom without optimal conditions. She does make me a little more nervous than the other two just because she does have a long range attack. I think we'll be okay. Let's go get her. Just saying that reminded me of the first Ghostbusters movie. When they go into the library. I have a plan. What's your plan? Get her! Get her? Get her? That was your plan? Get her? Great movie. Alright. See if we can take her. Run to the next stone. That she already has the arrow taut. She's waiting on me to poke my head around the corner. She's just waiting on it. Hello. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Don't spin the camera on me. Oh, she's good. She's good. Lock on. What are you doing? Oh, she's so clever. As soon as I cast a spell, I have to stop moving. And when that happens, she's going to let the arrow go, and I'm going to take a ton of damage. What I'm doing is I'm waiting for her to fire the arrow first. Because as long as I'm moving, it's not going to hit me. And as soon as she shoots her arrow, I'm free to fire off my spell. And once that happens, I got her. Because I can cast a lot faster than she can shoot her arrows. I'm going to have to bait her. I'm going to have to stay still. Wow, she's peed. I'm just going to try to shoot her, see what happens. Got her. $25,809 souls. That is amazing. We're like a third of the way to gaining another level. That is incredible. We got our white bow. Alright. Were you shooting? No. I thought maybe she killed something over here, but no. He was already dead. Yep, the Stone of Ephemeral Eyes. I thought so. Alright. Now let's return to the Nexus and drop off these items. When we come back here, the Red Phantoms won't be here again. It's a one-time event. The crossbowmen around this Drake, they'll be here. But not the Red Phantoms. Tubi says some of the games can be expensive. Yes, they can. They are too expensive. Like, I understand the whole collector thing, but you know, it's a shame that some people want to legitimately play old retro games. And they either can't do it because the games and the systems are too expensive, or they do end up doing it, but they result in emulation. Which, if you're okay with emulation, then I guess that's okay. But if you want to play the game the way it was originally designed to be played on the system with that specific controller on an old CRT TV screen, then yeah, you can sort of replicate that experience with different visual filters on PC through emulation. But there's something about playing on original hardware. There's something kind of special. that I think emulation doesn't fully replicate. And yeah, I would probably play more retro games in original hardware if I could. You can always plug your PC into a CRT TV, LOL. Yes, but it's not the same. It's not the same just loading up like a Nintendo Entertainment System cartridge and having it work immediately. You have to take it out and you have to blow on it and you have to put it back in the system. You have to jiggle with it back and forth. And then you have to lower it down, then you have to have it still not work. So then you have to get another NES game and you have to shove that into to keep the first NES game pressed down. And then maybe you have to you take it out because it's still not working. Use a Q-tip and then carefully go over the inside card area and then blow on it again and then fiddle with it. Emulation just removes all of that aggravation. Who wants that? You know, that's part of the experience. That's part of the legitimate retro experience. And that's not necessarily sarcasm. Part of that's me actually being honest. That's me being truthful. All right, let's drop off more of this, more of the gear here.
Thank God you're safe. I was worried sick about you.
All right, there's that stone. Oh, I forgot I had those. And the penetrating sword, the white bow, the tower shield. Okay, that's everything.
We are indebted to you, for you fight on our behalf.
And let's pop the 2 storied soldier souls we picked up. Nice, 2,000 souls apiece. Very nice. 124,000. Very nice. All right, let's swap our rings around. Yeah, okay. And we want that. Well, we'll do that later. Oops. Alright, let's go speak to Yuria again and change out our spells. The next location we're going to go has enemies that are very resistant to fire. So Flame Toss isn't really going to help us that much.
Are you certain you wish to learn witchcraft? It would honor me to assist one such as you, but... Are you sure?
I'm sure. We want Soul Arrow instead. We're going to keep Soul Ray. We're going to keep Fireball just because of its crowd control effect. And instead of using Firestorm, we're going to use Homing Soul Arrow. That frees up 1 spell slot.
Thank you. Speak to me again whenever you are in need.
And since we don't need that extra spell slot, we don't need to wear the Ring of Magical Nature. We can replace that with the Ring of Avarice, so we can gain more souls from our adventuring. There we go. Okay. Next, the Archstone of the Burrow King. Do we want to start this tonight, though? No. No, I think we'll hold off. Tubi's right. We've been going now for almost 9.5 hours. This has been a pretty good stream. We've had some awesome company. We've had some great conversation. Mage Fireball. Yes, the Mage Fireball. We've made some great progress, more progress than I thought we were going to make. And yeah, I'm probably going to keep playing off stream, but I'm not going to do it. All I'm going to do is just go into the inventory and alphabetize stuff because I'm that way. I need to alphabetize everything in inventory. But I understand that's boring for most people to watch, so I'll just do that off stream. But yeah, thank you for everyone who came out tonight. I don't know if anyone else is streaming at this hour, but we can have ourselves a check and maybe throw someone a host. Well, we can't host anymore, that's right. Twitch took that feature away. But we can maybe throw someone a raid. Okay. Bye. Alright, bye Tubi. It was good having you here. I hope to see you again. Before I leave though, I do want to give out some thank yous. And then I want to set up the raid and then give some closing announcements. And unless anyone else is about to start streaming themselves, I'm going to throw a raid over to Guns of the Helghast. He is streaming a retro game himself, the original Metal Gear Solid. So it's kind of sad, but that is the only Metal Gear game I've beaten. And so this is the only Metal Gear game playthrough I can watch of his without spoilers. But, oh, looks like he just beat Psycho Mantis. But yeah, let me give out thank yous and then we'll throw him a raid. So I want to say thank you to Tubi Retro for stopping by. And thank you to Wipeout. Let's see, thank you also goes out to Brandon. Thank you to Katakuri. Thank you to General Organa. Thank you to Creepy. Thank you to Indy. Thank you to Charles for the raid. Thank you to Pre for the raid. Thank you to Bruki Kazooie for the raid. Thank you to Ink. Thank you to Indy. Did I say Indy already? I may have. We'll just say him twice. That's fine. Who else did we have? Thank you to Cows. Thank you to Krogoth for stopping in. Thank you to everyone else that joined us tonight. We got so much conversation, I can't even scroll all the way up through the chat log to give everyone thank yous. But really, I do appreciate it. As I said before, I am very passionate when it comes to video games. And yes, Boletarian Palace is back in well, it's not Pure White, but it's closer. Once we kill the blue dragon, it'll be back in Pure White. But I am very passionate about video games, and I just love to talk about them and just to hang out here. And it's great having people to share game experiences with and just to talk to. So thank you again, everyone. And also thank you to the lurkers for being here as well. I hope you were entertained by the gameplay, my takes on the game, and various other things, or perhaps a bit of both. Now let's set up the raid and closing announcements. Guns of the H-E-L-G-H, Gun Helghast. I don't know why this sometimes doesn't work on his channel. It says the target channel has disabled raids. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give Guns a shout out, and that's still going to give you the link. And then that's where I'm going after I end stream. So if you want to follow me over there, you can. I just can't carry you there through a raid. But I guess since we're just going to end stream and just jump to his, I'll make closing announcements now. So closing announcements. If you enjoy Demon's Souls, if you enjoy the Souls games in general, you want to talk about them, let me know how the other Souls games are. Just kind of chew the fat about Demon's Souls or RPGs. Then maybe I will see you, I hope to see you, next Thursday night for more Demon's Souls. Our stream goal will be to complete the entire Archstone of the Burrow King in a single go. It's basically level 2. It's a fiery cavern area with 3 very strong enemies. The Armor Spider, a gigantic spider that shoots fireballs at you and tries to slow you down with its webbing. the Flame Lurker, which if you've ever played the Final Fantasy games, you're basically fighting Ifrit. And the final boss is the Dragon God, which we cannot directly kill because it's too powerful. It's a god. So we have to sort of use enchanted items as part of a gimmick to kill it, or at least to severely weaken it. So that's going to be fun, and we should also get the trophy for having all unique weapons that Thursday as well. So I had a lot of fun tonight. I'm looking forward to next Thursday and more Demon Souls. I'm always looking forward to more Demon Souls. Not necessarily to the PvP invasions in Demon Souls, but I'm always looking forward to more Demon Souls. The next time I'll be streaming will be this Friday, so technically today for me because it's already 5:41 a.m. But tonight at 8 p.m. US Eastern, we'll be having Franchise Fridays, and we shall be streaming episode 4 of Tales from the Borderlands. So that's it's a pretty fun game, interesting characters, funny story. If you like the universe of Borderlands, it's really well done. It is a Telltale game. It is not the traditional first-person shooter. But if you like the humor of Borderlands, I think you'll really like Tales. And the game is only 5 episodes long, so after this Friday night, we'll only have one more session with it, and then we're going to be moving on to Borderlands 3. So, fun. But perhaps, like I said, I'll see you next Thursday for more Demon Souls, or I'll see you tonight for Tales, or maybe I'll see you in the next few moments in the stream of Guns of the Helghast for the original Metal Gear Solid. So, alright, have a good night everyone. Thanks again for stopping in, and I hope to see you all again soon. Bye.